Come in and grab a seat when you have a chance. We're going to get started in just one moment. All right, good morning, everyone. It's great to see so many familiar faces here today. My name is Daniel Castro. I'm Vice President of ITIF, the Information Technology and Innovation Foundation. I'm also Director of ITIF's Center for Data Innovation. So it's my real pleasure to welcome you to the third annual AR/VR Policy Conference. We have a fantastic program today, and I'm thrilled with so many people that have come out today to join us. So as a reminder, for those who are both here in person, as well as those who are joining us on our live stream, the full agenda, as well as the speaker bios, are all available on the website, arvrpolicy.org. Also, if you miss any of the sessions today and you want to catch up later, the full conference, all of the recordings will be posted on our website, arvrpolicy.org, after the day's events. So as some of you may know, ITIF and the XR Association have partnered together for the past 3 years to put together this conference. And when we started this, I think we had really two main goals. So first, we wanted to bring together all the people who knew a lot about immersive technology into all the ongoing policy debates that are happening in Washington. We wanted to get the experts on issues like eye tracking and haptic feedback to sit down with all the rest of the tech policy experts and share their insights and expertise. And second, we wanted to bring all the people who had great ideas and insights about tech policy, but weren't yet familiar with AR/VR into the room and give them opportunities to understand more about the potential of immersive technology and where it's going. And looking today at the agenda and the people today in this room, it's clear that these two groups have really come together and there's so much more overlap today because immersive technology is increasingly mainstream. And debates about tech policy and internet policy, whether it's privacy, copyright, all these other issues, those debates have serious and significant implications for the future of AR/VR. And what's interesting to me is that tech policy is continuously changing, right? It changes as the internet changes. I remember, when Napster came on the scene, everyone was talking about what do we do about peer-to-peer sharing? And then we had the rise of social and social media, and people were saying, well, now what do we do about user-generated content? And we need new rules for this space. And the rise of cloud, and all the new questions that came up about jurisdiction and law enforcement and who owns what data and who can access that. And now we're seeing these same questions with AR/VR technology, where new questions are rising and new questions are a priority. Questions like, what should privacy and content moderation look like in these immersive spaces? How do we create a virtual town square that enables free speech, but also is safe for children? And what should competition and interoperability look like on these new platforms? So as we get started today, I want to offer a few thoughts about what I hope you can get out of today's conference. So first, this technology is just really, really cool. It's only after you try on a headset or use a haptic glove or participate in one of those simulations that you really get the full experience. And we have an incredible set of companies here today who are offering demos back in the other room. We have HTC and Sony that have their latest headsets. We have Cleanbox and Haptics that are showcasing devices and hardware. Google has its Lens app, and Qualcomm, Transfer, and Verdi are all firms that are innovating in this space and have demonstrations in the back. We have plenty of breaks throughout the day to go to the demo room, and I encourage everyone to take advantage of that. Second, we're going to be covering a lot of different issues during today's conference, but there's so much more that obviously we won't have time to get to. ITIF has written extensively about AR/VR policy for the past 4 years. I invite you to take a look at some of our reports, which we have back at the entrance around issues like user privacy, bystander privacy, content moderation, AR and VR in the classroom, how to use virtual technology to improve workforce training, and even very kind of esoteric issues like how do you use VR for foreign direct investment. And there's so much more. So if you're interested in that, again, we have reports at the entrance and also more on our website, itif.org. And third, this conference is really incredible because of the people who participate in it. So on every panel today, we're saving time for your questions. We have set aside plenty of time for networking during the lunch breaks, as well as the reception this afternoon. I encourage everyone to stay around and take advantage of those opportunities. And finally, this conference would not be possible without all of our partners. In addition to our excellent co-organizer, the XR Association, I want to thank our sponsors, Meta, Google, Sony, Qualcomm, Haptics, Transfer, Cleanbox, HTC, Unity, and Verdi for their support. I also like to thank our media partners, Immersive Wire, International Virtual Reality Healthcare Association, Robot Spaceship, and the VR AR Association for their involvement and support as well. So I'm ready to get started. To kick us off, it's my pleasure to invite to the stage Liz Hyman, CEO of the XR Association, to introduce our keynote speaker. Thank you.
Great. Well, good morning, everyone. I'm so excited to see all of you. As Daniel said, I'm Liz Hyman. I'm the president and CEO of the XR Association. This is our third year. It's so gratifying to see how it has grown and how some of the conversations have become so sophisticated over time. We started as an organization just 4 years ago with the notion that we needed to educate policymakers and thought leaders about the technology. How does it work? What are some of the ways in which the different components of the technology impact some of our policy debates, as Daniel so eloquently put it, and really try to figure out what are those use cases as well. And so as many of you here today and in the demo room, you'll be able to see some amazing ways in which the technology is being used today, right now, whether it's in the field of healthcare, in education, in manufacturing. Workforce development, I think, is one of the most amazing and strongest use cases that we're seeing now in the ability to train and upskill workers to compete in a global economy. And so throughout the day, you're going to hear a little bit about those use cases as well, and how they tie into some of the policy conversations that we're having. In addition, we're also thinking about how this technology and how governments are interacting with it, not just here in the United States, but on a global platform. And what are some of the conversations and support and partnerships that we need with the government here in the United States, overseas, to create sort of a strong and enabling environment for the technology, because we believe as an industry, we have a responsibility to develop this in a thoughtful and responsible way, but we also have an opportunity to create that next computing platform. So I hope during the course of the day, we'll start to really dig into some of those pieces of conversation. Now, as is true with any type of event when we're dealing in Washington, D.C., sometimes things run on time, sometimes they don't necessarily. So we're waiting for Senator Young to make his way over from Capitol Hill. He should be here shortly. But as we kind of kick the program off, I just wanted to, again, encourage you during our break hours to go check out the technology, actually try it on, because, you know, what's that old expression, seeing is believing, but really getting into a headset, trying out some of the different ways in which it's being applied. It's sort of an aha moment. So I would encourage all of you to do that, and also to take time to network with one another. I think this is a really interesting crowd that we have here this morning. You come from a multi-stakeholder universe, which I think is absolutely vital in some of our conversations around this technology and the policies that apply to it. Different perspectives are vital. We ourselves at the XR Association launched something called the Future of XR Advisory Council, where we brought together multi-stakeholder voices in order to bring different points of view around privacy, around youth, around interoperability, DEI&A, norms and behavior versus spaces. And so I encourage all of you to keep an eye out for a white paper that we hope to publish probably in the next several months that will be sort of a culmination of some of the work that we've undertaken. We still do not have Senator Young, so 5 minutes. Okay. You know what? I'm going to do something really unusual here. I would like to just open it up and just hear from some of you. What did you get out of this today? And don't be shy. I know some of you really come to this event with a specific, area of expertise or interest. So I wanted to see if maybe we can get you all involved as a way of saying this is what the day is about. It is about interaction. So I'm going to call on somebody if you don't raise your hand. Okay, go.
To moderate AR-specific concerns or misuse, particularly worries around locative imagery media that only exists in particular places and is given context and force by where it exists. Of course, then when you're deciding what you can put over top of a church or at the 9/11 memorial, this gets rather fraught.
Who else had their hand up? I saw another hand right there.
Clayton Cox. I work in government relations for the University of Rochester. The university has the oldest institute of optics in the United States and does quite a bit of work in this technology area. I'm an expert in that field, so I'm here to hope learn more about the issues so that if and when we want to advocate in this space, I'm better informed.
There's another hand over here, I think. Up right there. Okay.
So Mike Trench, I'm the CEO of Creator Up. We're a company that helps to create digital and interactive experiences and content for companies and schools. I'm interested in what the policy experts and or companies are doing to empower creative workforce to provide skills and training in this space, because to me, that is the catalyst with which we are going to be able to realize a lot of the vision behind these technologies.
Fantastic. And this gentleman right here.
Dan Mintz. I'm the department chair and in charge of a project for virtual reality at the University of Maryland Global Campus, which if you live in Washington, you've seen our advertising and heard it over and over again. We're exploring how we can best use this kind of technology to improve our education for adult learners. We're don't have a campus, that is, all our classes are already online. So the question is, how can we marry these through technologies?
Have you created a virtual campus as of yet?
Well, as I joke, I said everyone else has digital twins. We have a digital singleton. Yes, we have a virtual campus. We have replicated we have an art gallery in our administration buildings. We recreated that. We'll be doing our homecoming both in person and in the virtual space in October. And we run about 5 experimental classes a semester, experimenting with it. So I'm here to be able to interact with people and learn a little bit about what's going on in the field.
We have a gentleman in the back.
Yes, my name is Roger Cochetti, and I'm an editorial contributor on technology policy for the Hill newspaper. And I'm mostly interested in learning more about the societal and sociological impact of virtual reality in a world in which people can isolate themselves physically from everything and lead some type of professional and personal life. I don't know how it's going to change our society and the sociology, but I suspect it will. I'm here to learn more about that. Thank you.
Fantastic. Well, I think this gets us off to a good start and sets the trend for what we wanted to do, which is to make sure that we have interaction today, that you all are talking to one another. But I am absolutely thrilled now to be able to introduce our first speaker. I do want to say congratulations and thank you to ITIF. You've been an amazing partner. So we've really enjoyed working with you as we go into our 3rd year. It's important to have these types of conversations, and we're really excited about our first speaker. So I'm not sure exactly when the phrase Silicon Prairie first came into the public lexicon, but I am certain that our first speaker here this morning, Senator Todd Young, has been instrumental in making such a moniker into reality. So Senator Young has worked to pass legislation that is invested in semiconductor manufacturing and research, He's helped to create the Indiana Regional Technology and Innovation Hub. And he's also worked to support improvements in the state's education system so that Indiana has a skilled workforce poised to lead well into the 21st century. All of this translates into Indiana becoming a more attractive place for tech companies to locate and grow. Over the last few years, we've seen major tech companies open up offices in Indiana, and job growth is very robust in the tech sector in the Hoosier State. But Senator Young's commitment to technology and American competitiveness certainly doesn't stop at the boundaries of the Hoosier State. In fact, sitting on his purview from the U.S. Senate committees on finance, on foreign relations, commerce, small business, Senator Young is helping to chart a future for the nation and ensure that we are the leaders in a tech-driven global economy. And the XR Association is particularly grateful to the senator for his leadership and support for immersive technologies. Senator Young's early and persistent advocacy for scientific and economic competitiveness started with a bill some of you may be familiar with, something called the Endless Frontier Act, where he worked with Majority Leader Sherman. And at the time, this was an idea to make key investments in federal research and development accounts. And 2 years later, that bill became the cornerstone for what we know to be the CHIPS and Science Act, and it completely has overhauled federal R&D efforts while making strategic level investments in emerging technology. So what you may not know is that Senator Young was so instrumental in making sure that immersive technologies were part of the CHIPS and Science Act, which really does acknowledge the importance and sort of the launch pad, if you will, for immersive tech. I also wanted to just point out that he was a moving force behind a request to the Government Accounting Office to investigate the adoption of immersive technologies across federal civilian agencies. And this is so important because it'll be the first ever comprehensive study on the use of XR technology in the United States. And lastly, this summer, Senator Young joined with Senators Warner and Bennett to introduce the Global Technology Leadership Act. This bipartisan legislation would establish an Office of Global Competition to assess how the United States fares in key emerging technologies relative to other countries. You'll see in our first panel, this is something very much at the forefront of our thinking. We look forward to releasing a white paper in just a week or two on this topic. So Senator Young, thank you so much for joining us here this morning.
Well, thank you so much for that generous introduction. It's great to visit with all of you at this policy conference. I'll just let you know from the outset, we are in the middle of a vote in the United States Senate, so I'm going to have to offer some abbreviated remarks and then dismount here, but bear with me as I try and touch on a number of subjects. As I was touched on in the introduction, yesterday was a great day. It was a great day on the Hill. We convened a number of tech leaders to learn more about their perspective as it relates to artificial intelligence and any regulation that might be appropriate so that further innovation can occur consistent with our values and national competitiveness interests. So that was great. I'll turn to that once again momentarily. But the CHIPS and Science Act, we are deep into implementation of that law now, and it is true the Silicon Valley is looking to benefit from it, but really the entire country is seeing the benefits of this legislation. In fact, we've already seen $230 billion of industry investment spurred by passage of CHIPS Act. That's investments that are going to create, it's estimated, nearly 40,000 high-paying jobs, many of which don't require a college degree in communities across the U.S. Those are conservative projections. This is not the reason I embarked on this effort with Senator Schumer initially, but I certainly celebrate the sizzle in the steak, which for my constituents is the job creation. But let's not forget about the and science, the CHIPS and science Act. The and science portion of the bill is really important. We fought hard to include many iterations of this bill and authorized nearly $250 billion over 5 years for research and development in 10 key tech areas in the future. These are areas like immersive technology, like AI, that will define the 21st century, define our economy, help shape our way of life, and we hope, certainly help keep us safe and secure when we think about the military applications. We're already seeing great progress in implementation. I commend the administration. Done a lot of good work over at Commerce and at the NSF, the Regional Innovation Initiatives, and the tech hubs that will bring more resources to the industrial Midwest, the Silicon Prairie, as we like to call it. Moving to AI, the CHIPS and Science Act had its own role. Now Congress is facing this next hurdle. How do we continue to unlock the potential of our people, working with others around the world to develop these next-gen technologies that will help us cure diseases far more quickly, that will make us all wealthier? I heard projections for white-collar workers of increases of productivity in the fairly near term between 30 and 50%. Let's say it's half that. I mean, that would be absolutely remarkable. More resilient crops, on and on and on. So Senators Schumer, Heinrich, Rounds, and myself are convening these leaders. We're going to have a number of forums in coming weeks and months to further educate members, and then we get started. We get started doing the often unglamorous and sometimes messy legislative work that will be required to meet this moment. And would just invite all of you, if you have concerns or thoughts about this endeavor, please don't hesitate to get in touch. Lastly, moving on into immersive tech. Allowing immersive technologies to flourish is going to benefit all of my constituents, all of the people in this country. It benefits to the private and public sectors as well. The use of these immersive technology tools that enable the integration of digital content and the physical environment in a manner that supports user engagement in various ways holds great promise for our nation, as they're able to simulate real-world conditions and events with remarkable accuracy and cost effectiveness. Increasingly, all of you know this, we see first responders like firefighters, EMTs, police officers using virtual reality for training purposes. We've actually been doing it in the military for some period of time. But federal use of immersive technologies isn't really tracked. It sort of reminds me of pilot programs at the federal level of government. We create them all the time. We run pilot programs, and no one studies them. So we don't learn anything from them. We see a similar dynamic here. This creates barriers to full immersive technology utilization. This is why I led a letter with Senators Wicker and Lujan to request a GAO study on potential federal applications for immersive technology. We know that when the federal government becomes a customer, it creates all sorts of new opportunities within the private sector and spillover benefits to rank and file Americans. Specifically, we requested a study to research the extent of current XR use across the federal government, paired with an examination of potential use cases, which will help shed light on the issue. GAO accepted our request to conduct a study. We should see the final version released in mid-2024. That is my drop the mic moment. Thank you for this opportunity. I must go vote. Blessings.
Okay, well, that gets us off to a rousing start. We now have our first panel of the day. I'm going to ask my good friend and colleague, Joan O'Hara, to come on up and introduce the rest of her panel for this morning, but a great segue into a discussion around competitiveness. So Joan, come on up. Thank you. Good morning, everyone. It's great to see everybody here for our third annual conference. And I am very pleased to be joined by a distinguished panel of experts to discuss this very important topic. I really couldn't give a better introduction than Senator Young just did, talking about the importance of competitiveness in the technology space. I don't think anyone here would dispute the fact that technology is having an ever-increasing impact on pretty much every aspect of our lives. And nations across the globe want to be the leader as we move into this next era of digital technology. Obviously, one of the most important technologies from our perspective is immersive technology. But we're concerned that the U.S. is quite as focused on XR technology development as countries in parts of Europe, the European Union, and countries in Asia, including China. So today, I'm very pleased to welcome a panel of experts who are going to discuss this topic with me in some depth. We have, to my right here, Susan Aronson, research professor and founder and director of the Digital Trade and Data Governance Hub at George Washington University. We have Jennifer Crockett, who is principal deputy assistant secretary for the Bureau of Cyberspace and Digital Policy at the State Department. And on the end, certainly not least, Joe Wang, my former colleague from the White House and Senior Director for Foreign Policy at the Competitive Studies Project. So thank you all for being here. To kick things off, the aim of this panel is the Global Competition, Free Trade, and Democratic Values in the Metaverse panel. Again, no one would dispute the fact that there is tremendous competition around dominance of technology, and that's well underway. Senator Young talked about the Chips and Science Act of 2022. That was, I think, a very important moment in American politics to recognize that this competition will shape the future, and that it's important that America is imbuing technologies with its values of individual freedom, expression, fundamental human rights. So what is this competition going to look like? Where are we now? Where do we need to be, and where are we going? As also discussed, the Chips and Science Act articulated technology focus areas that should be prioritized for research and development and funding. Among them was immersive technology. So to kick things off here today, Joe, I'd like to start with you. SDSP has done tremendous work as one of the leading institutions looking at the issue of digital competition, technology competition. You released a paper earlier this year discussing where the U.S. is, what are the opportunities and risks, what can we risk losing if we don't engage fully and make sure that we are in a leading position. Can you tell us a little bit generally to kick things off about global competition in technology?
Thanks so much, Joe. It's good to be here with you, and thanks so much for all of you here in attendance. I think, Senator Young and you, I think, hit it on the nail exactly. We are in a geopolitical competition with the PRC and others around the world. We have a different vision for what they want the world to be. And I think as we think about how technology, AI, XR, biotech, and quantum, we're really at the beginning of where things are really going to take off. And what this means for us really is, as we think about what the geopolitical competition means for us here at home, what our values ought to be, what the regulatory environment that we need to set up to make sure that these technologies are used consistent with our values and democratic principles, but then also what the positive vision of the world ought to be. Right? We are in this inflection point in history where we don't really have a thesis for what democracy and technology together mean. That's really important, not just for us here at home, but for all of our allies and partners around the world that also are looking to us for what it is that the U.S. Has 8 decades, 8+ decades. We've been the global leader around the world shaping global affairs. Without that positive vision for what we want ourselves to be, our nation to be, and what the world to look like, they're going to look to the other side. What we see already from China really is they have the Belt and Road Initiative, they have the Silk Road, they have a military civil fusion system that really allows. They don't have a private sector in the same way that we think about it. The way they compete around the world really is it's not based on the same rules, market-driven rules that we operate on. That's something that we're taking some time to really try to figure out how we compete against that. And so when we, especially a lot of you guys in industry, think about how global competition is. When we see what the Chinese are doing, a lot of the work that they, a lot of the influence and the way that they operate around the world, again, it's not driven by market processes. They don't care about the bottom line. They don't need to make money. They know that there's a backstop with the CCP and a backstop from the Chinese state to make sure that their leading companies around the world will stay afloat. When that's what we're competing against, it means that we need to run even faster to make sure that we have a better product, a better vision, a better set of rules and values around how our technology works. Make sure that our friends around the world actually see us as a preferred partner to work with, and other partners in the global south actually see us as well as the leader in the world that they actually want to associate with and associate with our vision as well. So again, just to really tie all this together, we're in this beginning of the beginning. And a lot of what we need really is public sector, private sector, academia. This entire triangle that has been so successful in pushing American innovation in the world for the past 8 decades. We need a new way to make sure that public sector can work with the private sector in a way that makes sense, but also make sure that civil society, academia also feeds into this process to help shape new vision for what we want in democracy to be.
Yeah, Joe, you mentioned the CCP having a vision for a future and their role in it. Susan, you and I have been working on a paper for the past many months to take an unvarnished look at where the U.S. stands relative to other countries in XR competition. And having a vision and having a strategy is a very important part of the thesis. And again, the paper will be released in the next couple of weeks. More on that to come. But can you tell us, or tell the audience about some of the research and the findings and the highlights of what we will be presenting in the paper?
Sure. Hi, everybody. The paper looks at competitiveness in XR. And essentially, we say that nations need to take a systemic approach to this technology, which is really a basket of many technologies the United States has and other countries have excelled in. And a systemic approach basically means that you understand that the technology is constantly evolving and governance must evolve too. Do other nations take a systemic approach? Not quite. But they have started to do so. And what do I mean by that? So our case studies were South Korea, China, the United States, the EU, and the UK. And what we found is every one of those governments have a strategy in place, have put in place investments, significant investments in research and development, and in building private sector, public sector, civil society partnerships, et cetera. Some of those countries, in particular, EU, South Korea, are really working very hard on, let's call it virtual worlds. And they are involving their citizens in that debate. So I don't mean just civil society. I mean, they're trying to educate their citizens. So people who, may or may not be concerned about public policy, but they want that feedback. I think that's important to a systemic approach, not just asking for public comment, but working with citizens to think about it. Why is that so important? I do a lot of work on AI. I'm a beneficiary of the Chips and Science Act. I'm part of Chips and Science Act funded AI Institute. I'm co-PI of something called the NSF, Trust for the AI Institute for Law and Society. And the idea here is that every level of AI design, development, deployment, and governance has to involve a board of governors. Getting back to the study, we were pretty shocked to find that these nations were doing a lot to involve their public, to educate their public, to constantly change their policies as the technology evolves, and invest in it For example, here's one. No, China it is asking for public comment, but it's not really involving its public. But it has initiated all sorts of original things like VR towns. They've done a lot more than any other government to support ideas of, you probably all know that they have a much more active one sort of app where you can do almost everything. And they're starting to move that towards VR town. So it's just interesting to see that other governments are doing more. The first thing the United States needs to do in response to it is to come up with a vision for the role of XR society. And why do I say that? And I'll shut up in one second. Because I believe very strongly, just like AI, XR can be a public good. Citing as example digital twins, which can be used to model where floods might be, where earthquakes might occur, and to practice how society responds to those local or global problems.
A big part of what governments are looking at as they create their vision and strategies for how immersive technology will be for their societies um, is regulation. How will the technology be governed? With the rise of the internet over the past couple of decades, that's been a challenge. And technology doesn't necessarily stop at a geographic border. We have to work with allies and competitors alike to figure out how you might be able to harmonize regulation. We're still dealing with challenges and various roadblocks of internet platforms currently because that wasn't really worked out. Um, Jennifer, from your perspective at the State Department, can you talk a little bit about the importance of regulation and lessons learned from the last 10 to 20 years and maybe how we can move forward more effectively as we seek to create regulation in the metaverse?
I'll start by commenting on sort of this idea of needing to have an affirmative vision. So, I'm sure none of you knew the State Department was involved in any of this. Let's just start with that. Second of all, you probably didn't know the Bureau existed, and that's because actually the Bureau was only created in April of 2022 with the idea that we needed to consolidate disparate work streams on this, so that we could have an affirmative vision that we're taking out to the public, we're engaging at a higher level, that we're elevating the issue set around the world. So since we were created, we've been out really, particularly not just talking with friends and allies, but I've been to Africa several times already. I actually have 2 more trips to Africa before the end of the year. Really the idea that you can't just speak to people who agree with us, but you have to be present and talk about how should we go together? What is our vision? Why is our vision good? But to answer your question, actually, and I was thinking about this also while Joe was speaking, I think our huge lesson is multi-stakeholder approaches to internet governance. It's like the tagline that we always use, and I'm happy to pull it apart for those of you who aren't familiar what this means. It means that governments on their own are going to do a terrible job of coming up with regulation. I see this as a policy person, right? Like, I know policy. I don't know technology. I don't know that if cut off a foundation model in this way or that way, what does that actually mean? And so if I'm going to do it from my perch in Washington, I'm not necessarily going to do something that's going to lead to innovation. It's going to make sure that we can continue to be successful, to make sure that companies are able to develop in the ways that to align with our values. And so that's part of it. That's the sort of engagement by the private sector. It also means involving civil society, again, because there are these societal effects of all these technologies, and what are they, and how should we be thinking about it? Are you thinking about, the impact of somebody who's blind and their ability to access the internet? And so civil society does a whole range of things, but really they're very useful in making sure that we're thinking about the whole range of impacts. And then, of course, academia, technical communities to get to the idea again of what's really underneath all of this, and recognizing again that the government by ourselves are not able to do this. So we have been advocating for multi-stakeholder approaches to governance since the beginning. We will continue to do so. I will acknowledge it is not something that everybody agrees on, particularly, of course, the PRC. and Russia, they would like a very top-down approach. And so when we're engaging around the world, when we're going to the International Telecommunications Union, or there's this thing called WSIS, and there's the Internet Governance Forum, and there's like so many of these hard to keep track of. One of the things we regularly say is you need to involve the multi-stakeholder community when making these decisions, or ultimately the metaverse is going to come out of it, for example. It's not going to be a metaverse that's going to be accessible. It's not going to be a metaverse that's necessarily going to work, because if I were to make a regulation, it possibly would cut down on some features, and I wouldn't recognize that. And so I think that will continue to be our sort of trumpet call around the world, and highlighting why it's important and necessary.
Building on that idea of viewing the technology with values, Joe, back over to you. The SASP has written a great deal on what technology will look like if it is imbued with democratic values versus what the alternative would be. Specifically with respect to immersive technologies and the metaverse, and an idea of an interconnected metaverse. What should be our vision for a democratic looking metaverse, and what would be the alternative if others take the lead as this technology continues to develop and be deployed?
Yeah, it's a great question. I think just one of the core things that really, we'll really get to Jennifer's point about, how all this is work around the world and how we can work with our allies. I do think, and Senator Young made a comment about how, Senator Schumer led off his AI Insight Forum yesterday, and I think that's going to be between that and also the voluntary commitments that the White House had announced earlier in the summer, and there's also more work coming out of the White House on AI regulations. I think, when we think about XR, I think one of the key things to realize about XR, AI, bio, all of the emerging technologies really need to be considered, like, to get right. Fundamentally, when we think about regulation on these things, they're all basically the same issues that have been, I think Joan or Susan mentioned earlier about the issues around internet platforms, and not really having a clear U.S. approach to how we want to manage the issues that crop up online. Those are the same issues around data privacy that we need to figure out for XR, for AI, for bio, for all of the things that are coming out there. And so this entire process that the White House has started that Congress is working on now, hopefully is going to be this, it's going to be the plan and the approach and strategy that the U.S. can put forward to the rest of the world. Obviously, we've seen the Europeans put out their vision for what they want AI to be. They've done a lot on their Digital Services Act and digital with their DMA as well, in terms of how they want to really manage a lot of these platforms that are, for the most part, really American platforms. Without some alternative out there, right? It's actually harder for people like Jennifer and her team to really go out there and work with our partners to tell them, hey, here's what we think the way to approach tech ought to be, and also to approach the global staff and other partners about, hey, here's how we think that we can apply. We can leverage our tech to address the needs that you have on the ground. And so, again, thinking about the tech landscape as a holistic thing, I think is something that, like Jennifer also talked about, our government needs your help in industry and in civil society to make sure that they understand what are the issues that actually impact citizens, that impact your businesses, and impact the competitive environment that you guys are operating in. Because again, in terms of how tech has really evolved, back in World War II with the Manhattan Project, something at that scale was led by the government. Think about AI today, all of that is being led by industry. We flip the equation of how public sector is leading on tech innovation versus the private sector. With the private sector really in the lead on tech innovation today, what that means is our government needs a lot more input, advice, guidance, and education on how the technologies work, and to help them figure out how they can frame a regulatory approach that's going to all the different complex elements of a competitive environment to make sure that, again, we have a competitive vision for how we want this technology to work, but also the framework to make sure that it's used safely, securely, and in a trustworthy manner.
I wanted to add something about yesterday's meeting, which is, again, one branch of government thinking about AI. But since AI is such a key input, I think it's important to talk about this. And I would argue in the years that I've been looking at these issues since 2011, there is no democratic governance without trust. And Senator Schumer yesterday said that, listen, we are going to proceed with AI regulation despite the fact that we do not have a national data protection bill. Note, I didn't say privacy, I said data protection. I think that's not going to be so credible to a great extent. That is a real problem for the United States in terms of maintaining trust, because, as Joe said, we are home to many of the major platforms that are governed internationally, and these platforms now have different rules in the EU and et cetera. And I don't think we want to see that for virtual worlds. And one of the things that Joan and I and our co-authors point out in this paper is that trust is essential to government.
Yeah, I think it's at least it seems to be actually a positive sign that the big tech leaders were meeting with um, Senator Schumer and other lawmakers to have a discussion around AI impact, how to regulate it. Um, over the past years, we've seen it sort of shake out as more of an us versus them type of relationship, where big tech is often seen as bad guy and the government's the good guy. Um, Jennifer, right back to you from your perspective as a person currently in the government. Do you think there's a role for industry to partner with government to actually shape regulation? There's a lot of skepticism around the idea of industry self-regulation or industry best practices. But you could argue that the industry is in the best position to know how to realistically regulate itself. Um, can you comment on that a little bit and give us some idea of what a vision for effective government-private sector partnership?
Well, what's been really interesting is I think that the industry actually has been calling for regulation for much longer than pretty much anyone else. I was out in Silicon Valley last summer, and pretty much everybody working on AI at that point said, government, please give us guardrails. Like, we really want you to tell us like what we can and cannot do. Like, I'm saying, well, I don't work for the parts of the government that would actually decide that. But so I think it's been interesting because there's been this sort of steady drumbeat on data protection and privacy. Same thing. The private sector has now repeatedly come out and called for federal legislation saying it's a competitive issue. The State Department, including the Secretary of State, has raised uh, the privacy legislation as a foreign policy issue because it is. So I think there's a lot of work going on there, and so there does need to be, I think, a unified vision. Should industry write its own regulation? Probably. Let's be honest, that's probably not the best way to go. Should industry be consulted and be able to say, if you do this, this is what we think will result? Absolutely. That's actually, I mean, to go back to the question of democracy, one can discuss how challenging passing legislation in the United States is. Everyone talks about it all the time. But the democratic principles of how we do legislation, how we put things out for public comment. I mean, I was told, for example, I can't meet with industry in certain ways. We have to have an actually identified group of people who come and consult with us because otherwise maybe you're advantaging one group after another. There are so many rules around this, which one can dislike, but they're essentially there to make it that it's not that you're just talking to the largest companies that are involved in this or the smallest companies. You're talking to all the companies, and that everybody, when there's rulemaking, everybody has a chance to look at it and to give their feedback. Again, slows things down. One could argue problematic sometimes, but ultimately, I think that the legislation we come up with, when we come up with it, is generally really good because it's got that sort of constant feedback and engagement. So, yes, I don't think that industry itself can write the legislation. I do think that you know structured consultation is really useful, and I think we've already seen that in some ways. The beginning of that on the voluntary commitments, and now we need to look at the next 5 steps.
Um,
Just one of the points that we never talked about. I think another way to think about it too is when we think about our democratic process, a lot of it is about transparency, right? Our process is transparent. People, inside government, people outside government, people in industry understand what we're trying to do and what we're trying to get. It is transparent. It's not always like the cleanest. It's messy. Democracy is messy, but it is transparent, and that provides some reassurance to industry and markets about how we operate. But again, if you look at the flip side, for autocracies, there's no transparency, right? They can flip the switch and just decide, some regulation that worked one day is just not going to work the next day. And that's what you see a lot happening now in PRC in terms of, they've let their industry kind of run rampant for a couple of years to build out their platforms, build out their influence around the world. But then you slowly see the CCP realizing and President Xi realizing, oh my God, I have these massive global companies and global platforms that could actually have a degree of influence inside their system, and they need to find a way to turn it off. And so the transparency that our system provides, I think, something we also need to realize is ultimately a strength. And yes, we do a lot of self-flagellation about how messy our process is, but again, in terms of the alternative, there actually are a lot of worse things out there.
So I do think it's important that the United States be humble as it regulates. And what I mean by that is, the People's Republic of China, whatever you think of their governance, they do post regulation online and seek public comment. And one area of regulation, they are ahead of us, I would argue. I'm with Matt Sheehan, this is not my original thoughts. But of the Carnegie Endowment, who recently wrote a paper about AI regulation, we compared the U.S. Pending regulation and EU and China's. And China actually really looks to how generative AI is made and what is it made of? It's data. I won't get into specifics of this. It's not worthy of your time. There are many other things to talk about here. But my only point is that we need to learn from other countries that have thought about what types of data are we, how do we build that trust? And this is going to be so true for virtual worlds because there will be probably many of them, and some will be government platforms, and they will have huge implications for human rights, not just privacy, freedom of association online, freedom of speech, a sense of self, which is not a human right, but I mean, people feeling safe in a space. And so we have this huge opportunity to actually compete. And because we are probably the leading country in making various forms of virtual reality, I hope we seize this opportunity.
Absolutely. And, Joe mentioned earlier about the US's historic role as an innovator and as a leader in all of these amazing technologies. Ironically, we are behind the curve in many ways when it comes to immersive technology. But we have the leading companies who are developing the hardware and the software here in the United States. So I hope that it's not too late. I don't think it is too late. For those of you who are interested in digging into this topic in greater depth, some of you already have this. If you haven't gotten a copy, please pick it up. This is just a preview of what the white paper will go into. It has our key findings and recommendations. I had many more questions I wanted to ask from our panel, but we're running short on time, and I did want to open it up to the audience for any questions. Yes. Yes, sir.
We have a history of closing the barn door after the cow is long gone. And it's pretty easy for me to imagine virtual reality practice of engaging better techniques for listening confessions, for assembly of roadside bombs, and so on and so forth. Here's a chance to condemn those things today. I mean, before midnight, and make sure that every time one of those things appears on the internet, it is ruthlessly purged. So is there any chance of keeping the barn door closed, by the end of this year, before that list of horrors accumulates and propagates.
Maybe the question was unclear. So are you saying, will the United States address it? And what do you mean, addressing it? What does that entail?
When we find a virtual reality practicing session on roadside bomb assembly, every civilized government in the world will purge that from the internet. No questions asked, no trials, no courts reviewing it. It is out of here. Because
Well,
we have
that's an
completely
AI
failed to do
function.
that with YouTube and TikTok.
Yeah.
A tough question. I think it's another half hour on, but certainly something to think about in terms of content regulation and how metaverse might impact not just propagation of good things, but of very negative things. Certainly something that we need.
The only thing I would note is that there are existing processes to address particularly violent content, terrorism content. The Christchurch call is quite effective. So there are processes that I think are addressing this in the non-virtual world, which can be looped into the processes for the virtual world. Again, trying to address unlawful, because there's the unlawful, there's the harmful, there's the awful, and all these things become an issue. And so there are things that can be taken down because they're unlawful. There are things that we can talk about that are awful, that particularly in the United States are more complicated because of our strong commitment to freedom of expression. That's not the roadside bomb example, but there are other ones we could discuss.
Good time for question? No? Okay. One last question. Anyone? Yes, please.
Thank you. So my name is Natalia. I'm a full-time LM student at Georgetown University. And Susan, you mentioned AI VR being sort of a public good. And I found it interesting. So should we regulate it as a public good? Wouldn't that lead us to sort of an economic theory of AI being a public good and being deteriorated by an excessive use? Or I don't know, maybe I didn't understand it correctly, but public goods will allow wider access to those technology. But maybe if we think of it as a public good, it might deteriorate or it might like get out of hands. So I'm interested in the regulation from that point or your views about it.
Well, this is a 6-hour discussion that should be mutual, but the technology has public good ramifications. And again, let's use the digital twin example, where you have many governments sponsoring, for example, maps of the Earth, and where volcanoes might erupt, and so that you can plan and use public resources better. So the spillover effects are a public good, right? That doesn't mean it needs to be governed as public infrastructure. My own views are that data is both a commercial asset and a public good, and data underpins all data-driven technology such as AI and XR. Other people on the panel may have more to say.
Well, first of all, I will say the concept of digital public goods is extremely fraught. And I heard this concept when I started in this job, and I went around and asked 5 people to define digital public goods, and I got 5 different answers. So I would just like to say, first of all, it's extremely complicated.
That's a different thing.
Yes, but yes.
Yeah.
So, but just to say, don't walk away thinking you know what digital public goods are from this conversation, because it's a completely different thing. That said, I do think there's a lot of work being done in the U.S. government in particular right now around the idea of using technology for positive things, including we're going to be hosting an event at UNGA next week on AI as a way to fulfill the Sustainable Development Goals, for example. We spend a lot of time talking about all the harms, but again, it's the positive. We need to sometimes talk about what are the positive things? How do you use AI to map, not just potential flooding, but where's a good place to harvest? And how can we use this to address issues of food insecurity, et cetera, et cetera. And so we actually are spending a lot of time on how do you inject all of these amazing technologies into other work streams that are already existing. Technology is not a vertical, it's a horizontal. It's in everything we do, and how can we then utilize it to help solve some of the toughest problems that we're facing today? And this is something we're committed to, and that we will be addressing next week.
That's a great way to end.
Yeah, well, we have to wrap it up, but thank you so much to these excellent panelists for a very robust and interesting conversation. This is going to be ongoing, I think, as the United States hopefully becomes more engaged in immersive technology development and deployment in the years to come. To introduce our next panel, we have Derek Robertson from Politico magazine. Thank you, everyone.
Okay, thank you. Hello, everybody. Can everybody hear me all right? My name is Derek Robertson. For those of you who don't know, I'm a reporter with Politico. I write a daily newsletter for Politico called Digital Future Daily. It's a newsletter that's a little bit unique for Politico in so much as it is a tech policy newsletter, but it is one that is explicitly focused on policy issues that are going to become issues, 5, 10, even sometimes 15 years down the road. So for me, essentially my first beat in writing this newsletter was that I was assigned to cover the metaverse and the sort of burgeoning world of metaverse governance, XR policy. That can get really abstract because the field is so nascent and developing right now, but the most concrete policy issue that we have, and one that, until the AI explosion of the past roughly year or so has been basically just a huge portion of the conversation around tech policy since roughly 2015 or so, and definitely before that, is privacy. That used to be privacy regarding social media, still is. These issues are very much unresolved, but the metaverse and XR technology poses a totally new slate of privacy issues, ranging from everything from biometrics to bystander privacy, all these good things we're going to get into. So the panelists and I today are really excited to have this talk about the impact of the past, iterations of these policy discussions and how they're going to port over into the era of virtual reality. I'm also pulling double duty today. I'm going to be reporting on the other panels of this conference. So I wanted to say that I really appreciated that previous panel. Metaverse governance and kind of global policy issues are of huge concern to us over at Digital Future Daily. That's politico.com/newsletter/digital-future-daily. Shameless plug there. So I'd like to introduce my fellow panelists now. We have Jennifer Huddleston, who is a technology research fellow at the Cato Institute, Jules Polonetsky, who is the CEO of the Future of Privacy Forum, and Yaja Pierce, who is the Director for Global Privacy Policy at Microsoft. So thanks to all of you for joining me. And let's just kick off this panel. I'd like to start by, at a very basic level, Yaja, could you talk a little bit about and tell us about some of the just concrete privacy challenges that the XR and metaverse spaces pose?
Sure. Well, first of all, thank you so much for having me, and thank you to the XRA Association for this incredible event. It's really nice to see everybody all together. Just to level set, I think with any new technology, when you're considering policy and how best to protect consumers while enabling innovation, you have to think about what's new, and you have to think about what's needed. And I think in this panel, we'll go into where are the potential gaps in existing law. But I think to start off, it's important to realize that there are already a lot of existing laws that will and do automatically apply to the XR space, whether it's privacy, whether it's cybersecurity, IP. I think the challenge, at least with respect to privacy, is going to be applying those existing laws effectively to this new context. And in this new context, there are a lot of significant new challenges. I'll try to break them down into, I guess, 3 buckets. So number one, it's just the volume and the type of data. Data collection is intrinsic to the function of this technology. It's not just going to be information that you as a consumer are aware that you're handing over, but information that you hand over in the process of interacting in these spaces. And I think as a result of that, there's going to be a lot more of it, and there are going to be a lot more types than what we're used to in traditional online spaces. Secondly, and I think this one is more important, and this one is where more of the significant concerns arise, and it is with respect to the inferences of that data. So it's not just the volume, it's not just the type, it's what you're going to be able to glean from all of that information. And one popular concern that I hear about this space is that, you know, collecting this neuro data, whether it's your eye movements, your gestures, even your gait, depending on the technology, it's going to be almost as if tech is reading your mind. I think in a lot of ways, it's already kind of like tech is reading your mind. But when it comes to your gestures and your behavioral movements, these are things that you're really not aware you're providing in that moment. And so I think that just sort of elevates the creep factor, for lack of a better term. One example that I've heard is maybe an insurance company will be able to diagnose an unknown illness because they notice something's up with your gait or something's up with your eye movement. That could potentially impact your healthcare coverage. You know, another example that we hear time and again is maybe an advertiser will be able to get a sense of what you're really interested in just based on your eye movements. So these are inferences that I think are net new in this space, or at least more enhanced compared to the current world that we live in when we're online. And then finally, the third bucket is just enhanced surveillance capabilities all up. And I mean that from both a commercial sense and also potentially from a government sense. So, you know, in a commercial sense, I feel like in these types of worlds, you might be moving with a singular unified identity. Whereas currently, you can sort of control and segment your identity depending on the website you're on, the email address that you're using, et cetera, et cetera. One of the cool things and one of the benefits about the metaverse is that you can move as a unified one-person identity throughout different worlds, so to speak. And so I think that that's going to create a more holistic picture of you in some context, which could be a potential privacy risk. You know, I think when you look at government surveillance or even employee monitoring, depending on the context, I think that's another example of where surveillance capabilities could be enhanced. You know, if the third-party doctrine stays as is, I think that there could be a reasonable argument that some will make that you really don't have a reasonable expectation of privacy at all when you're interacting in the metaverse or you know, through AR, VR, or whatever you want to call it. So I think that that's the net new. Oh, and the last thing that I'll add with respect to enhanced surveillance capabilities is bystanders, people who aren't even interacting with this technology. If they get caught up in it, they're going to be implicated too. So those are basically just the three buckets that I like to think about: volume and type, inferences, and enhanced surveillance capability.
A conversation that we're really familiar in Washington with from the current iteration of the internet that we're using is one about the trade-offs involved in privacy protections and features that make people actually want to use these applications and tools. Jennifer, could you tell me a little bit about, or just talk about what the unique trade-offs are in the metaverse XR era compared to the current iteration?
I think it's important when we talk about privacy and the desire for privacy that we recognize that privacy doesn't exist in a vacuum. And in a lot of cases, it can actually come into friction with other things that we value highly, whether it's innovative applications, whether it's free speech issues. These all at times have to be balanced, and we have to think carefully about the trade-offs, and particularly not only the trade-offs that different companies may be making when it comes to how they decide to market their product, but particularly to the trade-offs that we're potentially putting in law. So to kind of use one of the examples that we just used, if we're talking about something like biometric information or health data that may be collected, you may be concerned about the impact that was just raised about how this could impact health insurance. On the other side, this could be an incredibly beneficial tool for letting people know that maybe they need to go talk to their doctor about something that their device picked up. It's not just an either or that this data is good or bad. We shouldn't be looking just at this issue as a yay privacy or a no privacy. We shouldn't be looking at the data used as automatically bad because it's been collected. We should be looking at what is the actual harm that we're trying to redress, and what, if any, issues are being raised, and are there things that we can do as a society, or in this case, that the industry can do, develop more informal norms? Are there existing laws that already come into play that are either getting in the way of beneficial applications or address some of those harms? Or is there a case where on the margins there may need to be a very specific thing targeted at a very specific concerning application?
Yeah, I'd actually like to spin that question over to Jules as somebody who has studied this extensively. To what extent do currently existing privacy regulations or laws cover virtual spaces?
It's incredible how in the last couple of years, data, let alone intensive kinds of uses of data we're talking about here, data has become a highly regulated sector. It is now a highly regulated sector, whether it's state laws, and most of the country is already covered by state laws, let alone big jurisdictions like California and beyond. It used to be, well, the Europeans have that strict law, and then let's worry about the U.S. and everywhere else. Well, guess what? Everywhere else actually now has legislation. The U.S. is the only G20 economy. I used to say one of the only democracies. No, now we're one of the only major economies that doesn't have a federal law, but we have regulated biometric laws, we have regulated facial recognition, we have regulated kids, now we're regulating teens. So we are already living in an incredibly regulated environment, and the only question is, will the other states this year and next year divert, add differences, add nuances? And so a lot of the folks we deal with who do lots of the legal compliance, are carrying out sort of their hair because of the pace of additional laws. Teens are going to be treated here or there, health laws in the employee place, location data, right? I mean, there's almost every aspect of, we used to worry only about HIPAA-covered health data. Well, now, because of the My Health, My Data in Washington, because of the expansive view the FTC is taking, much non-HIPAA health data is regulated as well. The challenge that we have is not, frankly, the regulation, because when we know what the law is, if it doesn't let us do things, well, we can complain about it and people can figure out how to deal with it. The problem we do have is so many of these laws are new and are still evolving. We've got this giant gray zone, right? We don't know what health data is. And it really comes to home when you're dealing with lots of biometric data where inferences that could be health related may be covered, may not be covered. And so my hope is that we accelerate this process so that we actually have some of the certainty. And if there are things that are banned, then we all know, we say, well, can't do that, right? Or we need to change that because we really want that and it doesn't let us do it. What I think ends up being sort of the overhang today is the intense uncertainty. Am I actually serving enough teams? Do I have to authenticate? Do I need to get this kind of consent? I was just flying to Chicago yesterday, the state of the very significant Illinois biometric act. And so for the courtesy of using Clear, I had an extra click, right, where I accepted whatever it is that I accepted, because how long do you have to actually, you rush through the security? Imagine sitting and reading and engaging with it, right? And so we're layering on this incredible level of protection. Again, much of it well-deserved, but we're not always doing it with the certainty that's needed. Now, I understand why we have a bit of this uncertainty. Don't know the parameters of how these technologies are going to be used, and so policymakers are, doing their best. Let me just give a note to our European colleagues who sometimes in sort of circles that are excited about innovation sort of get a bad rap. Here's what the structure of the European law does well, even if in implementation they perhaps end up being, narrower and overly restrictive. What data protection law in Europe does, that's the rights and freedoms under the Charter. And if applied well, these broader issues that Jennifer raised, right? How am I balancing free speech? How am I balancing the rights that I'm trying to protect, not simply am I hiding data, am I closing data, but am I actually balancing the goals, the autonomy and dignity and the broader goals that I'm trying to have. They don't end up getting the balance right all too often, I think some would argue or agree. But noting that it's actually not always about the very specifics of privacy. And I think this is where we're going in the US. As we talk about privacy, we better recognize that the FTC has a much broader agenda. They care about equity, they care about discrimination, they care about poor people, they care about marginalized communities. And that's why they care about privacy, right? It's not all about hiding. Certainly some of us want to hide, but most of us do want to engage, and we want to do it on the terms that are fair for society. So please do recognize that although we might be talking privacy, we're really talking power, we're talking big companies, competition, what's the right balance between third parties having some access to data versus the platforms maybe being most protective, but therefore perhaps restricting data. So the issues, if you've been following the debates in the school system and the debates in every area, privacy is the tool, data protection is the means, because it's often about personal data. But you could do everything right and still be on the wrong side of user sentiment, consumer sentiment, and social sentiment. So it's about power.
I can't think of a greater heightening of the contradictions of the strange expectations that are placed on people around this than being expected to agree to terms of service in an airport security line. I'm really glad you brought that up. To think about, to sort of address this patchwork of laws, this might be a crude comparison. You think about the transition from horses and buggies to automobiles. Laws that apply to one thing do not necessarily transfer over to the next iteration of that technology. You think about the way we think about biometrics today. People are skittish of it in many cases. Biometrics are basically essential to making many XR devices function. So, Jennifer, could you talk a little bit about the extent to which our current kind of heuristic for thinking about privacy and what kinds of data we should and should not be collecting and how we should use it might be or not be appropriate, specifically for XR?
I'm actually going to push back against the question a little bit, because I do think what we've seen is that in many cases, law can evolve, that societal norms evolve, that the way the courts are able to take the existing law when a new technology comes around and interpret what that means in light of this new technology. As was mentioned, there are already existing laws around things like biometrics, around COPPA, around HIPAA data, any number of sectoral approaches. What I do think is interesting, though, is looking to Europe and looking at what goes on with a more regulatory framework that actually can't evolve as well as a common law or as a societal norms approach can. If we look at what a top-down approach may do, it may not take into account what happens when something like AR/VR comes about, let alone when something like AI comes about. And we've seen this start to happen in Europe with the GDPR. We've seen this happen in that certain AI products can't launch in Europe. ChatGPT in Italy, Bard in Ireland. I think there's a similar dynamic potentially going on in AR/VR that we may just not be as publicly aware of in the headlines, and that if privacy laws were made on the presumption of kind of the smartphone and the internet only, they may not have taken into account that they may be getting in the way of beneficial actions that could come about from AR/VR.
Thinking in that vein, Yasha, given what a technological leap, XR technology potentially presents, do you think that there is a sense in which this might be an opportunity to kind of improve the overall privacy framework? And I'm just interested in hearing what each of you are most optimistic about with the dawn of this technology, as opposed to, the fretting we've been doing a little bit of here.
Well, I think Jennifer had it exactly right. We already have a lot of existing laws, and they have evolved over time. And the ways in which companies operationalize those laws in new contexts evolves over time. I always think of that example of, I guess it was then Governor Kamala Harris tweeting at the airline saying, "Hey, nice mobile app, where's your privacy policy?" And everyone fretted over how on earth are they going to convey all these privacy disclosures on their mobile devices. The screen is so small. They figured it out. Some people figured it out better than others, true, but some really got it right. And you see really helpful just-in-time notifications that really do help you make smart privacy choices when you're in the thick of it. I think the same can be done with XR technology. I think with this technology in particular, I think making sure that there is clear notice, maybe just in time to users to help them understand exactly what is going on here, what is being collected. I think that that's going to be a challenge in some cases. I think, for bystanders, for example, you won't always be able to walk up to them before you start using your device and give them a notice. But I think, to start, the consumer actually using the device is going to need to understand what's going on, and they're going to need controls to appropriately manage their experience. But beyond that, though, I think, companies putting out these technologies are just going to have to be good data stewards in the first place. Do not put the entire onus on consumers. It shouldn't be done. It can't be done. The laws expect you to do something that goes beyond that. In terms of opportunities and things that I'm excited about, again, to echo Jennifer, I think that there are a lot of opportunities that are good for privacy when it comes to XR technologies. I think you can better control your identity in the way you present yourself in these worlds. It could be, you're working from home, but you're in a business meeting and you don't want people to see that you're in sweats, so you look like you're in a suit. That could be one example. One more serious example could be that, perhaps you can create an avatar that reflects your gender identity, that reflects your true sense of self. I think other examples there are obvious accessibility benefits to a lot of these technologies. I think being able to communicate and move throughout a virtual world through your eye movements alone can be a boon for some people with mobility and access issues. I also think, frankly, the most common example that we're already starting to see today is using spatial data to map environments and allow first responders to help in a disaster sooner rather than later. There are a lot of beneficial use cases, and rather than focusing solely on the harms, we're really going to have to carefully ensure that laws are being applied in a way that conserves those beneficial uses.
Anyone else?
I would just like to add, I think one of the concerns with seeing if this was to be approached in a more regulatory response too, to use the example of like a mobile airplane app, we don't want the government to play product designer. Mm-hmm. Having the government be the one to tell all of the XR devices, this is how you must do your privacy interaction, may not actually lead us to something that provides more meaningful privacy choice. One size is not going to fit all, depending on both the type of device we're talking about, depending on whether we're talking about a program within a device's world. There's going to be so much variety that one of my concerns is that we're going to see conversations around a very regulatory approach that would say you must have the fine print pop up when you open this app, and is not what actually provides people with that opportunity to consider what they want to happen.
Well, look, the reason government ends up doing it often is that industry didn't do it, right? Or platforms then jump in and they do it, and then we argue that they're doing too much or that they don't have the balance right. But look, cookies have been a pain point for however many years. We've been debating, arguing, fighting. Are they tracking too much? Are they doing it the right way or wrong way? And finally, now we've got state laws and we have the platforms saying, forget about it. You can't work like that anymore. But it took 25 years of battling, yelling, and fighting. I remember when location first became available on your phone, right? And everybody in the marketing business was, oh, we get that sensitive, right? That's not going to be sold and traded and used in all those ways because we get it, right? And then location ended up being, traded and sold. And then eventually the platforms put more restrictions on it. And now we've got a whole host of sort of evolving laws, but again, with lots of pain and suffering and friction and uncertainty. And so the question is, can we get ahead of some of the issues that we know are going to be pain points, right? The role of advertising, right? You can sort of, right, clearly will be a big part in some ways of some of the ecosystem. And clearly all of the concerns, what kind of data will be used? Will it be too intimate? Will it be deceptive? Blah, blah, blah. And what we haven't been able to do well, and I get why, it's hard, different business models, different sectors, right? We don't know. But as a result, we move too slowly. The leading edge bad actors or just folks doing sloppy things or unexpected things or things that they think are wonderful. We're going to help kids by putting them in a good mindset in class, and parents go, nuts that you're doing this and that to their kid, right? So I don't mean always bad actors, right? People who are super excited about moving very quickly and only see the benefit and then don't get that, well, actually maybe it's going to be harmful for this segment or that. So I am super optimistic about, where the sector is going, but I urge us to move more quickly and make those hard decisions to take the areas that are likely to be flashpoints off the table, because government is regulating. They're not going to stop regulating. If I was a state legislator, if you would come to me and there was a sexy new topic and issue and say, "Oh, don't do anything yet," I'd be, well, then what do? I go home. Like I do this to do things, right? And maybe if you were a Republican or free market, but even today, right, doesn't matter where you come from, you want to regulate because you want to stop big tech, or you want to stop kids being exploited, or you want to do whatever your agenda is. So we are in a world where we can set the tone for what regulators should regulate, but they feel it's their job to set the future of what democratic society should look like. So there isn't much of a market anymore for stay, go slow, we'll figure it out. They don't trust, because we've not figured it out too many times. The best we can do is write that first draft, because if we're not writing it, we're the ones, you are the ones closest to it. They're going to write it for us, and then we'll complain that they got it wrong.
I'm really glad we went down this avenue of conversation, not only because we're veering dangerously close to a conversation about political philosophy, but because, as anybody who reads Digital Future Daily will know, I really like to talk about Europe. And Europe is a completely different regulatory environment from the one we face in America. They are very proactive. They have introduced the GDPR, which has totally transformed the landscape for tech companies across the globe. Jennifer, I would like to hear your perspective on, I should note before we actually go into this question that the European Commission is currently conducting one of their sort of iterative research programs on the metaverse, and have, remarked that there could potentially be coming down the pipeline some kind of sweeping metaverse or VR act comparable to the AI Act. So, Jennifer, I'd like to hear your thoughts just on this overall approach and how it might not fit with the development of XR technology.
Europe gonna Europe. The Europeans in the technology space have always had a much more traditionally precautionary approach and a much more traditionally regulatory approach. So I don't think it's surprising that as we see AR, VR emerging, that we see a reaction from Europe, which is, how should we regulate this, or how can we regulate this? Not even a should it be regulated? That question seems to never be on the table in Europe. It just seems to be a what degree should we make them come to us first? And back to that kind of trade-off point, think about how many of the leading innovative companies start in Europe. Not many. What we've seen is that the US has taken kind of an opposite approach. It's taken that light touch approach, the presumption that in many cases, a technology is allowed to evolve unless law says otherwise. In Europe, you have the opposite, the kind of presumption that you're guilty until proven innocent as a technology. And so I think what we're continuing to see is not only evolutions of things like the GDPR and the Digital Services Act and the Digital Markets Act, all of which may end up having some degree of implication on XR technology, but that we're seeing as new technologies roll out, the first response from European regulators particularly is to try and put a regime on it.
I'd like to, on a quasi-similar note, just looking at different regulatory frameworks, one last topic I want to make sure we get in before we take some audience questions is about state laws. At Politico, we love, the laboratory of federalism is very exciting to us as journalists because it allows for many different opportunities to kind of just compare and contrast different policies and just sort of bring people up to speed on how they're working in different states and where federal lawmakers might pluck certain ideas from. Jules, can you talk a little bit about the current patchwork of state laws around data privacy as it relates to XR and the metaverse?
Yeah, look, there's a certain pattern of California or versions of California laws that are now, de facto the law of the land. And so some of those basic rights are reasonable. some degree of transparency, deletion rights, opting out of targeting type rights. And then we've got an emerging set that go a little further around health data, creating a little bit of that uncertainty because we're not always sure what exactly is captured or not. James leads our XR work, has done a lot of writing about some of the uncertainty around what is biometric, because when many of these laws were written, there was this very, specific idea in mind that it is, a thumbprint, it's facial recognition. And then here you have this sort of broader set of body information. But when is it actually biometric that lets me, let you into a locked safe or pick you out of the public versus, well, data about your eye? And so there's this little bit of a penumbra of uncertainty where perhaps some subset of the data that we're interested in here is captured, some of it technically isn't, maybe some of it should be, and maybe some of it ought not to be. So I think that's where we generally are on the state game.
Okay.
Can I just say really quickly,
absolutely.
I mean, that uncertainty can also create new privacy risks, or it can hinder good pro-privacy behavior in some cases. I mean, taking the biometric example, if you were to design a product that, systematically avoids capturing images of bystanders, scans, tries to find which figures in front of the person wearing the device are humans and automatically blurs them out. Is that a violation of the Illinois Biometric Information Privacy Act? There's at least one class action lawsuit that claims, yes, it is. So you can be an organization trying to do the right thing, trying to practice data minimization, but in the process of doing so, you are also exposing yourself to legal risk thanks to some of these uncertainties, even with respect to what is a face scan.
If I could jump in, and then what happens when you have two states that disagree on that?
Yeah.
What happens when California says one thing and Illinois says another? Because even if these laws look similar on paper, there are going to be matters of interpretation like that are going to potentially vary from state to state. If you are either a user or an innovator, that may take away certain features from you. It may just create confusion, or it may mean that you choose not to launch what could be a beneficial product because the compliance is too complicated.
As much as I would personally love to have an entire other panel of this length only about bystander privacy, I would like to get a couple of audience questions in before we move on to the conference. So does anybody have any questions they'd like to ask the panelists? Back there.
Hi, Luke Hogue from the Foundation for American Innovation. I really appreciate the conversation about Europe because, as most of you probably know, last week the European Commission designated several companies that are in that room over there as gatekeepers under the Digital Markets Act, and imposed a lot of requirements around interoperability and openness. So the broader question is, how do you see that playing out in the metaverse? But the more specific question is, what does that mean for user privacy and biometric privacy in the metaverse when you were being forced to have more open systems?
Well, let me start with a quick thought. One of the key reasons why we need a national privacy law, other than be nice to not have to design your product differently in many different states and so forth, is how do you actually do competition when the issues about is this company being too restrictive or not restrictive enough? You need a privacy law. Privacy law says this is actually what's reasonable, and this is what's protected under the law, and then we can decide whether company A, which is locking things down more, is doing it to be good on privacy, or are they going further, and that's a great thing, or are they doing it in an anti-competitive way? And so we're really hampered, I think. We're debating how broadly apps should be able to access the most intimate data. Do we end up with the drama around the Analyticas, or well, no, you're blocking all the cookies and it's just going to advantage your business model? So we need a privacy law first. It'll set a baseline, and then we can understand better whether or not we want third parties and what the right amount of gatekeeping and balance is. We haven't gotten this right on the web yet, right? We're still debating how browsers should handle this. We're debating and kind of pressing on mobile platforms, and we're going to have the same drama here unless we understand what the normal baseline ought to be.
If I can jump in, I think this actually shows one of the key problems with the highly regulatory approach as well, in that you have conflicts in these two policies. On the one hand, you have Digital Markets Act saying you must be interoperable. On the other hand, you have GDPR requirements that may come into friction with that. If you're a company and you're now subject to both, and the only reliance you have is trust us, we won't do this if you are doing this for another form of compliance. I'm an attorney by training, and that does not seem like the type of risk that someone would want to advise a client to take. So I think we're going to have to, at a minimum, have more clarification about what Brussels plans to do when these come into conflict. But I think in general, it just represents a huge issue with going the more regulatory approach as opposed to a more light touch approach.
I think we have room for about one more question. If anybody has one? Back corner over there.
Hi, thank you. It's been a great discussion. I'm curious. My role, I'm over at Children's Hospital Philadelphia, and I work with mostly staff, but we have VR deployed with patients as well. And I'm just curious, I guess the struggle that I have honestly is that I have people asking, is what's being captured of me? And I don't know the answer. So I know that speech can be used as a biomarker for depression. Is their speech being captured? I can't tell them yes, but if we were running a research study there, I would be able to tell them exactly what I'm capturing. And I'm just curious about the panel's thoughts on that, because I know that's a struggle personally with not being able to provide that information.
When EdTech exploded, teachers were super eager to use all the apps that they saw interesting and valuable for language, for math, and they started bringing them into school. We saw this, giant outbreak of concern because, well, it wasn't clear, or it was clear and it was, ad supported, or it was, and over time we saw the market and the regulatory structure change this. And today, if you're providing a service in schools or hospitals, right? You now need to sign contracts that say, I'm only using the data, for the kids' benefit. I won't create a profile. I won't do this. I won't do that, and so on and so forth. And so I think in the sensitive markets, right, HIPAA covered, other covered, and so forth, the general consumer products can be, frankly, a challenge, right? Because they are built often on broad data sharing, they're on ad-supported stuff, right? And so if you're going to be providing your product for a workplace use, well, guess what? The employers also don't want you monetizing their data, right? You see the pushback with some of the, AI stuff. No, we can only use it in our, in our environment. So I don't know if it's a perfect answer, but the folks that are looking to serve the most protected data markets are going to need to make it very clear, because you're obligated to make sure that, patient data or kids data doesn't get used in ways that might be super helpful in the consumer market, but might not be appropriate when it comes to my health.
And I think in that regard, it's also about improving consumer understanding of why that data may be used by that program. So, whether it's location data on your phone and you get asked, do you want this to track your location? And then all of a sudden you find out, wait, Starbucks doesn't know that I'm on my way for my order because I turned on location tracking. And that's actually something that I may have wanted. Similarly, maybe you're naturally a little more concerned about eye tracking or voice printing, but you consider that more sensitive, but you don't understand that maybe this is a speech therapy app and it won't allow that kind of real-time feedback in the metaverse if you don't allow it to use your voice print instead of a more general example.
All right. Well, thank you for your really thoughtful questions. Jennifer, Jules, Yaja, thank you so much. And everybody enjoy the rest of the conference. Thank you very much.
Thank you so much, Derek. This has been a great set of two panels. We have one more speaker before our lunch break. So I'd like to invite up Bob Crockett, the co-founder of Haptics. Bob is also a longtime professor at California Polytechnic State University in the Biomedical Engineering Department. Bob, please come on up. The floor is yours. Thank you so much.
All right, I'm keeping everybody from lunch, so I will be brief, even though I am, as he mentioned, a faculty member, and I tend to talk. We'll have time after this and an opportunity to actually try out the hardware if you're interested. What I'm talking about today is touch in virtual in reality. And talking about touch is like tap dancing about physics. It's the wrong communication. And in this particular case, when we talk about what it's like to actually touch things in virtual reality, you really have to try it to understand the potential, to understand where we are on this evolutionary path. We've been doing this for 10 years now. It's a long path, but it's definitely an emerging technology that's going to take virtual augmented reality that much further in some of the areas we're going to talk about. So, there's no question about the impact that virtual reality has had in areas like simulation and training and education and everything else. But we're tactile creatures. Humans understand, we've evolved to understand our environment by interacting with things. And when you have a virtual reality headset, you are isolated in a world. It's a fabulous world, but if you're limited to hand controllers or something that's not the natural way that you would interact with an object, it breaks the immersion, sometimes to a lesser extent, sometimes to a really great extent. So when we talk about touch, that's what haptics is. Touch in virtual reality, the ability to wear a pair of gloves that lets you interact naturally with the environment you're in is a very, very big deal. It's especially a big deal for certain applications, some of which we'll go through here. But touch is complex. So touch involves things like the tactile sensation, but also force feedback, the sense of solidity when you grab a coffee mug. If you're in virtual reality, you're a ghost. You don't interact with things. It takes some sort of physical restraint to hold your fingers back if you're going to feel like you're touching something in virtual reality. Vibrotactile is the very fine sense of vibration that you get when you're telling the difference between silk and denim, for example. And so all of these combined together, thermal is actually very, very important in understanding your world. These are all really important. They're all really, really tough to simulate in virtual reality. We've been doing this for 10 years now, and nobody in their right mind would develop a system as complex as the one that you can try out in there. It's expensive. It's pneumatics. It's this big, complex, hairy, expensive system. But you really need something like that if you're going to simulate true touch. And so I want to distinguish what I'm talking about here is a system that actually has when you wear the gloves, there's 133 individual tactile pixels on the underside of your hand that are little tiny balloons that inflate, and they push into your skin about a millimeter or two. And if you think about it, if you do your own little experiment while I'm talking, you really do need to push into your skin by quite a ways in order to feel, to activate the nerve that you have for this sort of tactile sensation. You can't get that with just a vibration. So the current haptic technologies that you find in your iPhone and everywhere else around are really amazing, but that's symbolic haptics. It lets you know that something is happening, but it doesn't literally feel like you're pushing a button. What we're doing here with our gloves is actually giving you the sensation that you are grabbing that coffee mug in virtual reality. Again, it's easiest just to try the darn thing. So I won't spend too much time talking about the technology itself. Let's talk about in what cases it's important now, and as it evolves, how is it going to expand its role? So simulation and training is kind of our bread and butter, and that includes, as I mentioned, it's an expensive system. We're in our last round of development kits now. We're coming out with a more widespread product at the start of next year, but that's still going to be an expensive system. So we're aimed at the enterprise market. And these are companies that run the gamut from training electrical high voltage workers to providing a customer experience for a home improvement store, to doing, in this particular case, medical training simulation. I chose, of all the different types of simulation training, I chose to put a montage of U.S. Army applications of medical training, because this is an example where the government is actually a leading customer in this area. Surgical training, especially for emergency medicine in the battlefield, is very, very important. It's very, very hard to do in virtual reality. You can provide the environment, but you can't get that level of immersion that really puts the soldiers under sort of battlefield stress to do the sort of procedures that they need to do. So we have systems, as your demonstration systems or SBIRs. It's a collection of early tries. We got to get some use cases done. We've got to show people what can and can't be done with the technology. So we have battlefield medics performing things like tourniquet applications and escharotomies and all sorts of really gross procedures, but really necessary procedures. I'd like to point out the one with the dog there. This is a good example of some of the impact that this sort of technology can have. That dog there is part of a training scenario for canine units. And this is interesting because of all the different medical training, learning how to do basic veterinary medicine, veterinary care on a canine unit is something that isn't the highest priority in the military. It often gets ignored, but it's super, super important for all sorts of different reasons. And so virtual reality is great, but getting your hands on something, in this particular case, some complex training for emergency medicine for canine units, not only are you able to replicate the procedure, but you're able to replicate the empathy that goes along with caring for one of these dogs. And you're able to do that in a way that the resources just wouldn't be available to do that as live training. Beyond simulation and training, there's a whole accessibility world that is just starting to be explored. So in the upper picture there, you see a Braille display. And I mentioned that we have 133 little tactile pixels on our fingers. They look like Braille. And in fact, we're doing some early studies as part of a SBIR with the NIH to do that, Braille. But beyond simple application of an older technology to modern hardware, if you think about using your hands as a sensory accessory, it opens up all sorts of opportunities for accessibility in VR if you don't have sight, but also as a supplementary sensory perception. So this picture here is an example of a student project at MIT Design Group a while back where they were using our gloves to do data visualization. So to be able to take complex data and feel it and actually make sense of data by touch as a supplement to visual. And there's a lot of analogies here to the work that was done with spatial audio years and years ago, where by being able to locate where a sound is around you, you're able to get more information almost in a subconscious way. It's not something that you have to be pilots, so have to be visually aware of what's going on. They can hear what something is. If you have the ability to use haptics along with virtual reality or along with augmented reality to provide a supplementary sensory source of information, the field is limitless. So this is something that's just being explored now, but is really exciting as a future application. The neat thing about this is that some of the early examples we've done in simulation and training were solo. They were an individual, a student in a virtual reality headset doing haptic interaction with an object. But there's absolutely no reason it has to be solo. So this sort of collaborative work where multiple people can be in the same virtual environment and touching the same virtual objects and passing objects back and forth is really, really exciting. It's really important to open up things like workforce training. And the application I have here is a glove box. But this is actually a very, very important glove box. We just announced this morning, in fact, that haptics is now in a partnership with Y12, the National Security Conference. This is a glove box, a virtual representation of a glove box that they use to train the next generation of the nuclear workforce. So people who handle nuclear materials, processing, recovery, first responders, things like that, where it's super high risk, hopefully super low incident, but a perfect application for using haptics to have a very, very immersive training, something you couldn't do with just VR alone or VR and controllers. Be able to put your hands in a glove box, which is a very complex procedure that it's not familiar to people. It takes a lot of training to get used to being able to handle things with these gloves. But to be able to do that virtually, and not only that, to be able to pass back and forth some of these simulated nuclear materials, things that are really critical that you get right. So we're super excited about this partnership. Ashley's here from Y12. Raise your hand. I asked him to stand out with me when we have our demo. I would really encourage you to come up and talk to me, talk to Ashley about from a customer perspective. And in this particular case, another example of the government as an end user, being able to use really kind of cutting edge technology and develop it in partnership with industry. This is a great example of that sort of work. Beyond the simulation and training and within a virtual environment, When you think of being able to touch something and be able to touch something that comes from a controlled environment, like a computer-mediated environment, could be virtual, could be a telerobot. We have a number of people using our gloves where the end result isn't necessarily virtual training, it's controlling an end effector, a robot that could be across the room or could be in London, could be across the world. And what's really amazing, that the robot has a little stereoscopic camera and 2 robotic arms. And so the user is wearing a virtual reality headset. Then you see the robot arms in your field of view. When you move your hands, the robot moves its arms. You really feel like you're embodied in that robotic system. When you reach out and grab something, the robot is actually touching it, but you're getting a direct feedback. You can feel what the robot feels. And why this is important, I mean, teleoperations has been around for a long time, but again, it goes back to the human interface. It's much more natural for us to just move things around than to control a joystick or to work with some of the other more cumbersome user interfaces. And especially this picture on the right is a humanoid robot. With artificial intelligence combined with humanoid robots, you have a real opportunity here to take away some of the tasks that there might not be humans and might not be safe for humans to operate in. But if you have a robotic system that is capable of doing what humans can do a lot of really crappy things. It's nice to have a human in a loop in that particular system. So for the foreseeable future, humanoid robots being controlled by AI for 80, 90% of the tasks, but having the ability for a pilot to jump into a robot virtually through a sense of haptic gloves and the visual system is a really, really important technology for enabling this sort of development. And I really want you to think about this, that haptics is an emerging field. There are a number of gloves out there that will give you some sort of sensation of touch in virtual reality. It's not nearly as developed as the infrastructure for XR is, but it's evolving. And you know, we as a company see hands as an important part. I mean, you can do 80% of the things that you like to do with your hands, but that's not the limitation, certainly not where the technology stops. If you think about what you can't do with a pair of gloves, you can't lift a heavy weight. You can't lean against something and have it hold you up. You need some sort of upper body exoskeleton or something that can provide that sense of inertia or mass, or being able to work in an environment where you're interacting with heavy objects or rigid objects. Beyond that, there's no reason why, when we started the company, my co-founder, Jake Rubin, was a 20-year-old kid who came to me and said, hey, I got this idea for a machine that you strap yourself into, and if it's done well, you won't be able to tell the difference between the real world and the virtual world. And I thought about that for a while, and it took me a whole summer to prove to myself that wasn't impossible. So we just did it. And on our roadmap, I genuinely believe that we'll have a machine that you can strap yourself into, and the virtual world is your reality. If you can simulate the required interactions that you have with your limbs and your torso and your interaction across your body with an environment that provides equal but opposite forces, then there is no reason that a machine can't become your reality. Now, I present that as a technical challenge, and that's really where my mind is at this point. But you can imagine this is also a policy challenge and a regulatory challenge and a human challenge. So we're just at the start of a very exciting path. I've got the little "You Are Here" label down on the far left side because we're just starting out on this path. With some of the case studies that I've shown you, where the hardware is in development right now is very, very early. But we're going to move from haptics as a supplement, it's kind of a novel supplement to VR and AR where it is today, to something that is an integral part of any time you talk about immersion. That will happen, and it'll happen in stages, and it'll happen with the interaction between companies like ours, the hardware providers, and end users who are motivated to apply this technology to a very, very important use case, like some of the examples I gave you, and government, who is interested in workforce development, any of the policy issues on the user side, but also making sure that this is done well, whatever that means in terms of policy and guardrails and making sure that this really impactful technology is provided with the right stewardship over the next decade. So with that, I'll end my lightning talk. I'll let you all get to lunch, and I would really encourage you to go to the back room, talk to Steve. He's in a bright orange shirt. You can't miss him, and he'll show you the technology. I will be there. Ashley will be there. Come talk to us about how we're using it today and what we see as some of the challenges both on the technology side and also on the policy side in the future. Thank you.
We are going to take a lunch break. I want to just say up front, we're going to meet back here at 1:25 sharp. And I want to say to Bob, very exciting technology. I was one of the
started in just a minute. I know some people are still coming in from lunch. So let me give everyone a minute here. I hope people had a chance to connect with other guests here, try out the demos. I know I had a fantastic time in the demo room. If you have not had a chance to try the haptics glove, definitely do that. If you haven't had a chance to go out and try all the different headsets and the immersive experiences, please do. Even learning about some of the chipsets that are out there from Qualcomm, I love that too. So please take a chance to experience all of that, especially as the day goes by, because everyone's still out there. So next up, we're going to have a fireside chat with Kareem Ghanem. Kareem is Director of Government Affairs and Public Policy at Google and is responsible for their ecosystems. So Kareem, I want you to please come on up, and we'll have a little bit of a conversation here, and we're going to have some time at the end also for audience questions. So Kareem, first of all, thank you so much for being here today. You're coming out from California.
That's right.
So maybe just before we get into it, can you just tell everyone a little bit more about your position at Google?
Yeah, sure. Well, first of all, thank you for having me here. I am, as Daniel said, Director of Government Affairs and Public Policy for Google's mobile and web ecosystems business. So I look after global public policy for really three main product lines, which are Android, Google Play, and Chrome, and a number of kind of products and services that are associated with them. AR being one of the major areas that's a priority for us right now.
Great. And so, I mean, one of the reasons we're really excited to have you here today is because you're responsible for these digital ecosystems. And obviously, we're talking about AR, VR, and that's a new emerging digital ecosystem. So I guess as you think about, Chrome and Android and, these other, Play Store that are these other ecosystems, what has been the success stories from that we can take over to the VR, AR system area? And, what should we be learning from those past experiences?
Well, I'll say one of the things that makes me really optimistic is that, we're having conversations like these at a relatively early juncture in the development of the technology. I've been in this space of kind of technology, business, public policy law for, probably 2 decades at this point. And for these conversations to be happening now is actually a relatively new thing, and it's very, very positive from my perspective. I think from Google's perspective, we see ourselves as an ecosystem company at heart. And when I think of technology ecosystems, I'm really thinking about a collaborative approach so that we can build a world where different products and services made by different companies can work together well in service of a consumer and give that consumer a great experience. So when you look at our past history, starting with something like Chrome just celebrated its 15th birthday, which is kind of cool and kind of amazing. We've got Chrome, we've got Android. I think the common thread through that has been a collaborative approach, which is to engage with other players in the industry, understand kind of what their needs are, and work together for shared success ultimately. So for us, our ecosystem philosophy is really built on choice. It's built on security that's kind of foundational. And then it's built on creating opportunity for others to build and others to succeed.
Yeah. So, one of the things I think is interesting, particularly in the VR space, is that you have all these different players, right? You have the hardware makers, you have, the platforms, and, you have the content creators, all the intermediaries there, and the app stores, right? And so the question that I think people start to ask is, who should be responsible for, protecting IP, for addressing user safety, for thinking about privacy in this big ecosystem? And as we think about the different types of ecosystems that might exist out there, open versus closed, there's different business models and different ways of doing this. Does the responsibility shift?
Yeah, I think it's a really, really important question. For us, I think it starts with a sense that there's a shared responsibility for the customer experience. And so everybody in the ecosystem, I think, shares this responsibility to advance safety. It's part of the reason why, for us, security and safety are foundational and kind of built into the approach and built into the technology from the beginning. And then it's also, I think, about having a multi-layered approach, because there's different expertise that exists in different parts of the ecosystem. The hardware makers bring one perspective, and they bring one kind of component of expertise. Software platforms, software distribution platforms have also got a perspective and have a unique expertise to contribute. And then the end application developers also, it's their direct customer as well, right? And so they've got a perspective and an expertise that needs to bear on these questions of safety and security. I think there is that distinction between what are sometimes called open versus closed. As I mentioned earlier, we think about it in terms of collaboration. So I would call Google's approach a collaborative approach to questions of safety and security on the platform. And there are a lot of benefits to that. The drawback to a collaborative approach is, you have to be honest about it. It sometimes takes longer to get things done when you have to bring different stakeholders together, and align on principles and align on an approach. That can sometimes take a little bit longer. But the benefit actually is that, as I said, you're bringing intelligence, you're bringing expertise from different parts of the ecosystem together that don't always exist within a single company. So in an area like security, for example, with Android, Android's our mobile operating system. It runs on 3 billion devices, roughly, around the world. We are scanning almost 200 billion apps regularly for malware and potentially malicious software. And one of the things that's really helped us is that we take a transparent approach to security. And so there's a whole community of security experts, independent researchers, who can investigate Android, who can try to find vulnerabilities and raise them to our attention, because we have some of the smartest security engineers in the world, but we know that expertise can be anywhere, right? And so we want an approach where there's a whole community of people coming together to keep that community of users safe.
Yeah, I think policymakers, they always want to say, well, but you need to be responsible. Whoever you is, it doesn't have to be you as in Google, but they want to point the finger at someone. I'm guessing, as we talk about, because we've heard a lot today about, building this just huge ecosystem, right? And it's also global. How should policymakers think about that global aspect? I'm wondering, how have you thought about that global aspect of partnerships and responsibility in these open ecosystems? So, you have developers in, China, you have developers anywhere in the world who could be submitting an app to the Play Store. How do you think about that security and address concerns that policymakers might have?
I think that this is an issue that is really important for the industry to be talking about. We feel it acutely, I think, as a global platform. Our approach historically had always been that we really want to create platforms at scale. We think that's good for, first of all, app developers, because it enables them to develop an app once, develop a game once, and then almost instantaneously put it in 190 different countries around the world. And we think that's really, really powerful for innovation, that is very, very powerful for economic development, and that consumers benefit as a result. And we've always taken a global approach to safety, as a consequence of that, because our general view has been that when it comes to things like security and privacy, people everywhere, deserve the benefits of a private and secure and safe experience. I think over the last couple of years, we have started to see a shift with governments around the world. Many of them increasingly demanding things that are different for their particular region, for their particular jurisdiction. And when you're operating a global platform, that does present pretty serious logistical and kind of operational challenges. So where possible, I think a consistent global approach is always preferable. it enables you to do consumer protection at scale much more easily. But there is this kind of trend of countries increasingly looking at what's happening within their borders and wanting something that is different and bespoke for their particular circumstances. And that does present challenges for us.
On our earlier panels today, on the second panel, Jennifer Huddleston had made a comment about how sometimes policymakers want to be the designers of technology. And on our first panel, Jennifer Bacchus from the State Department had commented about how one reason she was so supportive of multi-stakeholder forums is because government doesn't always get things right. So I'm wondering, given the fact that you've kind of overseen the development of these different platforms and ecosystems, how are you listening to users? How are you getting feedback? How are you responsive to all these different needs? Because I think ultimately that's when government steps in, they're usually trying to say, well, we're stepping in because someone's voice wasn't being listened to or some kind of issue wasn't being listened to. Can you talk a little bit about how you are listening to different stakeholders?
Yeah, I think there's been a real kind of shift in this in the years that I've been working in this area. I think it's been a positive shift where platforms generally, and I say especially Google, increasingly view governments and civil society as a major stakeholder that needs to be part of conversations around technology design. That didn't used to be the case, a decade ago, right? And it's very rapidly changed. I think that's partly a maturing of the industry and partly a maturing of the worldview that executives in the technology space and executives at Google have around kind of what that means and what it means to be a responsible player in the space. And I think that's generally been a very, very positive development. I think it benefits governments as well because what we feel as an ecosystem provider is that these issues are just really hard. And so sometimes when a government is coming to you and saying, fix this issue, what they're not seeing is that there's a lot of complexity behind the scenes. And so sometimes bringing people into that conversation can be a really powerful way to create a shared understanding of how a security challenge, for example, can actually be quite complex and quite difficult. And when you bring more people into that conversation, sometimes that opens the door for collaboration and for better solutions as a result. In terms of listening to feedback, that's really about creating a consistent dialogue. We look at our stakeholders really as yes, there are governments, there's civil society, but we have end consumers. 3 billion of them on Android, for example, 4 billion using Chrome on a variety of different form factors and hardware around the world. 2.5 billion 30-day actives on Google Play. You've got device makers who are critically important for us. We have thousands of companies around the world that make devices using Android as an operating system and that have been able to develop cool devices, differentiated features because of that common platform. And then you have app developers. We've got something like between 1 million and 2 million apps on Google Play, for example. And that ecosystem is large, right? And there's such a diversity of perspectives. And so one of the things that we do as a part of kind of ordinary course of business is really engaging with our developers, for example, our hardware partners, to understand what they're seeing, what they need, where we can be helpful. We do quite a bit of user testing, right? As you'd expect of a company like Google, to understand what products and features people need and where we can be most helpful to them. I think in the interactions with government, you're absolutely right that it's often the case that a government will come to us with a concern that they may be hearing from a member of our ecosystem. Could be a developer, for example, that says, hey, I've got this issue with Google and I need the government to do something about it. I think for us, our approach has always been to lean into those conversations and to also help governments understand that we have to balance the perspectives of a very diverse and broad global ecosystem. So sometimes when there's an individual developer or a small group of developers that are unhappy or would like us to be doing something differently, it's because we're trying to balance this, this large community, global community of businesses that we want to be able to thrive on the platform. And I think when you explain that to people, it becomes more real and becomes more understandable as a result.
Yeah, the European Commission has launched what they call their virtual worlds strategy, and they've really been engaging with their citizens about what they think the VR world should look like or immersive world should look like. China has been very active on developing standards in this space, working in the ITU and other forums. So my question is, and this came up also in our first panel, that Susan Aronson was saying her research has found that other countries are just very active in this space, and the US is less active. And so I think my question for you is, again, kind of looking back at other ecosystems where the US maybe led a little bit more, what would your advice be to US policymakers if they want to help support US companies to thrive in the immersive space?
What's positive from my perspective about the Virtual Worlds Initiative is that it feels like an attempt to recognize that there's something really important afoot, and that you need to bring together a community of people to collaborate on understanding what the issues are. And it's not yet jumping to regulate something that doesn't yet fully exist. And I think that's generally positive for the technology industry, for the ecosystem, when those conversations start early on, as I mentioned before. I do think U.S. policymakers, that there's wisdom in that there's wisdom in trying to convene those conversations very early on. There is also an aspect of American competitiveness that really necessitates having those conversations early on. So one of the things that we've seen, it's not to say that this is the case with the Virtual Worlds Initiative, but one of the things that we've seen and experienced is that governments in other regions are regulating technology in the name of kind of platform regulation, but what's really happening is often protectionism. And so some of these initiatives are designed to favor local domestic players at the expense of American innovators. And that's a problem for American competitiveness and for innovation and for US technology leadership. So I think that's another reason why these types of conversations are so important, and why you really want US policymakers and thought leaders early and active in the space, because that's a dynamic that I think almost every global technology company based in the United States is seeing and experiencing.
Yeah, I would say there's probably national security implications too, given the importance of this technology to the defense and military.
There absolutely is, and one of the things that we're working really hard to make a bigger part of the conversation around how governments approach technology platforms in particular, it goes back to what I said at the very start, that our philosophy has been that you need to have security built into these platforms and built into the technology from the start. And sometimes we're seeing proposals to degrade something like compatibility requirements that really help app developers build products more easily with less expense, and to launch those in many parts of the world all at once. And there's also a really important security dimension to compatibility standards, because it's really the basis of how we're able to secure the experience across billions of devices. So there's always, I think, an inseparable link between how you think about cultivating an innovative ecosystem and making sure that security is strong in that ecosystem.
My last question, then I want to open it up to our guests. You've mentioned collaboration a lot, and that is a key part of any ecosystem. I just wonder if you could talk a little bit about successful collaborations you've seen in the past that the VR world might want to model themselves after in the future, or also maybe other areas where you want to see more industry collaboration going forward.
Sure. Yeah, I think there are many examples where industry has come together really successfully and really, really well. I think the Matter initiative, for example, is a great example where you've got companies from different parts of the ecosystem coming together and saying, we need to be much more intentional about this new world of connected devices and the expectation that consumers have that they should be able to pick the devices that they want from different manufacturers, different companies, and actually have those things work together well. And I think that's a real proof point for, where the economic incentives are aligned, where the consumer behavior and the trends are really clear, the industry can come together and do good things in that space.
Can you just briefly explain the Matter?
Yeah, so Matter is a standard for connected devices. Think everything from phones to light bulbs, right? Devices in the home, for example, to be able to actually talk to one another. And so, as we're kind of entering a world where more and more devices, everyday devices in our lives are connected to the internet, and where people can control those devices remotely. You need a common language for those devices to talk to one another. And that's really the essence of the Matter initiative, where folks across the industry, at a technical level, came together and said this would be a really great thing for consumers.
Yeah. Well, great. I want to open it up. I love how the room has filled up quickly. So maybe we'll take one or two questions, and then we'll wrap it up. And we have the mic coming around. I think one in the back, right here.
Hi, I'm Charles Kirby. I'm a proud user of Firestore. I have 3 or 4 apps on the Google Play Store. And my understanding is that recently, for lack of a better word, speaking from an independent standpoint, Google lost a major lawsuit about search. Is that fair to say?
I'm not familiar
Okay.
with that.
Yesterday in the news, there was something about Google, and I was thinking about what pitfalls you think, like what's the sinkhole that's coming up in XR that my company, which happens to be in like XR Health, should be looking at, and how best could I use Google? I mean, as a tried and true developer and lover.
I'm generally an optimist, so I don't know that there's an upcoming sinkhole that I see. I actually think that we're actually a very important and exciting inflection point for AR and VR. So for Google, for example, we have AR Core. We have our geospatial API that we're making available to help developers really build new experiences in that space. And so, there's the potential for this to become a brand new computing platform that's just as important as mobile and the web were and will remain. And I think that's generally cause for a lot of optimism, and it's something that we're investing in quite heavily to help developers create those experiences.
Great. Well, thanks. Please join me in thanking our speaker, and we'll be moving to our next panel momentarily.
Thank you all.
I'd like to invite up Juan Londoño, who is going to be moderating our next panel. Thanks so much.
You, Kareem. Let's just do the stream. Yeah. You want to do this or this? Yeah. Let's see here. Yeah. Good afternoon, everybody. Welcome to our third panel, How Immersive Technologies Will Shape the Future of Work. As I mentioned, my name is Juan Londoño, and I'm ITIF's AR/VR policy analyst. And I will be the moderators for today's session. I have the privilege to be a great cast of panelists. First, we have Kelly Middleton. Kelly is the Director of Programs and Initiatives at the National Association of Workforce Boards. She leads the NAWB diverse workforce initiatives, including family-centered employment, workforce plus SNAP, the extension of apprenticeship programs, and the facilitation of greater industry and business involvement in workforce development. We also have Dan Risco. Dan is the Director of State Workforce Managers at Transfer Inc., where he oversees a team tasked with building innovative partnerships in education and workforce across the U.S. Dan joined Transfer after serving the U.S. Department of Commerce and the Office of State Treasurer of Ohio. Kelly and Dan, thanks for joining us today.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Yeah, unfortunately, Jeff would not be able to make it for this session, so we're just going to start with our discussion. So as a brief intro, I think it's important to recognize how augmented and virtual reality technology has already shown success both in classrooms and factories. And it really shows that these technologies could radically transform how we prepare our workforce for the future. But introducing new technology, especially emerging tech like AR, VR, is not a seamless process. Businesses and educational institutions face all sorts of challenges and barriers that could deter them from adopting the tech in the first place. So solving this puzzle will be key as we look to implement this tech as part of the US education supply chain. Some of these barriers are technical, like a lack of a robust IT department or lack of cybersecurity and data management practices. But sometimes businesses just don't know how this technology can benefit them. On the other side, there are other financial, even societal barriers. Employers might be skeptical, for example, of how these immersive learning programs can be effective and provide them with prepare employees. I would like to start with just a quick round of individual questions, and I'd like to start with a question for Kelly. So Kelly, the critical difference between immersive learning programs and digital or online courses is that online courses usually try to be a replacement for the traditional lecture, while immersive learning and immersive tech tries to focus on replacing actual hands-on training. This could radically change how we think about stuff like occupational licensing or apprenticeship certifications. So when you think about it, it could be like what happens in the aviation industry, where you could have like more simulator time count for training. Do you think that this would require updating various national standards, particularly on certification? And how feasible are those reforms? Is it possible to think of a fully AR, VR-based apprenticeship program in the future?
That's a really good question, and I think a very timely question when you look at the amount of investment and attention that apprenticeship has been receiving since the last administration, the current administration. There's a lot of funding from the federal level as well as the state level going into apprenticeship, as well as new occupations coming online in apprenticeship. You mentioned the aviation industry, and yes, there is the opportunity to do simulated hours, but there's also a requirement to have part of in-craft time as well. So I think when you're looking at apprenticeship, we do know that VR and AR has been used in education-based, as you pointed out, trainings, and we're aware that that's happening in some apprenticeship programs. I think when you start looking more in depth into how apprenticeships are structured and the standards that are around them, there's a minimum of about 144 hours of related instruction, RTI, and there's about 2,000 hours of on-the-job training. And so when we shift into thinking about how AR, VR is being used currently and how it could be used, the question then becomes, looking at it from DOL guidance standards and state standards, how do you define, the use of that in related instruction, or how is it defined as on-the-job training? Because as of right now, on-the-job training is classified as being physically in the place doing hands-on experience. So virtual VR and AR does provide some exposure, but doesn't meet the current definitions that are currently built into these standards. I do think that as AR and VR evolves, as apprenticeships continue to grow and those investments continue to be placed at federal and state levels, I think it's a timely place for us to start examining, what does it look like to integrate AR and VR and have potentially those types of apprenticeships. I know, for example, in Connecticut, there's a workforce board and they're working with youth and doing youth apprenticeship and using and leveraging VR as a way to provide some of that hands-on experience as they try and work with employers to get them placed in those placements. So I think that there is possibility for reform. I think there's definitely, as AR and VR evolves, the opportunity for us to see
apprenticeship programs that would be considering the on-the-job training and using VR in that way. I do see that there's going to have to be a lot of continued exploration and discussion on the federal level in regards to those definitions around on-the-job training and VR and AR. And as we all know, the federal level can set standards, the state can say, maybe I'll go with that or maybe not. And so I think there's going to have to be some conversations across the board, but I definitely think it's possible. And I think as we evolve apprenticeships and expand apprenticeships into different industries and occupations, it may be more viable in some instances to have that virtual reality as part of that on-the-job training. So,
thanks so much, Kelly. Dan, I'd like to follow up with a question for you. So the economic case for immersive learning seems pretty straightforward. Like when you look at a traditional program, each time you conduct a training session, you have to fly instructors in, separate space, maybe even buy materials or devices for students to tinker with. But with immersive training, things to change a little bit. Content can be accessed on demand, students don't need that much space, and the costs are usually limited to acquiring devices or licenses for the software they require, which seem to be fixed cost. At this point, which means that the more you train, the more that cost per training goes down. Could that shift in incentives maybe push businesses into maximizing training hours for the workforce? And in your experience, has this manifested in the businesses that have adopted this technology?
Yeah, and I just want to thank ITIF and XRA for having us back again this year. See a lot of old friends in the crowd, so thanks again for having transfer here. The short answer is yes, and the reason why it's yes is because there was an inefficiency in the market. Not all training programs are being created equal, right? Things have been going on for years. We had COVID, but there's that gap missing. Our workforce is no longer being trained at the high level that employers were expecting it to. So they've got to be more open towards a solution. And so what VR has provided, especially during COVID, and now as we move into this new industry and this new world that we're in, how do you get training? How do you get that workforce pipeline moving quicker by bringing in the experience of training into their own homes or into their local communities? How do you take a virtual reality lab of 5 headsets, have it at your local library, and then next thing you know, that employee is hireable at the manufacturer 20 minutes away? So it's those kind of things that you're seeing where businesses are starting to be really, really open to these kind of concepts. And especially when you have an industry-wide inefficiency, it becomes a much bigger conversation. If it's, we've been doing this the same way for 20 years, and quite frankly, our talent is dwindling, our experienced workers are retiring. We don't have a way to talk to kids about what we do. You have to find a way to build that talent pipeline. And so, we really start at the middle school level doing career exploration, and we talk to employers about what we're doing. You have a ready, aware talent pipeline coming out of your K-12s right now. Let's get them enrolled in career tech programs. Well, guess what? We do work with the career tech programs to incorporate virtual reality to gain those fundamental skills they need to do the job well. And so as you start to tell this story to these companies, they start to go, well, gosh, how can I do that for upskilling and reskilling my current employees, somebody who's been on the job 20 years? I do OSHA training every year, but I'm pulling somebody off of their normal job to do that training. Well, that's a real inefficiency of itself when you have limited staff. And I know we're going to talk more about small and medium-sized businesses, but that's the bread and butter right there for who can't afford to not have somebody on the line that day. And so in partnership with some of Kelly's workforce boards, in partnership with industry, we're starting to see more openness to incorporating virtual reality in actual training programs that are already ongoing. A case in Texas comes to mind. There was an electrical construction program going on. The industry came back to the training and basically said these folks aren't ready. They're not getting that hands-on experience. We can't bring them out and have that happen. We have to find a way to bring this to them. The person in the classroom was not, licensed to do that, so we incorporated virtual reality into that program. We brought industry into that program, let the subject matter experts tell them how it should be done. We provide the content within virtual reality to do that, and those individuals are walking out with 3 credentials, and this area in Texas, as it is, has a ready workforce pipeline for the electrical construction industry. So, that's just one case. I could tell you dozens, but yeah, absolutely.
Thanks, Dan. I want to pull on the thread you're mentioning, like how it is vital to get this employees not only trained, but then eventually get them in the workforce and get them hired. And I think a key variable in that is employer buy-in. Mm-hmm. Like the employer has to recognize that immersive learning programs are effective. And I think you might have the student be convinced to be trained in VR. You might have institutions that said immersive learning is the way. And how do you think we can get employers to think like, yes, like people that have gone to this program are capable, that they are just have developed those skills effectively? From your experience, how does that process look like?
Yeah, absolutely. So what we've done is actually put in a data metrics on the back end where that user is being tracked. And honestly, we ask employers afterwards, hey, they've went through this training program, test them out yourself in real time. And what we found is that in many cases, the user is actually as good or better having come out of the virtual reality than they would have in a controlled group and standard, physical world, what have you. The benefit that I see, and I mean this in the best way, no two instructors are the same, no two trainers are the same. Virtual reality, you can level set. Obviously, everything is equitable in there. It's the same trainer if it's programmed that way, whatever your medium might be. But the experience you get is all the same in one classroom. So if there's 30 of us in a room right now and we all use that same program, we're all getting the same experience. How we do then is the baseline, right? That's really where you come out. Is that employee ready to go? Do they need me remedial training? Do I trust that person to go change my oil day one? And it's those kind of experiences that I think are really starting to turn the tide for employers, where they're saying, I can really get a quality employee out putting somebody through this program in virtual reality.
Yeah, and Kelly, I want to flow you a similar question in this case with the National Association of Workforce Boards. And when you think about certification, when you think about just those occupational licenses, for people how do we integrate them, people that have gone through the immersive learning process, into this organisms, into this validation? You think there needs to be some sort of certification process for immersive learning programs to just have that national recognition that a workforce board could give, or in this case, state as well?
Interesting enough, and with workforce boards, we are geared towards providing credential attainment and certifications. But when it comes to whether there needs to be a certification for VR, me also, I'm actually not a proponent for that. I think if the programming meets the basic competencies and standards that's outlined by the employer, and I think the key thing that was said was that the employer was at the table building out that curriculum and being a part of the discussion, so that curriculum was reflective of what that employer needed. So the credentials or certifications that would come out of it would be basically the industry standard. So I don't think there needs to be a separate certification for the VR trainings. I think the certifications in which those curriculums are being developed around should sustain for whether that individual is adequate and meets the competencies for it.
Yeah, that sounds great. Now I'm going to pivot as something that Dan mentioned. Is small and medium businesses are the ones that possibly could benefit the most from adopting immersive tech. They introduce significant cost cutting, they reduce turnover, or just lower those training risk. But at the same time, these businesses are the ones who are less likely to make those IT investments. They tend to lack access to in-house technicians or a cybersecurity strategy. And despite being the group that would benefit the most, they often lack that financial muscle to invest in improving or cutting-edge tech. How do you think policymakers and people that are concerned about the workforce development in their states incentivize adoption of this technology for small and medium businesses, and so they can enjoy the benefits?
So I think one way in which legislation typically incentivizes these efforts is through grant funding and other legislative acts that would have some type of appropriated funds associated with it. I think, as you pointed out, small and medium businesses are really ripe for being able to leverage this type of technology and are under-resourced to do so. I think in addition to the incentivizing them through funding, there's also some other pieces to the puzzle that need to be in play. Broadband is still an issue. Digital skills is still an issue. And so you can provide them funding for a small and medium business to access, but if they can't tap into the network to be able to leverage and use that technology, then it defeats the purpose. So I think that's one way in which there could be some incentivizing. I don't know as far as where there's opportunity for tax credits or tax breaks that maybe small businesses could maybe engage in that would reduce costs and make it more attractive for them to integrate virtual reality. I can imagine that you've been having those conversations with their businesses. So I'd love to hear a little bit of what you've been hearing on the ground.
Sure. So I'm an Ohio native, live in Columbus. Shout out to all my Buckeyes out there. I'm going to tell the policymakers in Ohio right now because their model I think really does work, and they've been a national leader on broadband as it would have.
Yep.
The partnership model, sector partnership model. Ohio functions with a lot of their grant writings and whatnot, funds through the sector partnership model. So it's a cohort of groups of businesses in the manufacturing sector. It is small and medium-sized businesses that come together and eligible for funding together. So they're grouped into regional groups that can apply as a group to take advantage of funding from the state. And yes, it's an incentive through money, but it's also an incentive to collaborate, help your region out. So what we've been able to do is partner with a few of them to go after grant funding to provide career exploration in their communities. And so it's not necessarily the business that has to take on that cost directly at first, but they're getting the advantage of it through the partnership. And that's been a really good way for us to, one, get the word out this technology exists, because unfortunately right now the industry, the business community is the ones that are finding out a little bit later than education on the workforce side what this technology is. They're getting the employee at the end of the day, but the question is not always being asked, how is this person trained? Well, now they're starting to ask, how is that person being trained? And that's where we're starting to really find some of our more innovative partnerships like we talked about before.
Yeah, and following that, Dan, I imagine in transfer in general, that you help a lot of businesses on board and finally make the jump into immersive tech. From your experience, like, can you walk us through like what that process looks like for a business that said, all right, I'm going to start implementing AR, VR technology. What are the challenges that you see that they often face with this technology? What do you think are the best ways we can start thinking, all right, how can we make that process easier for businesses?
Absolutely. Yeah, so to kind of walk it back to the first part, what is your core challenge? What is the issue you're having with your business? Is it retention? Is it recruitment? Is it just having a clear competency of the job? Is it upskilling? So once you figure that out, we go in and kind of diagnose what exactly it is you need. Let's say it's a manufacturer. Do you need the whole kit and caboodle of the training? Maybe not. Maybe you only need 7 or 8 different simulations. Okay, that's great, but what does that look like? How are they training? And it'd be this conversation with the community college, with a career center, with a workforce board even. What is it that we actually trying to solve for, and what do we need to incorporate? And then how is that being incorporated? Because it's not just here's the headset, we'll talk to you later, have fun. It's where is this being incorporated every day, every week, every month? Let's have a plan together, because at the end of the day, from a transfer business perspective, these things sit on the shelf, that is no benefit to us. And the best way we can help to get them going is have the person that's implementing the program get buy-in early on. That's why you see a lot of our times if we go out to do presentations, we have the instructors with us. It's not just always the higher-ups, because we've had, I'm sure we all have been in the business community, that situation where you got a home run deal and you go to implement it and the people that are the ones actually running it have no idea what's going on, and it's just not going to, it's more hurdles than you need to. So we really do our diligence to make sure we have buy-in from everybody within the organization we'll be working for, whether that's private industry, community college, a nonprofit, what have you.
So Kelly, I wanted to bring it back something you mentioned at the start of how really there's a lot of challenges in bringing immersive tech into apprenticeship programs or into reconciliating with those regulations that currently exist at DOL. And one of the most unique benefits of immersive tech is how to make all these trainings safer, and you can recreate high-risk situations like operating heavy machinery or handling big crowds during Black Friday sales, for example. And so in your experience, how does the extent of the skills and knowledge really translate into real-life scenarios, and how do you think this technology could transform or help make apprenticeship programs more efficient?
So I think in its current state, virtual reality, augmented reality does give some general understanding of what that moment or experience would be like. You mentioned, operating heavy machinery or Black Friday, and as I mentioned earlier, there is quite a bit of apprenticeships that are happening where those individuals who are starting the process may not get immediately placed for that on-the-job training component. So how do you start to prepare them for that opportunity? So, and as for someone who has worked Black Friday from a sales perspective and from a human resources perspective, I do see that there's great value in leveraging virtual reality in a way to where you provide that experience and that exposure. I also will say that there are still some components of that on-the-job experience or that moment in time where I don't foresee virtual reality fully there quite yet. In fitting that in, there's still that customer element of Black Friday, and there's still some of the advanced manufacturing pieces that virtual reality may not fully touch on at this point in time, but that doesn't mean that it won't evolve to being able to really provide, I think, a much more immersive and exposed experience for those individuals. I think, as I mentioned with the Black Friday situation, in 2018, I went to a very big retailer and they were utilizing virtual reality at that time and using it in a way for training to address certain spills in the aisle or customer interactions, and that was 5 years ago. And so since then, you can see that the technology has improved and has provided even more scenarios and exposure and experience. And I think as it continues to evolve, it will be even better positioned to recreate those opportunities. But for right now, there's still some human elements that I think are involved in those experiences that are critical for those individuals. But it's better than nothing, and it's a starting point. And I think it's very important to have that ability and accessibility for those individuals who may not be sure if that's the environment they want to be in or if that's the experience they want to have, and being able to leverage the virtual reality, augmented reality in that way, I think is a good thing.
Yeah, and as you mentioned, like, as technology matures and continues to evolve, regulation and standards probably will have to look at we'll have to look at them and say, all right, how can we adapt them to this new reality? I think something that you mentioned at the start is, we have a set amount of hours, and something like, for example, some things count as virtual, like as in-person training, and others count as lecture. And for example, if we are really making this training more efficient, to what point do you think saying putting a minimum requirement on hours is going to be helpful if people say, no, I'm actually trained in 20 hours less because VR is so effective? How do you think we can place a roadmap for those changes and how to adapt to them?
I think with the training, the aviation industry, I think, is a really good example of how they've used in aircraft training as well as the simulation training. And I think that that's still an opportunity for examples for other industries and occupations as it pertains to apprenticeship, to supplement virtual realities for part of the on-the-job training. As it's been pointed out, this is a great way for businesses to streamline the costs associated with their training to prevent from pulling people from off the field. It's a level setting for instructors. So there's great value in being able to integrate that in. And I think, again, more pilots, more data, more application, visibility of seeing what has been done and how well it has been used, I think is going to be key in order for to get buy-in beyond the employers that are using it at a federal and state level. And I also think employer champions are a very helpful piece in the puzzle for employers to be able to champion the work and say, this really worked well for our workforce, for us to create a better talent pipeline and to train that talent pipeline. I think all of that plays into how those standards and the current regulations that are structuring the apprenticeship programs and on-the-job training, how those get evolved. And so the more application and the more data that we have to show that this is if not better than in-person training, I think will help inform how those standards get shifted.
Yeah, and Dan, going back when you look at the content that's being taught and the format, I think it radically changes how we train people, because sometimes you've seen training and it's the PowerPoint slide, like in this situation A, you do B. But in AR, VR, we're seeing, especially when we pair it with AI, we're having more lifelike interaction. So now it's like an avatar that I talk to. Maybe I'm learning how to negotiate. Maybe I'm learning how to do customer service. So walk us through how does a typical VR training look like? How's the transfer curricula all right, you're in the headset. How is it different from being in a classroom or just being given a lecture?
Yeah, so at its core, what we do is simulation-based training, right? We're working towards training somebody how to do a skill. So if you're in our automotive simulations, you might start off doing an oil change. And then you might work all the way to engine compressions, brake changes, all the way through. So really, it should not really differ from being in an actual classroom learning that, but it's so much safer. It's one-to-one. You're able to track the data on the back end so the instructor has more time. If you're in a classroom of 31, once again, it's a heck of a lot better to have people working on battery and VR than to try and manage 30 people working on live electronics. So it's those kind of things that really you would get in the headset and you would walk through these steps with a virtual instructor. You go through on your own, you get tested, those kind of things. To kind of go back to the how it factors in with credentialing and standards and everything, I think that's really where we need to continue to align. We work directly with subject matter experts, so it's not Dan in a room just thinking up stuff that we need to design, luckily. But we go to industry and we look at where the in-demand jobs are. Mm-hmm. We look at where the federal government's handed down money for the initiatives they want to do. So if you go out to our booth, shallow plug, you can try broadband and semiconductor training right now, which is something that we did in response to the market for one, but also where our potential prospects are going to get jobs. We want these students to understand that there is great paying jobs in broadband utility, laying fiber, understanding how to repair those lines. I live in Ohio, as I mentioned. We have Intel moving in down the street. Mm-hmm. They have a talent shortage for who's going to work in these semiconductor facilities the next few years. So we built a career exploration simulation in semiconductors where you're not able to really replicate a clean room in the real world, so we can take a student in there now. So anyways, I share all that to say it should not differ noticeably from the actual real world environment. You should be able to get in there. Once you're comfortable with the VR, which that's part of the onboarding process, you should really not notice you're in VR. You should be taking in the experience and what you're doing. And yeah, we partnered with some great partners to develop our content over the years. So.
Just to piggyback off of that, I'm so excited to hear that you did the broadband. I was on the phone with several workforce boards in Ohio who were talking about the challenges they are encountering on trying to train individuals for that, because Ohio does have a great, if you haven't checked it out, great broadband plan in place on expanding broadband across the state. And the workforce boards are charged with trying to identify employees and train them for that work. So it's great to hear how you all are working with employers and looking at the labor market information to align the work that you're doing and the curriculum you're putting out. Because I think, as you so eloquently said, there's a high demand for these occupations, and being able to replicate some of the environments that they will work in allows them for increasing the number of individuals to move into that talent pipeline, and reducing the cost for the employers and for the workforce boards who are trying to find those individuals as well. So excited to hear. I'll make sure to make a point to say that to our workforce boards, that transfer has a couple of options for them for training.
Absolutely. We have great partnerships across Ohio and across the country with workforce boards, but Ohio especially.
Yeah, and I think it's like such an important thing, especially as we think about licensing reform, how to make education and licensing and certifications more accessible. You can make them safer, more cost-effective. You can train more while working. It really changes the game for a lot of people as a way to just access those licenses that they need and have that social mobility, I think. So yeah, I think we're going to start going to our Q&A. So if any questions for our panelists?
That good.
Do you partner with companies like Amazon? I know Western Governors University, and they have like 700 educational institutions they partner with.
Yeah, great question. Nothing that I'm aware of. We'd love to meet Amazon sometime. But a lot of times we work directly with the training providers, which a lot of cases are our community colleges who might feed into that Amazon pipeline. Absolutely work with industry. We got to start working with industry. A lot of times we go to where the employees are being trained though. And then if we are working with a company, sometimes they're actually having us help with the upskilling or reskilling within their own. So if you have interest in Amazon, we'd love to meet those folks. But a lot of times we're working with the folks that are helping them with the pre-hiring process or training up.
Any other questions?
Is there a particular sector where you guys have tried to break into using VR, AR workforce training that hasn't worked out? And has that helped you kind of either reassess how you work with hard to reach folks or hard to reach industries? Be interested in that.
Sure. So we tend to focus on those hands-on. So everything you see, so some, I'm sure we've all seen it, the semi-truck driver simulator at some point in our lives. Really tough to do with VR, with the hands-on, with the headsets and everything. We tend to more focus on the things that you can do. So using your hands to change oil, working in manufacturing, construction. Healthcare is a new line that we launched this year. So 20 plus simulations in patient foundational care, which has been really great. I think the thing that really has been fun for us to watch, like, forgive the expression, but if mom's a lawyer and dad's a doctor, you're not really talking about manufacturing over the kitchen table, but then that son or daughter of theirs that goes to go into nursing, they go through their first year and then they finally see blood and go, oh my gosh, I'm not cut out for the medical field. Maybe they should have been talked to about manufacturing or automotive or aviation tech 2, 3, 5 years prior, so that way they knew their options, and those conversations aren't actually happening. So I know it's kind of a non-answer, but if it's hands-on, it's what we like to focus on. If it pays a living wage, it's an industry we want to work in, and we want to look at where the jobs are going to be, which is why we have decided to invest in healthcare, semiconductors, and broadband as well, and hopefully more to come.
Anyone else?
Thanks. Dan, you had, I think, alluded to this, but the role of workforce in competitiveness, it's particularly U.S. competitiveness, which has been a buzzword, I think, in every single one of the panels and talks, and is certainly catches a lot of attention here in Washington, D.C. And because workforce needs are so local and very disparate throughout the country, how can federal policymakers support the use of XR to enhance U.S. competitiveness in the workforce?
Sure, and I'll probably take the words right out of Kelly's members' mouths, but we need a top-down review of all the policies and regulations that we have and make sure they're conductive for VR and AR. Because if you look across the federal landscape and where we're at, it's a huge amount of confusion. I'm sure if you polled Kelly's members, you would see not all of them know whether they're eligible or not to use VR in their own training programs. Mm-hmm. Well, it says equipment. Are you equipment? Are you content? Well, what are we? And it's just very much a patchwork of and across states too, for that matter. But between the CT department, the Department of Education, DOL, EPA, some of these other ones, I don't want to advise for another federal working group, but we need to really look at what is holding up companies, public entities, schools from investing and incorporating this curriculum, this technology into their curriculum, because it's here and it's available to them, and it's really good across the board. So what's holding up from the buy-in, across there? And I'm sure Kelly would have a better answer than I on that.
No, you somewhat nailed it. It really does require a reevaluation of current legislation and standards that are in place. As you just pointed out, this technology is available, but the question then comes from a local level as a workforce board: can I expense my training dollars to invest in this? And then sometimes that answer comes back no, but in actuality, they very well may be able to use their funds. And so, yes, it requires, I think, reevaluating the current legislation that's in place from a federal level and from a state level, because we've also learned that, the WIOA, for example, seems to have a certain level of flexibility in it, but then once it gets to the state level, there seems to be a shift or, some challenges in where that flexibility is actually really leveraged. And so it would have to happen on a federal and state level. Exactly. But I do think that the work that is happening around VR and AR and the examples that have been currently in place, I think helps to inform that. But it definitely requires, champions on the Hill to support that effort and to have those conversations, as well as entities that, like the individuals who put this conference together, to continue to promote that conversation. But it definitely requires, I think, reevaluating those policies that are in place and putting out better guidance and definitions on how the money can be spent and how these technologies can be integrated in programming.
Yeah, and I'm going to scoop in with a shameless plug, like the report I did on apprenticeships.
Shameless plugs are okay.
Yes, absolutely.
With immersive tech, I think not only is the regulatory side need some reform, but also there's existing infrastructure like the Manufacturer-Centered Partnership or the Manufacturing USA, which can be a good resource for businesses to start adopting immersive tech in their process and help them provide that technical knowledge for the business that are like, all right, how do I get this? Like, what is like cybersecurity practice? How do I handle this data? How, like, what even are these devices? I think providing that technical knowledge to make sure that they know what they're doing, that they're doing the right investments is also key method to reduce those frictions. So I think with that, we're going to conclude this discussion. Thank you, Kelly and Dan.
Thank you.
Please give them a little applause. And yeah, I want to thank our panelists again for this fantastic discussion. Now that we're in the topic of immersive learning, we're going to take a look into the rollout of immersive technology in K-12. With that, I'd like to introduce Stephanie Montgomery from the XR Association.
Thank you. All right.
Yes, if you go to AR, VR,
These chairs are nice and low.
in the top hamburger menu, there should be an agenda. Yes. Yes.
All right. Well, thanks, everybody. I'm Stephanie Montgomery, and that was a great lead-in into education. I love being set up with workforce training as we go right into education. And we're going from really middle school through to college, which is why Morehouse is here, and to share some great experiences. So I'm just going to start off, I'm just going to start off by saying, welcome to the panel on Back to School with the Metaverse. And I'm here today with Machina Morehouse from Machina Morris. Oh, I did it wrong. Machina Morris from Morehouse College, with Maida Ter from the Joan Gans Cooney Center, who we had the joy of partnering with last year, with Brooke Morrill from Shell Games, and with Monia Ter from, Monia Ruffin from the National Science Foundation. And if I can just ask each of you to do a little bit about who you are, I'm going to start at the end with Monia.
Happy to. Thank you. Good afternoon, everyone. How are you doing today? Good. I hope it's going well. I'm Monia Ruffin. As Stephanie said, I'm at the National Science Foundation. Cheese. I'm in our Directorate for STEM Education, and I work in our Division for Research on Learning. It is the only division in the foundation that houses programs that are specifically focused on K-12 education and also informal STEM education. So that's our science centers, museums, television, radio, all of the fun programming comes, a lot of it out of the division for which I work in. The only other piece that I would say is that we have about a $200 to $300 million budget within the division, but for the purposes of today, I'm kind of representing NSF, which means that we have a much larger budget in terms of what we fund in this space. So we're happy to be here. I'm happy to be here on behalf of the foundation and look forward to an engaging conversation. Thank you. Thanks, Stephanie. I'll turn over to my colleague here, Brooke.
Sounds great. Hi, everyone. I don't have to ask how you are, because that's taken care of. It is beautiful out. That is wonderful. It's a great day to be here. My name is Brooke Morrill. I'm the Senior Director of Education at Shell Games. So we are a full-service game design and development company based in Pittsburgh. We focus on games and interactive experiences in 4 main areas: education, health, home entertainment, and theme parks and museums. We did a great museum installation thanks to being a subcontract for some of your funding, so I appreciate that. So what we do is put the user first. We focus on making the world a better place through all the work we do, whether it's entertainment or education. Of course, we'll talk about education today. But yeah, that's us. I appreciate being here.
Hi everyone, I'm Medha Tare. I'm the Director of Research at the Joan Gans Cooney Center, which is an R&D think tank within Sesame Workshop. And we are considering how to bring Sesame-inspired practices in designing kids' tech and media out into the world. So thinking about child development, well-being, learning, kids and families, in addition to things like safety and privacy, of course. So I'm excited to be here today and talk a little bit about what we're working on and learn from you all as well. Messina?
Hi everyone, my name is Dr. Messina Morris. I am a senior assistant professor in the Department of Education. By training, I am a biomolecular chemist who started teaching advanced inorganic chemistry using immersive virtual reality in the spring of 2021. I am now also the very first Metaversity Director at Morehouse College in Atlanta, Georgia, but also globally. So there's never been a Metaversity Director, and as we talk about what education can do utilizing emerging technologies in XR, we'll talk about the future of work that doesn't even exist yet and what those titles are, because before me, there was no Metaversity Director, because there was no Metaversity. And so very proud to say that Morehouse College was the first Metaversity, and that the blueprint for what Metaversities are, now that there are the Meta 10 cohort, the Meta 20, and actually really with Victory XR, who are our purposeful partnerships in this work and built our digital twin, we have over 100 Metaversities, of which I do a lot of their professional development of educators. I also run a lab where we look at 21st century skill sets and how that's being developed in virtual reality. We work with other schools and fill in the gaps for teacher education and do professional development for them in innovation and emerging technologies. So we have a lot of other programs looking at culturally responsive spaces, looking at culturally appropriate avatar creation. We look at how to build generational wealth, prosperity, protect your intellectual property, entrepreneurship, all of these things under the guise of creating these technically adept young people who go out into the workforce and they become leaders of their community and leaders of their discipline. Because no matter what discipline you are, and even though I am a STEM person, you still need to know how to use technology, because it is the way that is going to propel us forward into what our next is. And so just really pushing the building of the metaverse table for our young people who in college, you know, they define the culture. You know, that's when they really determine who they are. And so if they're going to define the culture, then let's give them something constructive to do. And I think XR Technologies has the possibility to really transform education in that way.
Thank you, that's great. Thank you to all of you. You're all doing amazing work in this space, and I'm excited to talk about it more today. Today we're going to talk about some of the benefits, challenges, and the impact that the immersive tech is going to have on the industry. And I wanted to just mention that earlier this year, I had the opportunity to attend the ISTE Live event, which for those who might not know it, is the International Society for Technology and Education. This year, for the first time ever, and Joseph South is with us, so he's from ISTE. They did a room called the ISTEverse, and they had like 20 different companies there demonstrating immersive technology for use in the classroom, allowing teachers to come through, try it, administrators to come through and try it. In that space, they had teachers building 3D models at a 4-station event with the Merge Cube, really accelerating and reducing the barriers to getting this technology in the classroom and showing the attendees what it's like and how easy it is to use in the classroom, what it affords for the students. So it was really good to see that. I expect we'll see more of that. And one of the other big things that came out of that was 3 years, I mean, everybody has seen the changes in the industry over the past 3 years. We saw so many new headsets roll out in the past 12 months, 18 months. The conversation has changed in the education space. It used to be more of a what conversation. Now it's a, yeah, tell me more about that. How can I make that work? So we're going to dive into a little bit more of that today, too. And I just wanted to start out with Medha. Since you're working at the Joan Gans Cooney Center, you've seen so many ways that kids can learn over 20 years. Sesame Street has, was groundbreaking back in the day for other modalities for teaching kids to learn. So what do you see as some of the key benefits for learning from immersive technologies for students compared to like the traditional methods?
Yeah, thank you. So that's part of what the Cooney Center is there to do, is to look at what are the emerging technologies of the day and think about how can these be leveraged for kids' benefit. And with XR, we have partnered with you guys to really work with and learn from educators in the field. And then also, in my own research as well, I'm looking at the potential benefits. So the things that really draw kids into the XR experience are the level of emotional engagement that they can have in an XR experience, the excitement that they have to use the new technology, and then the potential for individualization in education as well. And research is showing that those things make a difference for learning, but also in other areas like therapy, right? So kids who have therapy for aggression, if they're doing cognitive behavioral therapy with a VR component, they have better outcomes because they're more emotionally engaged and the scenarios are more realistic. And so all of those kind of mechanisms can play a part in learning as well.
Great, thank you. I think those are really important parts. Does anybody else want to add to what their key takeaways are for using immersive technology and how they see it impacting students?
I'll add a couple.
Sure.
So I think, especially being a funder, part of what we do is provide funding for folks to go out and do research and development work in this space. And I think we've funded quite a bit of work, I think, looking at the benefits, but also some of the challenges, which I know that we'll get into. But I would add also the visual spatial perspective as well. I think for those who have challenges with perception, or even especially in STEM education, it really gives an opportunity for students and teachers or families to really get into kind of that reality of it all through XR. And so I think the visual spatial aspect, I think, is very important as well.
I want to piggyback off of that, Manya, because what's so interesting is the reason why I did it in chemistry was because people can't see molecules. I don't understand what the problem is. People can't see molecules. I can. So I decided to bring the molecular world to life because, think about it. We're in the middle of a pandemic when we're starting this thing. And so you saw the way that we were scrambling, even in this country, with all of the intellectual minds that we had for people to try to come and develop this vaccine, right? Just understanding the capacity. We talk about shoveling students into STEM, but you can't shovel them into something that they don't understand. It's not tangible. It's not real to them. But if you put them in an environment and you can bring that environment to life, something that you can't even see, that you don't even have the capacity to understand, now you can touch it, you can feel it, you can rotate those molecules, you can dock them, you can see the way and the constraints of, the stereoisomerism. So when you were talking about that, the visual spatial intelligence was the #1 thing that I wanted to increase in our chemistry students. And I think based on the feedback from students, one of the comments I got from one of my seniors was, how come we didn't have this when I was a freshman? Because if we had this when I was a freshman, I would have been, like this big shot chemist all of a sudden. But I do think that what he's saying has merit, that students need to have this understanding of this molecular world in a way that is inherent to them. It's something that is native to them instead of it being so foreign that only for some people, you know what I mean? Because we need every mind and every voice and every person, because this isn't the first superbug we're going to encounter.
For sure.
So.
And I would add that virtual reality is a great way to get students or anyone immersed in an environment that they couldn't otherwise be in. But to flip it to AR, you can keep the person in their natural environment and then use this technology to enhance what we see in the real world. So we have a product called Happy Atoms that basically allows students to build atoms like molecules, like Legos, and then take a picture of it to see what it is, because they think, I can't remember how many electrons get shared, and I can't remember all this. But if you give them something that's as simple as Legos and then let them self-start and explore the deeper dive into it, they get really excited, they want to learn more, and then they're in your senior level class instead of your intro class.
Exactly. I've seen AR benefit our students as well in that way, so I've used both. We actually do use both in our classes, because sometimes one sometimes works better than the other, you know what I mean, for different applications. And then, AR is very accessible too, so everyone has a mobile phone for the most part, and so it's always a good demonstration to do for people and educators too.
Yeah, and it's getting easier and easier to make those 3D models too. I mean, looking at some of the stuff that's coming is just amazing, right? Just scan it, image it, it's up in like 5 minutes.
I know.
It's crazy.
Listen.
It's so good. I can't wait to see that in your classroom. So let's just move on into some of the challenges, right? Let's talk a little bit about safety and how educators and students can stay safe in what they're doing and what they're experiencing. We know that it's a kind of a challenge, but from the educator perspective, let's talk about that first. Since you're teaching this all the time, what are you doing? What are you considering for keeping your students safe, for age-appropriate use, and also then for meeting educational guidelines and guidance, because you have curriculum to meet too. There's materials that must be gone through, right?
Right. So I think of safety in terms of, well, I deal with college students. So the blessing in that too is that I don't have to really heavily pay too much attention to a lot of things that they're doing. We loan out the headsets at the beginning of the semester, and students turn them in at the end of the semester. So literally, I give them the headset, we do an onboarding, and virtual reality is the classroom for them for the entire semester. The number one safety issue that I consider when I'm thinking about my students is, will being in virtual reality trigger any medical conditions in you? Epilepsy would be one. I think about students who have migraine headaches. That's another one. I had a student that actually had eye surgery through our first semester and really wanted a headset, but I refused because he was in a clinical trial. So there are different types of medical implications that just make it a bit more hard, a little bit more challenging for you to use virtual reality as an instructional tool, and you have to just be mindful of those things, right? Obviously thinking about students who want to move around and not remain stationary in space, and making sure that they have drawn proper boundaries, that they are not running into walls, that they're not hurting themselves, those kind of things, throwing the controller and breaking their TV, all of those things. So we really have to talk about what does it mean to be safe in those regards. I also talk to them about, so I'm teaching an XR in education course. So now this is where I really talk about safety and privacy concerns, because this is for pre-service educators who will go on to be educators, and they want to be able to implement XR technology in their classroom. So the discussion is often around, okay, so what do you need to send out to parents for their consent for your children? What are you going to use an MDM, so a device management system, to manage your devices and lock down some of the programs so that they don't have access to them? Bypassing some social media types of applications so that they'll be engaged in what they're doing. So preloading headsets is better for K-12 than having an open system that they can just go anywhere to anybody's app. We don't do that in higher ed, but when I'm training my students, we do talk about what that looks like and the things that they need to think about in order to give their students the right type of access so that they're enhancing their learning and not taking away from it too. So those are just a few. And then obviously I think about my neurodivergent students. So I'm a mom, I have 5 sons. I have 2 sons that have been diagnosed with autism, but one that has moderate support needs. And I often think about, for him, the differentiation between what's real and what's fake. It's a blurred line for him. And so in order for me to make sure that he's not having any delusions of what is real and what is fake, it's something that I'm still trying to tease out. So we have some XR accessibility rules and laws and things like that that we abide by, but I haven't really seen people principally implement them. So I teach a class also called Exceptional Learners, where my exceptional learning teachers use VR to differentiate instruction. And so I'm trying to develop the implementation tools and the professional development like workbook that special education and general education teachers can utilize in order to make sure that they keep their students safe while they're in the headset. What's the time restraints? What's the limits? What to look for? All of those things are very important for making sure that students remain safe and that their parents have confidence that they're learning, increasing their engagement, making sure that they're recalling information in a way that is fruitful and necessary, and that they're just not sitting in a headset all day just for the sake of sitting, because that's not what these tools are for.
Yes, well said. Yep. And I want to just, so that's for colleges, but now let's talk about high schools. I mean, at least in high schools and middle schools, there is some framework. You only have 60 minutes, you only have 80 minutes with kids. You got to get them through. So there's some like natural controls and natural consequences. But Amanda, what do you think would you like recommend, or pulling from what Nasina was saying about best practices in the high school space? It's a little different. There's more agency, but there's less agency than there is in college, right? So what are your thoughts there?
Yeah, thank you. Definitely, I think a lot of schools are starting to have more policies around, certainly they do for other ed tech tools, and they will for XR as well. So I'm not an expert in those, so I won't. But I think in any digital space, something that needs to be part of the education is teaching the students the sort of metacognitive awareness of what the tools are, the digital literacy skills, the way we do for any online space, social media. They need to know that, how these things work in XR, what data it's taking from you, what data is it keeping or sharing, and how they can keep themselves safe. So making sure the students understand the technology enough that they can activate and keep themselves safe. Obviously, the parents need to be aware as well in that case. So those are the things I'm thinking about from the learner perspective. And then obviously the school and educator need to be having their own safeguards in place. But Brooke, you probably know from your work in designing.
I definitely echo the physical safety and comfort issues. A lot of those can come from the developer standpoint. So we have best practices for developing experiences to keep people from getting motion sick, because it's a terrible feeling that doesn't go away very quickly. So teaching kids to get the headset off if it is happening, but there is a difficulty there with the benefits of user-generated content, meaning letting teachers and instructors go in and create their own things. If they're not following those kinds of best practices, you might just set up students to fail, not because they didn't understand or not because they didn't get anything out of it, but because they couldn't, because it just wasn't comfortable for them. So I think those are really important considerations. Another one that has come to light in the past year, 18 months, is social VR. So back when VR first came out, well, not first came out, because that was really long ago, but when it first became consumer friendly, and we weren't worried about social so much. But now that you have games where you can get on and interact with a ton of people, Among Us VR is one that we've done recently, where we see a wide variety of situations occur where we want to make sure that individuals are safe. So we have systems for flagging, systems for blocking, we use AI. There's all sorts of things that you can do to try to moderate the space, but it's very early. So I think as long as we're talking about it is the important part, because we have to figure out the best things to do to give people autonomy, but also keep them safe.
So we have a lot of material we can talk through, so now I'm just skipping questions. So Brooke, I wanted you to talk a little bit about accessibility and the importance of that. One of the things I really love about working in this industry is not repeating our mistakes from our digital history, but being able to actually take the opportunity in the moments now to think about bringing everybody along and involving everyone in multi-stakeholder settings to drive good outcomes and make sure that everybody can use the technology. So if you'd share a little bit about those affordances, which are really necessary when we talk education too, because ADA compliance is important, right? And has to be done in the schools. So if you could just share a little bit what's happening with the accessibility, that'd be great.
Yeah, so we focus on accessibility from day one of the project. A lot of times you might have a situation where somebody developed a product and then realized that they have to meet certain standards and try to jam them at the end. It never feels great. So we actually have an accessibility champions group at the studio that meets with teams regularly, has an extensive checklist to go through and see the biggest accessibility wins we can make with the resources that we have. It also is an iterative process that changes over time, because game development is iterative, and often the game that you pitched at the beginning is not the game that you release, because that's not what testers told you they wanted it to be. So in keeping a pulse on accessibility features throughout, we can make sure that we're designing games and interactive experiences to be accessible without needing to add in extra features. So one example I know I'm giving all entertainment examples, but you can make the world a better place through entertainment too. So
Edutainment. Edutainment is a thing.
Puzzle solving is important.
Yeah.
So I Expect You to Die 3 is a puzzle solving game that we released recently, and that game doesn't have a colorblind filter. It doesn't have a one-handed mode, but it's good for folks who are colorblind because we designed the colors to work, right? And it can be completed with one hand just because that's how we made the puzzles solvable. So instead of, again, kind of layering on situations and things to make it easier at the end, we just design it to work for everybody from the get-go. So we think that's a really important thing to do.
Absolutely. So accessibility by design concept, building it in when you're designing your object tables, building it all takes from the beginning, making space for it. So even if you can't roll it out right at the beginning, you can roll it out the next edition, but you've made room in your models, et cetera, which is so very important. And the affordances I'll add of making these changes allows for others to use it too, right? It's not just for one type of person, and there are many different types, but it's also like, I broke my arm and now I want to solve the puzzle because I only have one hand and I love this game, right? So those kinds of things, it really affords a lot of usability too. So it's so important. And I know that a lot of the major companies also all have accessibility teams working from the platform side to the manufacturer side. But there's also, like, we could say accessibility, but there's also that digital divide accessibility. So I wanted to invite Monia to talk a little bit about how NSF is helping to bridge that gap with getting access to those who might otherwise not reach this technology. It's not cheap, this technology. Bring it into the classroom. Nobody has any budgets ever. And we know that's a problem for everything, especially in the education enterprise space, right? So being able to bring those students along who might not otherwise need it, but also it might have the most impact for, allowing them to do things that otherwise they wouldn't do, allowing them to be excited to come to school, come to college, be engaged in what's going on. So, Mike, if you could talk a little bit about that, that would be great.
Sure, happy to. So I'll start with first the broadening participation focus that we have at the National Science Foundation. Our two main merit criteria are intellectual merit and broadening participation. Well, broader impacts, actually. A portion of that is broadening participation, which for us means reaching groups that are currently underrepresented in STEM. That could be geographic, it could be racial, ethnic, many other factors that we look at when we talk about broadening participation. You mentioned those with disabilities. I mean, that's another area. And there are areas we're very, very focused on, and so therefore they are a priority in some ways. Most of those areas lack sufficient research, and so we are always interested in research in those spaces. We have several programs that are specifically focused on computer science. We have Computer Science for All, it's K-12 focus for students and teachers. We also have the ITIF program, which is innovative technology experiences for students and teachers. That's where we support a lot of this work. We have the Advancing Informal STEM Learning program, which is another. But it goes on because technology is ubiquitous, right? It's everywhere. So we see it throughout most of our programs and most of what we support. The other piece that I would say is that we have a new directorate, which some of you know, that really, really helps to underscore our focus on technology. It's called our TIP Directorate, and it's the Directorate for Technology, Innovation, and Partnerships. And there we have already started standing up several different opportunities to really push and advance STEM, but even more so, I would say, technology, and really make sure that we are staying on the competitive edge for technology and STEM more broadly. So I would say that the foundation has put incredible amount of funding, and even more than that, the administration, and even more than that, us as U.S. taxpayers. We are putting some incredible dollars into investing in our future. And so I think that would be kind of the three things I would say for us at the foundation: our programming, our new TIP directorate, and then certainly our focus on broadening participation and reaching those who are not currently as represented in STEM and technology as part of STEM.
So I could really appreciate the National Science Foundation for their funding because I have a Research Initiation Award.
Great.
And that's the 21st Century Skills Building in VR. So we've been looking at the 4 C's. So communication, creativity, critical thinking, and collaboration. And then I created a 5th C because I think compassion is a skill that you must have in order to just be an effective human in this society. So we're currently looking at that, and so really appreciate the NSF standing in the gap to see how we can keep STEM students persisting in science. So the whole goal is if they are getting these degrees and then they don't have skills to work, then they really can't pay off the loans or the debt that they have in order to have gotten educated. So we want to really try to see how we can prevent that and build some skills that they can take with them into the workplace or into graduate school, professional schools, wherever their next step is. But just don't leave with the piece of paper, because the piece of paper doesn't really give you what you think it does. You know, it can never be taken from you, but you must have a skill that you are able to leverage to get a job. I mean, you just have to. And our young people, while they're digital natives, they don't have a lot of digital literacy skills. They don't have a lot of understanding of how and why the technology is useful for them and purposeful. And so it's really important to set them up for success in their fields by telling them why it is, you know, just being frank and not withholding. A lot of students don't have exposure or access, so resources is really a huge issue in terms of funding. I know in higher ed, we didn't have a budget at all, and this entire program is run off of soft funding and our sponsors and funders like Meta and Qualcomm and Southern Company and T-Mobile. I mean, another issue is connectivity on campuses. HBCUs are broadband deserts. So I partnered with T-Mobile to provide 5G hotspots for students so that we wouldn't get into latency issues with students being dropped out of the experience all of the time. And so then that makes it more tedious too. So just thinking about all of the things that really matter for this to work means that students who don't have the socioeconomic means or districts who don't have the socioeconomic means are in real trouble, because they've got to get their technology just up to a baseline level to be able to make sure that they can provide experiences, whether it's mobile or not. A lot of schools, when they were built and they were putting towers out for cell phones, jammed the towers because they didn't want students on phones. Well, now we brought technology into classrooms, and now we're like, hey, we need those towers. We need those towers now. And it's like, oh, y'all didn't want those towers. So now we on somebody else's timeline to make sure that we get the right type of connectivity. But literally, the world is moving as fast as tech. And so we have to learn how to just, as we have been doing at Morehouse, do less with more until we get more, until more happens, until we can innovate enough that more is the next iteration of it, that we can find purpose and that we can show that, hey, our students are making improvements. We saw that. We saw 11.9% of our students' achievement increase, like from face-to-face traditional and Zoom online classrooms. And that for us was like, woo. Kids were coming to class more. They weren't missing as much class. They don't miss as much class. They don't drop out of the class when they feel like it's getting hard, because they persist through it. They get on that headset and they do peer-to-peer meetings. They do office hours. My students come to office hours more because I do office hours in my headset. If I'm sitting at my desk at Morehouse, my office door can be wide open and students will come poke in, hey, but they're not gonna come ask any questions. In that headset, I think I'm gonna sit there and just do some work in my headset and just wait for students to come in, and I will have a room full of students, because they don't have to worry about what they look like. They don't have to feel that apprehension of maybe I look stupid or I don't understand. They can be in their pajamas too. I do that. Yeah, so that's really important too, and they don't have to worry about it. So.
Yeah, we were learning about that too. One of like the side benefits of doing something in VR, especially in high school, is that fear of being in front of your peers and standing up and answering the question. Everybody sees you, but when you have that headset on, because it's immersive, that's alleviated for some of those teenagers, and it's really a side benefit we don't talk about that much, but it's anecdotally reported.
Let me tell you something, and this is no vanity, but I can tell you that I have never, not one time,
had a bad day, hair day in VR. Do you hear me? I have never, not one time, not had a fully made up face. I am the perfect size in my avatar. Do you understand? My dresses always fit nice. I can actually fly in VR. So, but my thing about it is you don't have to worry about how you look. You don't have to worry about it. Am I sitting up? Am I not? You know, how do I look when I'm presenting? You know, am I awkward? And those kind of things just really kind of take it down a notch, and you can really focus on the content that's being delivered. So for me, it's been wonderful. I don't mind, and I'm a glam girl, so I put my headset on with my makeup. I put my headset on with eyelashes and nails and everything, and I take it off, and I look just as cute. So I tell people, don't worry about your hair; it's gonna be just fine. That's what we got the little rubber things for.
Right. Exactly.
Yeah.
So I'm gonna. I just have one more question on the policy front, and then I'm going to open it up to the floor. And that's for Manya on the end, or Manya on the end. So what do you see the role of the federal government in policies that really would help accelerate beyond NSF and funding? Are there certain things that the federal government or state governments should be paying attention to help make immersive tech in schools a reality, basically, and scalable? Any thoughts?
Yeah, I think it's a great question. And I was listening to the session before, and someone mentioned about champions. And I think that's really important for federal agencies and even above us to really continue to champion for technology and champion for our schools and for our students. Funding, how do I say this? Funding is a complex, very complex process. And oftentimes priorities change and it's always evolving. It often happens every 4 years or so here in the United States. But I think being a champion is really important, and I think that can happen at multiple levels and in many different ways. I think the other thing we can do is to, investments and putting money where our mouths are, partnering. We're very big on partnerships. We do a lot of public-private partnerships. We've partnered with Boeing and, many foundations. We're in conversations right now that I can't talk about. But we're very interested in that because it requires all of us for this to work. And so I think that's another piece of it, and really encouraging industry to continue to speak out and continue to tell us and show us what is needed in the workforce. I mean, that is a big part of K-12, actually, when you look at the history and kind of the foundational purpose of K-12. It was actually established to help prepare young people for the workforce, whatever that meant. And we actually should still be doing that, whatever that means. But in order to do that, to do it well, we need to be able to be, flexible and to be able to address those needs. So that, from a funding perspective, from a federal perspective, I think we need to be champions. I think we need to invest and put our money, where we should be. And then I forgot the last one, but hopefully you all were paying attention.
So metaversive teaching and learning, which is kind of like the push that this falls under, and I coined that term metaversive teaching and learning because I wanted people to understand that this is a different active learning strategy that involves a kinesthetic, an auditory, and a visual experience for students that is happening simultaneously. And so then what it is and what it isn't is still, I'm still really trying to define it, but I want it to be something that is an umbrella term and a pedagogical approach that teachers can actually use. And so when you start thinking about funding, the way we funded Morehouse in the Metaverse had a lot to do with that we were academics and we could leverage the power of grant writing. And so what I've done for my K-12 educators that I do professional development with is I help them with grant writing so those like public-private partnerships that you were talking about, we kind of have done like where we just pair with a K-12 institution and do a pilot there and then train them and get them onboarded. But what I'd like to see is that funding could go to, I remember when I was a little girl, there was just like one Apple computer in the entire school. But all the kids got to use that one Apple computer. And I say that story all the time because I think that like people get so stuck on the price and the cost of it that they forget that sometimes it just takes one. I've seen a community in Kenya have one VR headset. They had one VR headset and literally educated the entire town, right? You can do a lot with just one. You can expose a lot of children. The thing is to expose them to the fact that there is another type of technology that they will probably be utilizing in their adult lives in a way that means that's how we work, that's how we live, that's how we play, that's how we function. And so to see funding go, people think that you have to fund so deep. Just fund sometimes on the surface and give people an opportunity to even figure out the tool, you know? And then you don't run into those problems.
We're running out of time.
I realize.
Yeah, sorry. So I wanted to open up for questions on the floor. I think we might have one or two if anybody's interested in asking a question of this amazing panel.
Yeah.
Hi, my name is Adam Butner. I work for the U.S. Coast Guard's Force Readiness Command. I focus on future technologies, emerging technologies, things like that, especially for our learners. Usually A-school students, people coming out of high school, and then coming in to adapt a U.S. Coast Guard role, whatever that is. Anyway, one of our challenges is working with the instructional system designers to create modules that are actually useful. One of the things that we've determined is a useful pathway are things that are inherently unsafe. Okay, so we want to create a virtual environment that is inherently unsafe that they can train in before they go into that. Okay, that's fantastic, but that's quite a challenge. What else can we be considering from the instructional system design side in how we create our modules so that we don't necessarily just focus, because I feel like we're kind of one-track mind right now. What is the unsafe that we can model? What else can we do? What else can we think about when we create modules to get a more robust catalog of training that they can use to become efficient in the workforce? Thanks.
Brooke, do you want to take that?
Yeah, from a content creation standpoint, I think you already knocked it out of the park because that is what VR is good at, is putting you in a situation you couldn't otherwise be in or couldn't otherwise be in safely. But in order to build out content, what we like to do is take whatever is used in the real world. What would you do if you didn't have VR? What works, what doesn't work? Where are the pain points, and put those in VR. So you already identified one. If there are other pain points, focus on those first, especially things, again, that are hard to do, but when you get to super simplistic tasks, sometimes people lose motivation to do it because it's just not super fun. So then you can start thinking through engagement initiatives, gaming it up a little bit in the recognition that it's still a simulation and still needs to work in the real world. So I think engaging your folks in the content and really thinking about the pain points would be a logical next step, but we can talk more if you'd like.
And I would just add on that is to take advantage of that emotional engagement. So like the high stress situation that they might be in. So it's not just the danger, but maybe there's multitasking involved or information coming in from different places that they have to, put together and make a decision about. So those are the kinds of things where you might think about what are the other affective goals that you have for the trainees.
Yeah, and just exposure to, I would say, safety trainings are really well. They're not necessarily high-risk situations, but everybody has to have a safety training in whatever it is, whether that's walking on the deck of the ship or anything else, right? And then exactly, I think totally, we saw a lot of trainings that happened with ventilators in VR, for example, so that people actually had the experience with low stakes about what it's like when the ventilator beeps and what does the nurse have to do, right? So those kinds of things are really, really useful ways to
I would
go.
add one more thing. If it doesn't have to go in VR, don't put it in VR.
Right.
So if you're
don't just do anything.
If you're training firefighters, don't worry about having to put the pants on in VR. Do that in real life. That's easy enough. Focus on the other stuff.
So obviously, I'm a big proponent of the use of XR, particularly for educational purposes. But one thing that is always a recurring theme when it comes to using technology in a classroom setting is the buy-in and the understanding and the training of the teachers themselves. And so I don't know, I'm not sure who to go to first, maybe Meta, I'm not sure. But how do we think about, at the beginning of this conversation now, we're seeing more interest in using this, but how do we get teachers more involved, more invested, and feeling like they're up to speed, that this isn't a huge lift for them to use it in a classroom?
They come to me. They come to me for office hours. I do Dr. Mom, so Mulder Minds, Dr. Mom's metaverse hours, office hours, and I train teachers who are in service now and professors on how to use this technology to in their classroom. So it gives them more agency, but they do need training. And I can tell you how I kind of not tricked, but this is my methodology. In order to get K-12 teachers in headsets, the first thing I did was I did an educator mindfulness training program in VR. And we partnered with a school called Utopian Academy for the Arts, and they're a charter school. Now we know headsets can't go on middle schoolers, and so that was good. They were middle school educators who I felt like always, especially during the pandemic, had to hear administration give them rules from the top down. They had to hear about how they needed to help the children and differentiate instruction, so everybody's looking from the learner up, but nobody's looking at that educator. And I felt like if we could correlate presence of mind and their ability to be present and fully focused with those students to student achievement, I think we might have something here, because one thing that we always forget is that the educator doesn't necessarily need more professional development. They need to know that they are centered and they're okay and they're able to be present in every moment of that student's day. And so we did a mindfulness training. What I found was when we did this mindfulness training and introduced teachers to the headset through mindfulness training, they didn't have to do anything. All they had to do was sit there and breathe. But in the midst of that, they got used to the headset being on their heads. They got used to seeing things digitally simulated in a world all around them. They did it without having to get motion sick. They did it, and then they had gotten so used to the practice that they were like, okay, now, what do we do? Now they wanted to do something. So then the next year we focused on training up the teachers. So now you had this whole semester where you focused on yourself and being present, and we did some research on that, but then you asked for more because you wanted more, because you understood if it can do this, it can do something more. And so now we're building out their program, had them write some grants, got funded, got them headsets, and now they're off to the races implementing in their classroom. That is one of the number one ways in which I get teachers to buy into it.
So I'm in and out. Did you want to add something?
I was just going to add something real quick. Same idea. So low stakes exploration is what we've heard from teachers, right? So not feeling like stressed that they need to now implement, and then a learning mindset, right? So that it's okay if your students know more than you about this. This is a new technology and everybody's learning about it at the same time. A lot of the teachers we've talked to use project-based learning approaches. So the kids have challenges that they're trying to figure out when they're building something, and they might figure something out before the teacher does, and that's okay. So that, I think, those are the things that come to mind for me.
It's the fail forward approach. Fail forward with your students. Let them see your joy in learning. Allow them to be a part of the process of learning and engagement with you. For my students to see my own scholarship coming to fruition right before them was such a beautiful experience that now I relish that. It's like, wow, I don't know everything about this, but I am learning from my students. That's how I ended up flipping the classroom, because these students had time. So they were going home and developing things and then bringing it back and showing me. And I was like, aha, they're going to do it next time. They're going to develop the curriculum. They're going to do it, and it works because they have time. They're creative. This is their lane. And it's really what I call opportunistic reality. Paving the way for new opportunities for everybody. From the educator on to the students, everything. Everybody has a part.
Yep, absolutely. So we need to stop the conversation now because we are over time. But if you really enjoyed it, I wanted to mention that XRA did release a podcast this year. And tomorrow we're dropping the first in our 4-part series on education, deeper diving into all these issues. So please go to your local podcast location and look it up tomorrow. I do want to take a moment to say thank you so much. It was wonderful to have all of you on our panel. I know this was not nearly enough time to give everybody time to speak, but
Yeah,
we really
it was
enjoyed it.
fun.
It was great. So thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Thanks so much to that panel. Now we have about a 10-minute break. We're going to be back here at 3:30. I know there are some fresh cookies out there, as well as cheese puffs and drinks. So please help yourself, check out the demos, and then be back here in about 12 minutes. Thanks.
Okay, whoops, as I take the thing right out of the holder. Hi, everyone. If I can ask folks to take their seats, we're going to get back to our program. Thank you so much. Really appreciate it. I know this morning when I first got to meet all of you, I said, you know, it's always great to throw a conference in Washington, D.C., and have members of Congress that join you or don't because they have votes. And that's just the nature of how these things work. And so I wanted to share with you that Congresswoman Blunt Rochester sends her regards and her wishes that she could be here, but they ended up scheduling a vote at 3 o'clock. And so it was not possible for her to be in two places at one time unless we had created a virtual Congress, which maybe we'll do next year and figure that out. But I want to take a moment to applaud her, though, for her dedication, interest, enthusiasm, and leadership when it comes to immersive technologies. Some of you may not know that the Congresswoman is the head of something called the Future of Work Caucus and has been very intimately involved in how we upskill and train our workforce to be globally competitive in the 21st century. And frankly, if I weren't CEO of the XR Association, I would nominate her because she is one of the great cheerleaders for the technology. And I am very proud to say is the author and co-sponsor of a bill called the Immersive Technology for the American Workforce Act. It has been introduced in the House of Representatives, co-sponsored by Representative Wahlberg out of Minnesota. And we think this is a terrific piece of legislation that meets a lot of the conversations that you've just heard about when it comes to the tech workforce and upskilling and education. So I encourage all of you to take a look at the legislation and maybe tell your member of Congress that they should support it as well. So thank you very, very much to Alicia's here, so yay. But then now we can move on to the next part of our program, which is our next lightning talk. And I'm so proud that Dan McConnell is here from Booz Allen Hamilton. He's a chief technologist there. And, you know, we talk about virtual worlds, we talk about the metaverse. Another area that has been so central to the discussion of immersive technologies is digital twins. And another theme that we keep hearing today is how the public and private sectors can work together. So I think Dan's going to give us a really great lightning talk on that.
Thanks for the lovely introduction, Liz. And unfortunately, the Congresswoman wasn't able to make it, but workforce is a hugely important in my mind as well, and hopefully we can talk about that some here. As mentioned, Dan McConnell. I'm a chief technologist at Booz Allen Hamilton. I sit within our CTO and within an organization that we call Bright Labs. Is really our R&D organization for the firm. I lead our spatial computing practice there. And so I'm also the DC chapter president of the VR AR Association, as well as co-chair of their Digital Twin and Industrial Metaverse Committee. Feel free to reach out anytime. What I plan to really talk about is digital twins in the federal government, but first take a step back and really just want to kind of talk about terms and taxonomy. We throw around the word digital twin a lot, today and in the news and the media, we hear it all the time. So I want to kind of level set on what I'm talking about today when I say it. Discuss some enabling technologies, and then really want to spend some time hitting on some government use cases and some of the things that I'm seeing from Booz Allen across the federal government. And then as long as I don't ramble too much, hopefully we'll have a few minutes for questions. So starting at the definition of digital twin, basically the way that we think about it at Booz Allen and with our clients is a digital representation of something that physically exists in the world, a one-to-one representation. That's a very high-level, broad definition, and I usually just leave it at that and then throw that out because I get a lot of questions. And so then the way I start describing it to clients and people who have questions is, maybe there's just not a strict definition and we have this concept of like maybe a maturity model or a scale of what is a digital twin. And so we kind of break it down into 4 areas, whether it's a digital replica, a digital replica with enhanced data. So maybe beyond the data of that particular object or system or organization that we have a digital twin of, now we can add, say, environmental data like weather and different things. Then you get to where you have real-time data. So talking about a digital twin of something that physically exists in the world that's connected through a digital thread, providing real-time data to that digital twin so that it's a true digital twin at that snapshot in time of the physical object or system that it's modeling. And then finally, a bidirectional digital twin, which confuses me still a little bit and confuses people, but as we think about use cases and leveraging AI and the ability of the digital twin to provide information back to that physical object, asset, organization, I think then you start seeing a bunch more applications and use cases open up. But then even after you get to that, because you have some people who, I don't want the most advanced thing, it's probably very expensive, takes a lot of time, resources, and money. And so organizations might not just need that. So then we talk about a digital twin over its life cycle, right? So everything from systems design, planning and performance into current operations, and then even being leveraged for modernization in the future. And so I say all of that just to say that it's complicated. That's how I think about digital twins and talk about it, with a lot of my customers across the federal government, and how I'll, be describing it today as I go through some of the use cases that we're seeing across the federal government with digital twins. But then before I do that, next, what I quickly want to do is talk about some enabling tech. And I've heard a lot about that today, and we hear a lot about it in different contexts, but just wanted to call out a few specific things that I think are critical as we think about digital twins in the context of AR, VR, spatial computing, and this ecosystem. The first one obviously is AR and VR, right? So when I talk about the digital twin at its core, we're really just talking about data, about something that physically exists. And so AR and VR really then becomes a way to visualize that twin, which, really the capability starting in the gaming community to have that rich visualization to bring people to not just play a game, but really understand what's going on in this virtual world. Being able to visualize that digital twin that has massive amounts of complex, disparate data really is what adds a ton of ease, accessibility, adoption, and use of the digital twin. Something else, I heard it even on the last panel is network or 5G basically right now. And 5G being, a current technology that's really unlocking XR and not having to get, wired tight to a computer or find the right network. It's a fast enough network that if you have it, which can sometimes be a problem, as we learned in education, but I'll talk about in the military, becomes a crucial enabling technology. AI, I don't want to get too much into AI. I often say people who say they do AI people who do AI don't say they do AI, right? So whether it's machine learning and trading models in a digital twin or leveraging generative AI to build virtual worlds faster, more correctly, and at scale, AI is a huge differentiator when we think about layering that on to digital twins. Edge computing and remote rendering, another enabling tech that we don't necessarily hear too much about, but when you think about optimizing AR and VR at scale with large, complex digital twins, the ability to remove some of the compute and technology off of the headsets and leveraging that 5G network and other networks to optimize an entire system, that becomes hugely helpful. Finally, handheld LiDAR, a little specific, but in terms of digital twins and particularly enterprise digital twins, more and more we're seeing lots of new companies with exciting new capabilities in this space where they can quickly, whether it's helmet worn, looking like the Google Streets car, capturing massive amounts of data at large buildings and facilities and campuses even, to even small areas with, and democratizing the capability to everyone with an iPhone that has the ability to take a LiDAR scan of something and send it right up to their project or cloud or whatever they're working on. And so those are the key enabling techs. I think I want to add one more, maybe not necessarily tech, but one that I think might be the most important as I've come across is really just human-centered design. You can have the best technology, come up with the best digital twin, and optimized way of viewing it, but if you don't work with the user and understand really what their problem is and what you're trying to solve the problem, or how you're trying to solve the problem with the digital twin, kind of falls flat. And so I always like to add that. So with all that, next I'd like to dig into the use cases that I'm seeing across the federal government. And I've got a few. I'll try to go quickly through them, happy to answer questions about them, but I kind of thought it would be interesting to start from like big to small. So I'm going to start with outer space and then end with a digital twin of a human. So for space, really this is like a huge area that we're looking at within the military with the creation of the Space Force, the only digitally native service in DoD. There's a lot of interest in understanding not just digital twins, but tons of technology. And I talked about a lot of enabling technology that can leverage a digital twin. So that begs the question then, where do we start and how do we start with a digital twin if that becomes a foundation for this? And so in the space area, a digital twin of space, a domain that I don't think any of us have had the opportunity to go physically have the opportunity to experience. A digital twin of that is allowing NASA astronauts for better training opportunities, our Space Force Guardians better opportunities to really understand what it means to push buttons and pull levers when they're defending the country from satellite attacks or preventing asteroid collisions, and then even NASA astronauts doing full rehearsals before they head up to the International Space Station. So those are all like examples of where Booz Allen is plugged in and starting to understand how NASA, the Space Force, and that space ecosystem could leverage digital twins. Coming back down to Earth, but still pretty large scale. Some of you might have heard in the news about Tyndall Air Force Base. About 8 years ago, it's on the panhandle of Florida. It was devastated by Hurricane Michael. And as the Air Force approached this multi-billion-dollar rebuild effort, we took a step back, and Booz Allen, in partnership with Unity, the gaming engine software company, we took an approach where this use case is really the integration of digital engineering, model-based systems engineering, and digital twins to rebuild Tyndall from the base up. So we started with a digital engineering approach, but we didn't just decide to start doing that first and add the visualization on later. Much like cybersecurity and all these other enabling technologies, we really started with visualization first. And it's become a huge project management tool for the organization. You can see in real time the Tyndall Air Force Base as buildings are being erected. You can peel back the walls and start seeing all the cabling, conduit, wiring. You can go subsurface and start looking at all the pipes, water, electrical. You can actually walk out and start venturing, here soon in the future at Tyndall with augmented reality and the power of the digital twin, real-time 3D sending that data to however you're visualing, in this case, augmented reality glasses. You could be walking up to a wall and, instead of a stud finder or just drilling a bunch of holes like I do until you find a stud, with your AR glasses, they know where all the studs are, they know where all the wires are, and you can see through them. And we're experimenting with lots of different ways to view that, whether it's infrared, LiDAR, lots of different ways to layer that on to augmented reality. And I think the example at Tyndall Air Force Base is, we can go on for a long time with the use cases that they're thinking about, but that's Tyndall Air Force Base. Slightly smaller and a little more ambiguous, this use case that I want to talk about in the Army is more of a digital twin of an organization. One thing that we're doing with the Army is setting up a private 5G network to understand how the 5G network out in the field with the combination of both AR and VR can enhance Army training. And so one of the aspects that we're doing there is if we have a lot of soldiers who are in augmented reality, virtual reality, maybe not continuously, they have IoT sensors and they're continuously connected to this digital twin through the 5G network. We're able to do things such as enhanced mission planning. We can do things such as during mission planning and getting into the digital twin of the terrain they'll be on, put augmented reality objects, lines, phase lines, military symbols out there so that when the soldiers are approaching a certain point, they're starting to see some of the graphics that they had done in the planning phase through augmented reality where they should see it out there. And so that digital twin of an organization as it's conducting operations is something that I think is interesting and where we're still identifying new use cases with the military as they think through planning, mission rehearsal, and then even their after-action reviews and the ability to go play back their mission and understand where they might have mistake, how they might do something differently in the future. Finally, next to last use case I want to talk about, not often as discussed widely, but very interesting in the DoD space is around acquisition. So in the government, where your acquisition is a big deal, you have a lot of folks from industry coming in trying to support the government. However, between the funding, the acquisition process, the requirements, lots of siloed organizations. But having a digital twin of what the government wants to buy from an acquisition community perspective, being able to be modular and open and integrate, whether it's Unity, NVIDIA, whatever kind of Magic Draw, whatever kind of digital engineering, model-based system engineering tools you want, being able to ingest them into a single source of truth and stand around that and being able to talk with the various siloed stakeholders in the government and really have a conversation about trade-offs and what changes would mean in terms of size, weight, performance, costs. Something that we're currently delivering for the Army and working and talking with across DoD. And then finally, as I mentioned, getting down to that really small, the smallest level that I'm talking about today is the digital twin of human. And so this is another sort of enabling tech that I didn't mention, but like IoT and human performance, I think is a huge part of this digital twin of a human. I know that NASA, all of DoD is really interested in this. Essentially, how does a human perform internally from a medical use case if you're in space? You know, gravity affects your internal organs differently than when you're down here on Earth. And so if you're performing, you know, a probably routine procedure on the International Space Station, or maybe it's an emergency and you go to find the appendix, your appendix might be up next to your heart. And I'm not a medical doctor, so that might not be exactly precise, but I'm understanding as, you know, someone who might need an appendectomy, probably not in space, I would like them to have a digital twin of me to kind of know where they're cutting and not just get all cut up. And so, you know, looking at just that is just one of many use cases that we're looking at in terms of that digital twin of a human. And so really just to wrap it up before, you know, open it up for a few questions is really just, you know, I wanted to call out a few things that in my mind are kind of like a call to action for this community, you know. And one, you know, I've heard the data on several panels and organizing the data, how we manage the data, that's a huge problem, I think, anywhere, particularly when you're trying to build a digital twin. From a policy perspective, you know, it was interesting. I spent the last 3 days at the Air Force Association Aerospace and Cyber Conference down in National Harbor, and there's these models, BIMs, building information models, that are hugely helpful for us when we're trying to build digital twin of buildings or digital twins that include lots of infrastructure like buildings, because those building information models contain a lot of that data from the building that allow us to quickly ingest that and start building the visualization in, say, like a Unity. However, we need the BIM models. And so if we don't have that data, that's where we need LiDAR scanning. And I learned that, you know, in a past NDAA, there was mandation for all military construction. The vendors would provide the BIM data. So one comment on workforce for that is we need to train our civil engineers across the government to understand how to use that BIM data. I understand for years that didn't happen. So, you know, right now, as from where I sit, I'm missing a lot of BIM data on a lot of the bases that I'm looking to help build digital twins for and create these installations of the future. So data's one. Accessibility is another. I've heard it lots of times already, you know, here in different panels, but again, from all of my government clients, I'm seeing accessibility is a huge issue, even in the government even in the military, I should say, where we have traditional understanding of what it looks like to be an active duty service member. As we look to the Space Force and you know, hitting on that digitally native service again, they have entirely new intersections with tech in their mission. And so accessibility is a huge issue there. And then finally on DE&I, you know, again, at this Air Force conference that I was at, I was struck in talking to some of the leadership within the Department of the Air Force and specifically their DE&I office. And, you know, I didn't expect to be, you know, I was going through a lot of demos of the digital twin and they all were around facilities or weapon systems or organizations conducting, you know, military operations. And they were blown away, and as was I, around the use cases that they saw for improving diversity, equity, inclusion just within the Air Force from their perspective when it came to understanding really how services were being provided on military installations, understanding exceptional family member programs and how we can improve exceptional family members of service members, all to reduce the stress and that kind of thing that, you know, we don't want our service members having to think about. And so reducing that through the use of digital twins and leveraging that for DE&I purposes is something that I think is really important. So I'll pause there. I don't know if we have time for questions, but please reach out to me, whether it's through LinkedIn. I'm there. You can find me on the VR/AR Association webpage, and I'd love to reach out and talk to any of you and follow up with any questions you might have. Thank you.
Great. All right. Well, I have the privilege of moderating our next fireside chat. I'd like to ask Rob Sherman if you would come up and join us. So delighted to have you here today. And if any of you don't know, Rob is the Vice President and Deputy Chief Privacy Officer at Meta. I normally would do like a boring introduction, but I think I don't want to do that other than to say, what would you like to say about your role at the company and how you engage day to day?
One of the things I think is really important about this conference and that I enjoy about my day-to-day is a lot of my work, and some of our team members are here today. The work is in building novel technology that helps people in new ways. And as I hope we'll talk about today, there are a lot of open questions about how to do that thoughtfully and responsibly in ways that create the value that we want to create. And so a lot of what our team spends our time doing is working with product teams and engineers on making those decisions, but then also talking with experts outside the company to understand what's the state-of-the-art thinking about some of these cutting-edge issues so we can bring that into the decisions we're making every day.
And I should say on the introduction, I'll just stipulate that you're a very smart gentleman. You went to good schools and you know a lot about what you're talking about.
I appreciate that. Best introduction I've ever
There
received.
you go. All right. So moving right along, in a couple of weeks, you all are going to have your Connect conference, which is for developers, creators, and overall enthusiasts in the area. And I'm just curious sort of how you all are thinking about where the technology, XR, immersive technology, the metaverse is, what you are starting to think about for the next 3, 5, 10 years.
Yeah, I mean, I think we as a company, but I think all of us as an XR community have really been on this journey for a while. And I mean, I think as you say, we've got a decade plus ahead of us for a lot of the longer term vision. But I mean, if you think about where we've been, in terms of our product line, Quest 2 is really the first time that we brought virtual reality as a technology to mainstream, to everybody. And Quest Pro, which we released a year ago, is the first mainstream mixed reality headset. So it really brought the ability to have a mixed reality experience to lots of people. And so the headline, of course, for Connect is Quest 3, which we're going to be rolling out. And I think, in a lot of ways, Quest 3 is all about mixed reality. And so I want to leave some surprises for the conference, but I think, really excited about Quest 3 as a product, but also as an enabler of the ecosystem, because it's going to have better displays, better resolution. It's going to have better pass through so that people can experience the world around them, all of these kinds of things. So I think that's really exciting. Another thing that we're thinking a lot about is digital identity and representation. And we've been doing a lot of work, and I think folks from the developer community know, on avatars and the way that people can express themselves in virtual spaces. And then, unsurprisingly, we've been spending a lot of time on artificial intelligence. We recently released a large language model called Llama 2. And so talking a lot about the role of AI in XR spaces is going to be a big part of the conference as well.
Well, my snarky little comment is, yes, I knew you were going to try and bring the 3 to our demo space, and it was just a glitch in transportation. So yeah. I've got it. But your last comment is a perfect transition into a discussion around AI. And, I think in the media, there was a lot of press and coverage. Oh, Meta now is going to move off of the metaverse and immersive technologies, and it's all about AI. I'm wondering, is the better question about where the two technologies come together, where they merge, how they transition into one another?
Yeah, I mean, I think it's a really important question, and I think Mark Zuckerberg, our CEO, has been pretty public about the sort of level of investment in the metaverse continues pretty much unabated at this point. And I think what is hard to realize when you look at sort of individual announcements or individual things that we're doing is that if we think about the sort of of 10-year vision that we've all talked about, right? This idea that XR technology is going to be much more commonplace in day-to-day interactions, and that we're all going to have glasses that are going to have virtual or augmented reality capabilities and help give us contextual understanding. All of these ideas, if that's going to happen, and if it's going to be achievable for not just researchers, not just wealthy people in wealthy countries, but everybody, there are a bunch of things that need to be true in order to get there. And one of the key enablers of that future is artificial intelligence. And there are a bunch of pieces of artificial intelligence that are critical to VR and AR experiences today, right? So computer vision, for example, contextual understanding, and being able to figure out where spaces around, what space around you exists. And in order to enable an augmented reality display, we've got to know what's around us, and we've got to know where to put it and how to handle that interaction and how to render it. But you can imagine, particularly when we think about generative AI, lots of other things that are not only exciting and cool, but really fundamental to the experience if you believe that giving everybody equal access is important. And so that's things like accessibility and letting people have access to the technology and access to experiences, even if they experience the world in ways that are different than what I do, but also in creation. So generative AI, I think, is a really important enabler for people who want to be able to express themselves in virtual spaces. So today in Horizon Worlds, if I want to create a virtual world, it's going to take me, call it 40 hours to do a really high quality effort at that. I have to be pretty technical to be able to do it too. And if you and I and our families want to be able to express ourselves and create virtual spaces, we need to make it easier for them to do it. They need to be able to use words to explain what they want to see. And so again, this isn't on the cusp of happening tomorrow, but I think long term, in order for people to be able to interact and create, and for the metaverse to be really viable, AI technologies like computer vision and contextual understanding need to exist, but also generative AI needs to make it possible for people to create virtual experiences without being so technical.
Yeah, I'm finding that the coin of the realm these days is precision, right? Precision healthcare, precision education, precision experiences in immersive worlds. And so I couldn't agree with you more that is sort of where these things unfold, and that there needs to be a better understanding amongst policymakers around the range of AI as it relates to XR, immersive technologies. I sometimes worry that there's a rush to figure out all the generative AI and not as good an understanding about the other pieces. I'm curious if that is something that you see in your conversations.
Yeah, I mean, I think it's an important question, and you're right. I mean, we have just had a bunch of conversations, including this week in Congress, about the role of artificial intelligence, and unsurprisingly, I think generative AI is legitimately a really exciting step forward, and I think a lot of us have been really excited about the jumps that we've seen in that technology over the past year. But one of the things I explain to people is, for us at Meta, and I think, a lot of companies that are active in this space, we've been an AI company for a decade at this point, and we've had a AI research lab that has been doing a bunch of foundational work in this space. But also AI is a pretty core part of Facebook and Instagram, for example. So whether that's making sure that you see the stories that are most relevant to you and having a personalized experience, or efforts to help keep people safe online. And that's true both in virtual spaces and in 2D spaces, where using AI to help find bad actors, to help spot content that's problematic and these kinds of things is a really important force enabler. It's probably the #1 reason why we're able to operate and keep people safe at scale today. And so I think that is a continued investment because it's critically important, just like generative AI is, to the future metaverse that we envision.
So you mentioned it was a busy week this week. I guess that's probably an understatement. And I'm sure most people in this room would have liked to have been a fly on the wall yesterday to hear what those conversations looked like. We're about to have a panel following this conversation around generative AI and its intersection with XR and what some of the policy considerations are. And I'm wondering, first of all, I'd like to hear sort of how Meta thinks about those policy considerations. What's front of mind in the company, in your mind, when it comes to the engagement with policy and regulators?
So you can actually be a little bit of a fly in the wall, because we posted Mark Zuckerberg's opening remarks on our website. So if you're interested in seeing that, you can definitely take a look. But more broadly, I mean, I think a lot of the conversations that we have, but that I think the broader XR and policy communities are thinking about, is how should we think about this new technology as a regulatory matter? If we believe that we're getting to this place, a decade from now, I think we can all agree, thinking about some of the important policy questions up front now, before the technology is largely built and in everyone's hands, is way better than realizing we've got a bunch of problems that we've got to figure out after the fact. But when I think about policy in the XR space, I actually start with looking at what laws exist today. Because I think, while it's tempting to say it's new technology, we've got to have all new solutions, we actually have answers to some questions. So an easy example is, we don't need laws prohibiting fraud in digital spaces, or, the use of XR technology to commit vandalism or something like that, right? These are, things that we generally think are inappropriate or prohibited in our society. They're prohibited whether you use a pencil or a computer or one of the devices in the demo room across the hall. And I think that's true for other things like privacy as well, right? So, we know that people have a right to understand how their information is used, that people should be in control of it, these kinds of things. But I do think that there are some novel questions that we haven't really figured out, and I think it's really critical to start having these conversations. Candidly, it's a big part of why we're a part of XRA. It's part of why we're here today. So some examples of this. One is interoperability, right? If you believe that the metaverse is not just about one company or one organization building the future, then you need to have thoughts about how do the things that we build interact with the things that people in the room, that other companies in the room are building, and how we think about the role of technology in enabling people to go from one experience to another. So just like I wouldn't have to buy one device to go to google.com and then a different device to go to apple.com, ideally I should be able to use one device and have lots of different virtual experiences. In order to do that, we have to have conversations about interoperability and what data transfers look like and how to do that. But then the other thing that I think is really interesting, and is something that we've been spending a lot of time thinking about in the context of Quest 3 and some of the conversations we're going to be having at Connect, is in order to enable mixed reality experiences, you have to collect new kinds of data, right? So we have to collect information about the room around you so that you can see it, but also so that the digital aspects of the experience can be overlaid, and so that you can interact with them, so they can interact with the world around you. The device has to have an understanding of what's around it, and that in turn means that people need to be able to have some concept of this so that they can, A, know what data is being collected, and B, control it. And so, we've been spending a lot of time in the run-up to Connect actually talking with experts, both inside the company but also outside the company, in government and civil society and academia, really trying to understand, and build consensus around what's the right way to think about some of these novel challenges. Because although we have existing privacy expectations, we have existing laws about certain kinds of behavior, so we're not writing on a blank page, we really do need to think about these questions as a community. And so in addition to some of those one-off conversations, one of the things we'll be releasing at Connect is a white paper that talks about some of the novel policy questions that you face in building for mixed reality. And so the hope is, one, that it will share a little bit with the community about the questions that we confronted and how we thought through some of these challenging areas, but also that it will stimulate a conversation, because it's much easier to have this conversation out in the open and really work together to think about what we want the policy rules around this new technology to look like.
Yeah, I'm wondering also, we've been talking about generative AI. There are a multitude of tools that are available to help with all of these pieces. So everything has sort of a upside and downside, right? Yep. So in the conversations that you're having, when you think about using things like AI to help with privacy, or using the incredible amounts of data that we're talking about to help make an experience more impactful. Like, how does that balance sort of weigh out when you're thinking about that from the company perspective?
Well, I mean, I think, the starting point that we often use is, not to start from the premise that you have to trade off one to get to another. So for example, I think very often we sort of say like, oh, if data is being collected, then that must be extractive, that must be, there must be a problem with that. And I think if we work a little harder, we can actually get to a place where technology and data are used to create real value for people, but done in a thoughtful and responsible way. And so one of the things you'll see in the white paper, and that we've talked about in the past, is that we have a set of principles that we use internally around things like making sure we're not surprising people, making sure that people have controls that matter over the way that their data is being used. And you'll also see efforts that we've taken to minimize the data that we're collecting. So for example, if you to use my example from before, a mixed reality device needs to understand the world around it. That doesn't mean it needs photorealistic images of everything that happens in space, but it does probably need to understand what are the boundaries so that, for example, on my Quest Pro that I have at home, if I'm using it, I don't run into a wall or a desk, and so thinking about what data is actually needed to enable these experiences, and then making sure it's easy enough for people to understand what's going on, that's a critical piece.
I started the beginning of our conversation saying, what does the next 3, 5, 10 years look like? This week, we've sort of brought into relief that intersection of artificial intelligence and immersive technologies, and I'm just curious, just to put a fine point on it, when you think 3, 5, 10 years out about this intersection of AI and XR, what is the vivid picture? What does it look like for healthcare? What does it look like for social experiences? What does it look like for all of the things that we care about in this room?
Yeah. So I think where I would start maybe in the nearer term, I mean, you actually heard about some, in the lightning talk just before we came up, some really exciting uses of XR technology that exists today in the federal government for things, I mean, the one that jumped out at me was sort of using VR as a way of training surgeons to perform surgery. And it's one of those things where it's really good for, high stakes situations that you need to practice and that are hard to replicate. But there are other examples too of people using this. We have, examples of organizations using, schools that are using VR technology today for science, technology, and math education, and really having remarkable outcomes for students who otherwise wouldn't have access to the kinds of experiences that they're getting access to. There are athletes that are using this technology today for rehab, and actually, I just learned about, the sports leagues that use VR technology in order to do officiating so that they can better understand and sort of do replays and understand what's happening.
Every sports fan would like to see that.
I know,
yes,
right. I want to get that at home. But so I mean, I think that the sort of beginnings of the technology are here. What I think we're going to see in the next couple of years is improved ability to use the technology as it's getting faster, more efficient, cheaper, smaller for connection. Right, and so I think the ability to use not only to sort of experience things that you couldn't experience, but actually interact with people. And we're starting to see the promise of the technology to do that and really to bring people together in ways that they couldn't otherwise be. And I mean that both in the virtual interaction kind of context, like think you sitting next to me, even though we're not physically in the same space, but also in bringing people together in a language context, right? So one of the things that we've been working on, this is a kind of a pet thing that I'm excited about, so if you'll indulge me, but we open source technology called No Language Left Behind, and it's basically an AI tool that looks across something like 200 languages and enables machine translation between languages. And so still early days, but the idea is, both for common languages, think French or Spanish, but also lower resource languages that don't have, large communities of developers building translation for them. The idea that you and I could be together having a conversation and speaking totally different languages, again, including languages that there aren't easy access to translators for, is pretty powerful. And when you think about the promise of technology to literally make people closer together, bring the world together, it's really exciting. And then of course, 10 years out, I really hope, I think often it's tempting to think of the metaverse or of XR in this sort of futuristic way of like everybody being stuck in headsets. I kind of think that about the technology as something that will enrich our everyday experiences and interactions, not something that will take us away from them. And so imagine, you have glasses that have, that have digital enhancements in them so they can give you context on what's going on around you and information about where you're going or what you need to know in order to do your job or have interactions every day. But that also when you want to interact with somebody, it can feel like you're together if you can't be together. And this is just sort of a day-to-day part of how we're interacting, how we're doing our jobs, how we're working together. It sort of feels a little bit hypothetical and fanciful, and sometimes I try to take a step back and think about the cell phones that we're all carrying around with us, right? Like when I was a kid, nobody had iPhones, and so the way we communicated with my grandparents who were a couple states away was we used a landline phone that was connected to the wall, and that was a big deal, right? It was expensive, and everything stopped because that was.
And you spoke very loudly.
You did, yes. And so so we we're all used to cell phones in our pockets that let us get instantly and for free access to the world's knowledge easily and at our fingertips. And that's really incredible. That step forward is really incredible. I think in our lifetimes, 15, 10 years from now, that's not the cell phones that we carry today are not the end state of technological evolution. And so I think we'll see that kind of a jump forward as we look 10 to 15 years from now.
I tend to agree. Hopefully we have time for, no, we do not have time for one question. I'm so sorry. But what a pleasure. Thank you for joining us here today. And we're going to be looking out for announcements out of Connect and many other topics.
All right,
so,
that's great. Thank you so much for having me.
Thanks. Okay, I'm going to call up our next panel. I'm going to ask Daniel Castro to make introductions.
All right, so I'm going to go ahead and invite my panel to come on up. We are on our last panel to talk more about artificial intelligence and its intersection with AR and VR. So I'll invite, we have Liv Erickson with Mozilla, Kareem Mohammadali with Google, Adam Thier with R Street Institute, Miriam Vogel with Equal AI, and Aaron Kleiner with Unity. And I know we have one more in the back because we have to switch out our mics. So we'll give Miriam a moment to get up here. So it's, I think, appropriate that we're ending our conversation, our conference today on AI, given that AI has been the topic of the week, if not the year. So let's just get right into it. And Aaron, I'd like to ask you to start with this. What role will generative AI play in the metaverse? We just heard a little bit from Rob, but your company is really front and center in some of this. I'd love to hear from you about this.
Thank you. Thanks for the opportunity to kick off. And thanks especially to XRA and ITIF for this great event. I was walking up here thinking that this panel is kind of the off-Broadway AI Insight Forum for the week. So happy to follow Senator Schumer's lead and talk a little bit more about AI if you haven't heard enough already this week. I want to tell you a little bit about what Unity is doing with AI today, and then address Daniel's question more directly about the role we think AI will play in building the metaverse. Unity has announced two significant AI products for use by our creator community. The first is a product that we call Unity Muse, which is used at what we call create time. So while you're developing with Unity, there is a service that will give you text-based support, help you do what you're trying to do. You can interact with it like you would any other language model. There is also text-to-image and image-to-image. So if you type in, make me a fluffy cloud, it will help you make a fluffy cloud. You can also use your finger or your mouse to manipulate the cursor in such a way that it can do image-to-image generation. We've also announced a service that we call Centis, which is at runtime. And what that means is you can take your AI model, put it into your game or your Unity application, and deploy that AI on the device. such that the end user can engage with AI without having to phone home to a service. And between those two things, we see a few benefits for developers, which are not, granted they're relevant to the Unity platform, but we think they're also indicative of these benefits of AI broadly to creators. The first is reduced complexity in the development process. It will make it easier to use software development platforms that today feel pretty complex for most people. It will also speed the development process because it will mitigate the work needed to accomplish tasks today that take a significant amount of time. And then finally, we think it will enhance the experience for the end user because end users will now have AI-powered interactions. For example, in a game, if you've got a non-player character that today is engaging with players through strictly scripted dialogue, you could have a small language model running on device so that non-player character can interact in a conversational dialogue, can also empower gamers and other end users to modify their experience in real time using AI. If they want to change the color, if they want to change the texture, give them more options for their experience. So we see AI as a huge accelerant for creation and also just an enhancement for the end user experience.
Yeah, thanks for that. Liv, I want to bring you on this too. Obviously, you have that developer hat and mindset from some of your career. How do you think about the role that AI will play in this space, especially as you're thinking about kind of growing the ecosystem, and as Rob mentioned in his earlier remarks about making it easier for more people to be creators?
I definitely think we're seeing AI technologies emerge as a co-creative partner in a lot of people's processes. When we think about how people are using generative AI in any type of medium that they're creating in, they view a lot of these digital agents as a way for them to think about their process differently, as well as get the benefits of the software generating parts of their content pipeline, which I think is really important. I think what we're seeing is generative AI technologies and machine learning capabilities in developing human understanding is pushing the individual productivity frontier in a lot of different directions. You no longer have to be an expert in multiple different domains to make meaningful progress towards creation in different domains, because your process of learning and co-creating, whether that's just with a digital agent or a tool, or even with a community aided by these tools together, you're able to do more and experiment more quickly with, in some cases, lower stakes. It's less expensive to experiment now with a lot of these generative AI tools. And with that comes a lot of complexity about the AI pipeline and where data is coming from and how models are being trained and who's part of that process of building these apps and services. But it's opening up this level of insight and education and collaboration that I think is very meaningfully already contributing to how people think about their own agency in building.
Miriam, I'd like to ask you to weigh in on this as well. In particular, I mean, obviously a lot of your work's looked at bias in AI systems. As generative AI is being used as a tool for content creation, are you seeing that more as an asset or a risk, or how do you think people should look at those challenges?
Thank you for that question. I think it's fair to say that this only scales the problems we've been dealing with, but also the opportunities. So just as you just heard, it's creating so much opportunity. There's a lower barrier for collaboration, for creation. So that piece is very exciting, because the more communities and individuals who have access to creating, the better technologies we'll have, the more inclusive the technology will be, the more useful and fun and impactful it'll be for a broader cross-section of the population. But there's the other side, the big but of only if we get this right, only if we are intentional and realize that it's bias and it's all sorts of problems. It's cybersecurity threats, it's legal violations, there's liability, there's a whole host of reasons why you want to be very mindful of what the AI is bringing into your system, what risks, liabilities, hazards that would both impede your bottom line, keep you on, unfortunately, the front page for the wrong reasons, or otherwise just keep you from having the best people and candidates participating in your work.
Kareem, so generative AI has the potential to obviously enable a significant amount of content creation. I think it's interesting because Google's both kind of at the frontier of AI and also the frontier of AR, right? And so I'm just curious, as you're thinking about the challenges that might arise in terms of moderating content or in terms of the types of content that might be created, how are you thinking about addressing those challenges?
It's a really good question, and thanks for the opportunity to be here. And clarity for the audience, I'm the second bearded Kareem who is from Google who's spoken here today. I think there's widespread recognition that content responsibility is something that's important even in today's version of the internet, both in terms of inputs and outputs. And I think there are a lot of new risks that come with generative AI. So hallucinations, I think folks have heard that term before, illegal or harmful content, misinformation and conspiracy theories, and then also even just like conversations around polarizing topics that kind of devolve into not so helpful conversations. And so the way that Google has approached this is through platforms like YouTube, for example. We've always have taken a keen eye to pay attention to this when it happens. And so through a combination of robust policy, using AI against in these content contexts, and then applying new machine learning techniques to identify improper content. I think the combination of that we'll have to explore and iterate as we see these new kind of concerns come over this new computing platform.
Adam, I want to direct the next question to you, and I want to open this up to anyone else on the panel who wants to weigh in on it. There is probably one of the biggest themes from the hearings this week has been this idea of transparency. And transparency means different things to different people. But one common theme is this idea that we need to be able to distinguish when something is AI generated versus human generated. And so I guess my question to you is, thinking about the policy implications of that, what are they? What should policymakers be thinking about as they move down this road? We've seen proposals for, you should watermark everything that's AI generated. What might that mean in the metaverse or in VR, AR? And what are the implications of that for the utility of the technology?
Yeah, thanks, Dan. We live in interesting times with regards to AI policy, right? I don't know. 32 years I've been doing tech policy in this town. I don't think I've ever quite seen the intensity of focus on a technology issue like we see on AI policy right now. It's really quite something to behold. Some pretty sweeping policy prescriptions are being put on the table, from new agencies to comprehensive licensing regimes, so on and so forth. But clearly transparency is a big part of it. And to explain where we're heading on policy, I think, let's go back to panel one, where Joe mentioned, to kick things off, the importance of understanding that realistically, when we talk about AI and AR, VR, these are really all the same things in some ways. I mean, at the end of the day, we're talking about code and algorithms, right? And so there's a convergence of technologies and a convergence of policy interest and issues. And so AI policy and AR, VR policy are becoming increasingly intertwined, if not one and the same. So anything that could happen to AI could happen to AR, VR. That's very important to understand, including transparency requirements. I think at the end of the day, once we move past some of the more radical ideas on the table, I think those are unlikely, whether it's nationalizing supercomputing systems or these new agencies or licensees. I think we do end up seeing convergence on the idea of greater transparency and explainability being a part of algorithmic systems. Now, the devil's in the details, but I think this is probably good fodder for for discussion with the rest of the panel, which is like, what do we actually mean by transparency? Transparency of what? Explainability of what? And how do you translate that into concrete regulatory deliverables? I spent a lot of time working with individual agencies who are thinking this through in different contexts for AI and AR in particular, in the context of like FDA and advanced medical devices. Spending a lot of time looking at that right now. The FDA's got a huge proceeding on like algorithmically enabled medical devices that is absolutely going to involve an AR, VR component. Anything that comes out of that proceeding will affect this sector. But it's not just them. It's many, many others from strange agencies. Consumer Product Safety Commission is doing a lot on this right now, and many, many others. So the point is that there's a lot of agencies active in this space. There's a lot of interest in Congress, a lot of interest in the states and at the federal level, or at the international level. And all roads probably lead back to some sort of disclosure, transparency, explainability requirements. If you want to really get a preview for what's probably going to happen here, pay close attention to what the Biden administration's NTIA is doing right now in OSTP on things like algorithmic auditing and algorithmic impact assessments. Because eventually that's what I think AR, VR companies are going to probably end up having to do. The question is, how heavy-handed is it? What are you going to disclose, and to which regulators on what sort of basis? But I think that's where probably we end up seeing a lot more compromising to that question. We saw it on the Hill this week. And once the huffing and puffing gets done about the higher level and more extreme stuff, we get to more reasonable solutions. I think this is where we go.
Thanks.
Kareem? Yeah, jump in here. I think, as we know, policymaking is not just the one silver bullet, and it'll take a number of different techniques to differentiate between synthetic content and non-synthetic content. I think it's really critical to promote trust in information. I think we've seen over the course of the last 20 years that misinformation has become a real problem in places like the US or in Burma or in other countries. And so Google's also exploring technological solutions to differentiating between AI content. I think for images or video, traditional ways are an actual physical watermark on an image, or you could use metadata. There are drawbacks to those kinds of techniques where you distort the quality of the image with a watermark, and you can easily edit and manipulate metadata. Something that Google actually just recently announced was an effort from our engineering teams called Synth ID, SYNTH ID. And what we've done is included a watermark directly into the pixels of the image. Still in the early phases, and we're testing it out with our top cloud partners that use our image generation tech. But what we found is even through 20 different types of distortion of the image, we can still identify whether the image was AI generated. So I think a continual exploration of these technological advancements and just thoughtfulness around why it's important to differentiate between those different types of content, I think will be also helpful in addition to smart policymaking.
Please, Miriam.
Yeah, just to add on to the good points mentioned, I mean, Adam did a great job of talking about, there's a lot of excitement, there's a lot of enthusiasm. It'll distill into some more concrete action. And fortunately, we do have a lot of good work underway to build on. The NIST risk management framework that came out in January is more widely celebrated and adopted than almost any government document I've ever seen after having worked in government for several decades now. And that's out there. So there's going to be reasonable solutions. There's going to be expectations that, as he says, you need to be aware of. But the other thing is we need to remember that this is a global issue, that AI does not have borders. Your work does not have boundaries. There are many countries that are moving forward on this, from a more voluntary model like Singapore has to more industry sensitive models, I would say, like in the UK, where they have a thoughtful attempt to manage risks and look at the end use cases of how the AI is actually being used as opposed to the creation piece of it in their regulation proposed in the white draft that was released in the spring and their upcoming safety AI summit. We'll see how that plays out. So you see thoughtful actors around the world, and the EU has their AI Act coming out presumably by the end of the year. And so we need to maintain the broader aperture and realize that they're like the cyber threats and intrusions and challenges that will be coming from the globe. Similarly, the regulation and the expectations for what you'll need to be accountable for is also global at this point.
I want to, Marion, that's a great point about the global nature of this. And one of the policy issues that is most global is IP rights. And Liv, I want to ask you about this because IP rights are just incredibly complex in general in digital. And then when you add AI, there's another whole layer. Now when we're talking about VR, that might be another layer because of the number of intermediaries involved. You have the user, you have the, the service you might be using, the platform, and so on. So, I mean, the basic question is, how should we be thinking about IP rights in virtual worlds? And kind of who owns what, especially when we're talking about content that is created, at least with the assistance of generative AI.
Yeah, I think it's important to note that IP rights is a very complicated legal question that varies a lot on a case-by-case basis, and there isn't likely to be, as you've heard, one specific answer to how generative AI, especially in the metaverse, relates back to IP rights. I think that we're seeing calls from the Copyright Office now for feedback to understand the different perspectives of people who may hold IP, for people who are incentivized to continue to protect their IP rights past existing IP law. We have existing laws that do protect IP. And one element that I think really matters when we think about generative AI and a lot of these regulations, whether that's IP, whether that's transparency, if it's advertising, is when we think about this from a user-generated perspective and somebody who's coming into one of these spaces and using these tools to create content, it may or may not always be clear if they are generating something that's protected by IP law, if they're violating someone's IP. And I think, again, these are very complicated questions for lawyers and understanding how it varies in the case-by-case basis, because it's not going to be particularly clear given the complexities of the entire pipeline and the places that data can be changed or manipulated or sourced from various places and its ultimate form in the metaverse, how it's used.
Thank you. Yeah, please add.
Yeah, I think this is an important point, and I think it's important to realize historically that in the field of information and communications technology, ICT, that the entire history of this sector has been a whole host of rolling copyright fights right out of the gates. You can go back to the rise of the phonograph and find this, the rise of cable television in the late 60s, early 70s. You go on down through, the age of the internet and Napster, and even important things that we got through to like immunize companies from liability, like Section 230, have carve-outs for these things. And so we have different regimes that emerge early on for intellectual property, and they're going to emerge here, or deals are going to be cut. So some of you may have seen some of the deals. I think it was Adobe and Getty Images struck a deal, I think this week or last week, recently, and basically trying to figure out how to do compensation for images that are utilized in certain, generative AI technologies. So there will be an interesting moment, I think, where if we can find a way to bring people to the table and hammer these things out voluntarily, we can come to a better solution. But I'm pessimistic. And I think more realistically, this becomes a big political fight and potentially one of the very first major fault lines in the AI policy wars.
I'm wondering if you could, I agree with that. I'm curious, how do you see the fault lines playing out? Because I don't think they have the traditional breakdown that we've seen in the past.
Well, maybe, maybe not. I mean, take a look at the fact that right now with all the Hollywood writers on strike, and all the hullabaloo about JCPA, this is a bill about like how do we finance media, journalism in the future with internet disrupting. This is happening now at the global level in Canada and other countries. The fault lines have changed slightly from the past, but the tensions are still there in a major way. And they're taking on also a cultural element as well, like a backlash to high tech and the techlash. And so the danger is that AR, VR, and AI get caught up, swept up in this, and said, "Oh, we got to apply all these rules to them as well." So I'm very concerned that we have too sweeping of an attack here. I don't exactly know how it plays out. There are new players in the mix for sure. A lot of this can be solved with early collaboration and deals cut. I used to have a friend that used to say all the IP wars could be solved if we could just find a way to get Northern California and Southern California to merge, and it's like, well, they're already part of the same state, but they talk two different cultures, Silicon Valley versus like Hollywood. But we thought we would solve that when we had mergers like, Comcast, NBC and stuff like this. But the reality is that they're still separate players, separate companies, separate interests. And I think you'll end up having another set of carve-outs and special rules made. And I think realistically, you could get traction on this like soon. Like this and things like AI and election ads, things like that. These are like not low-hanging fruit, but they're things that are going to come to the fore before all of these other issues do.
I think one of my favorite signs from the protest was a writer holding a sign that said, ChatGPT did not write the sign. Aaron, I want to turn to you on the question of user safety. This is a huge part of tech policy debates in general. And it's also an area where your company's been doing a lot of really interesting work, showing how AI and technology can actually help aid in terms of addressing community standards and guidelines and allowing moderation. Can you talk a little bit about what you're doing now and where this might go in the future?
Yeah, of course. Thank you. As Daniel alluded to, we're looking to use AI to help developers enforce community standards, do moderation, leverage technology in support of a better online experience. And I say that acknowledging that, of course, people are concerned about the potential for AI to generate mass amounts of disinformation and other bad content. But the way that we see it, when applied correctly, appropriately, in the right context, AI can be a real enabler for a better online environment. And what we've rolled out recently is a service called Safe Voice, which uses tone detection, semantic sequencing, and so forth to essentially help weed out bad behavior in online gaming environments, which is a huge problem in terms of voice chat and other sort of interactions that people have in games. And what's interesting about Safe Voice, speaking personally, is that having come from Microsoft and knowing some of the folks who launched Xbox Live back in the day, it was a significant problem for them to get ahead of content moderation problems and player moderation problems because it was all manual. They had to do it practically by hand. There wasn't really a tech assist that existed back in the day. And now this is a huge boost to what we think could be a real benefit for the player experience online. And we look forward to finding more and more ways to deploy AI towards that end.
Thank you. Miriam, I want to turn back to you. So, at our conference last year and the year before, we had a number of panelists that really focused, and panels that focused on diversity and inclusion. And that's been a clear message that we've heard repeatedly from developers in AR, VR, and for the metaverse, that this is something they're taking very seriously and that they see an opportunity to kind of reinvent online spaces with this in mind that maybe they didn't have in the past. So I guess my question for you is, as we're thinking about AI and the risk of amplifying biases from training data and from other sources as well, what should the AR, VR community be thinking about now to make sure that they're not, bringing in things maybe unintentionally as they're intentionally working to increase diversity, equity, and inclusion in these spaces?
Yeah, thank you for that question. I think it's important to realize that diversity is not a nice to have, it's a must have. If you want to have a successful product, why would you limit your consumer base by not having a broad set of users for whom it was created? Full stop. It's a good business decision. I think there's 4 reasons to be thinking about diversity and to be thinking about diversity in the broadest possible light. You want to be not limiting to a certain set of age users. You don't want to be thinking about certain people who don't want to be thinking about certain people just on 2 coasts of one country. You want to be thinking about every country. You want to be thinking about race and gender. You want to be thinking about who is not seen, who could potentially benefit or enjoy or use this program, who could be hurt, for whom could this fail. And if that is not enough of incentive to broaden your consumer base, the other thing is brand integrity. If your brand does not work for certain users, or if it causes harm, if it excludes them, will people trust your brand? So I think that's a real risk when you're talking about AI. There's also the bottom line of liability. You don't want to be above the fold for having failed, for having excluded, for having harmed, for having in some way contributed to not having done the proper checks to ensure that all users of your systems were capable and safe in using your system. Not just because of the news, there's also, as we talked about earlier, numerous regulators across the United States. We haven't talked about the states yet who've been getting in on this action. Almost half the states have had AI legislation last year. This year, we can only imagine what that number is going to get
96.
to.
There's 96 bills according to NCSL.
So yeah, keep your eye on that. I think that that's part of the reason people are hoping, including companies, for federal legislation. And first of all, because as you're building, you want to know what the expectations are. But second of all, it's a lot easier to feel safe knowing what the expectations are for one country, let alone for all 50 states. So it's really important to think about the liability, and it's in the data for sure. But you also have to think about each of the human touch points along the AI lifecycle. When you created the model, you're going to have certain biases of who you envisioned using that AI system. You're going to have other potential biases and other risks embedded when you're designing the program if you haven't had diversity. When you're testing, I think that's a key area, because if you've missed populations, use cases, people along the way, testing is your basic opportunity, a really essential opportunity to make sure that you are being more inclusive, that you are going to touch all the different elements we talked about, a broader consumer base, making sure your brand is trusted for its AI use and otherwise, because there's so much overlap between the two, and to reduce your liability.
Kareem, I wanted to ask you basically to weigh in on this question as well, because I know Google's made diversity and inclusion a key part of its work. How do you think about it in the AR/VR products you're making?
Absolutely. +1 to everything you said. Can't find anything to disagree with there. How do I word this? AI is not something that's new to Google, and I think we notice that there are amplifications of problematic situations, whether they relate to diversity, equity, inclusion, accessibility. Since the beginning, I think the way that we've approached it is to, one, admit that it's a problem, right? And that it can be a problem, and it can supercharge other kinds of problems. I think, AI is a force multiplier. You have to be really conscious of this. And then you also have to bring folks into the table, to the table. One example, so as a person of color, and for any people of color in the room, you probably notice that in old school cameras, we don't show up very well in certain photos, right? Because of the lighting. And that's for a variety of reasons, including how this initial camera technology was developed. We said, this is something that we've recognized. We invited people of color to the table, cinematographers, photographers, folks who work with images to develop this new technology called Realtone that we debuted on the Pixel line, I think a year or two ago now. And I think it was a really great example. And sorry, Realtone it uses AI to recognize people's skin tones and then adjust the lighting and contrast and color in the image, so these folks can show up properly in the image. We worked with a Harvard professor named Ellis Monk, and we actually developed a new color rating scale. So instead of the Fitzpatrick scale, which is a 6 skin tone scale, the Monk scale is a 10 skin tone scale. And I think that started with just recognizing that this is an issue that needs to be fixed, and how can we do that with enabling technology. And so I think ultimately it's recognizing there's an issue, it's inviting folks to the table, and then trying to find new and innovative ways to find solutions to these things. Thank you,
Kareem. As Aaron, as you put it, this is the off-Broadway version of the AI Insight forums. And I do want to ask everyone up here, as we think about what is going on in other parts of the world. I mean, the EU, they have their virtual worlds strategy. They have the EU AI Act. We heard this morning Susan Erickson talking about the work that's going on in South Korea and other parts of the world. So we know some countries are thinking very hard about what to do to be competitive in AI, to be competitive in VR and AR. Imagine you were briefing right now Senator Schumer and the rest of the crew. What is your top message to them about what the U.S. needs to do to stay competitive and be competitive in AI and other emerging technologies like VR. And Adam, I'll start with you. Why don't we just come down?
Yeah, well, I'd start with a global context and talk about the importance for global competitiveness and also geopolitical security for that matter. I mean, here's a quick statistic. Just recently it was revealed that of the top 500 supercomputers in the world, 227 of them, an all-time high, are in China. So that's something like 45, 46%, whereas America's hit an all-time low, 118 or something. We're now under 25%. That's not good. That's a problem, and it should be realized that like we don't want China, being leader in, algorithmic technologies or supercomputing platforms. But it's beyond that. I mean, just recently, Rob was just here a moment ago talking about the amazing things that Meta's done with Llama, an open source 70 billion parameter, generative model. The United Arab Emirates just released Falcon 180B, a 180 billion parameter AI model that is open source fully to the world, that they created and is now 2.5 times larger than Meta's Llama. So Meta's lead lasted 2 months in open source generative AI. This is a global thing, global platform. And all of these countries are going to both regulate these technologies differently, but they're also going to promote them differently. And so we talk a lot about regulation, but not enough about sort of the industrial policy promotional side. But that's a big thing. And so what Senator Schumer and other lawmakers need to recognize is that, policy has consequences, and it can have consequences for the technological base of our nation and the future success of our companies. So that context has got to be there. It also has to be there when we talk about, like, if we are moving forward with sweeping types of international controls, or the United States is agreeing to them, like what's going to happen November 1st and 2nd, the US, UK are going to have a summit on AI safety. It's going to be a big deal. And, Prime Minister and President are going to meet, and then they're going to have a bunch of people talk about what to do. Well, maybe we could form an international body and try to regulate AI at a global level. Are we going to get everyone in the UAE or in China to come along? How about Russia? 2 weeks ago, released their most powerful supercomputer ever and bragged about it. I don't think Vladimir's coming to the table. I mean, we have to talk about the real politique of international controls and regulations. And a certain amount of coordination is necessary and important, but we can't be giving away the store and shooting ourselves in the foot as this sort of international race begins for high-powered algorithmic and computational technologies.
Thanks. Miriam?
Agreed that we need to maintain our leadership on AI development. We are currently the leader. That will not maintain if we don't make significant steps right now to make sure that we maintain that lead. A, because our economy depends on it. B, because our values are embedded in our AI systems. And if they're not our values, whose values do you want to be coming into your homes, coming into your technology? So I think there's no question we need to maintain leadership. And I think it gets back to the diversity question. Diversity meaning all of us need to be AI savvy. We don't all need to be computer scientists. We need to understand when we're using AI and how it's fueling our lives. We need to make sure that our next generation is better equipped to participate in the AI economy, both so they can afford it and so also that they can build it. Every data point shows that the more diversity you have in the building of your AI system, the better your AI system is. But also, our democracy fails if we do not bring more women and people of color into the AI economy. We simply do not have enough workers, so if it's nothing else than self-preservation, we need to make sure we do a better job of being more thoughtful about the AI workforce today and going forward.
Thank you. Liv?
Yeah, and if I could, add to that, I think the importance of having the diverse set of stakeholders to keep us innovative is also reflective of the fact that this is a technology that is building on top of things that we've already been building and using and seeing. So establishing really strong foundational fundamentals for tech privacy and privacy policies and making sure that people's data is protected will also go a long way in helping set us up for a successful future for AI and metaverse technologies when it comes to protecting people in these systems and how they're using it.
Thank you. Aaron?
I'm going to piggyback on everyone to my right for a minute here, sort of in order. So with regard to the educational point that was just made, I think one of the things that we've done internally as a company is require everybody's got to take an AI training. And it's not, I've taken it, it's not hard to do, to spend a few hours trying to learn how to use an LLM or learn how to use a generative system of some sort. Just that level of engagement, I think, is really crucial. We've done a lot of work as an industry, sort of collectively as a policy community, to promote Hour of Code or other programs that expose kids to computer science. We've got to take that further and put AI into that curriculum as well. And I think it's been a little, the dialogue's been a little skewed. There's been a lot of reporting about kids using AI to do their homework or take an exam or whatever. I don't think those are doom and gloom stories. I think those are actually interesting and sort of have a tinge of promise in them. But nonetheless, I think the curriculum development education is really critical. Adam also made a point about industrial policy. Just to kind of pull things together here, this panel's about using AI to build the metaverse, and we've got the European Union out with a statement about their future version or vision for the metaverse that talks very specifically about industrial use cases. In the United States, there's practically zero policy attention to this right now. And we've got one paper out from the Atlantic Council about a national strategy for digital twins. I'd really like to see the federal government, members of Congress, other policymakers take a stronger interest in that, because that is a huge area of opportunity for AI. Those would be the two most important things I think I would bring to the table in the off-Broadway AI Insight Forum.
Thanks. And Kareem, and I want to open it up to questions from the audience.
Maybe to piggyback off of everybody to my right, and succinctly saying, going back to your original question, what do we tell Chuck Schumer in keeping the U.S.'s lead in AI tech? AI is too important not to regulate, and it's too important not to regulate well. And so we can optimize all of the brilliant and great opportunities that AI delivers in a metaverse context, outside of a metaverse context, and we can limit downside risk, but it's going to take a wide variety of stakeholders, not just industry, but also academia, civil society, governments. It's going to take some smart policy making.
Great, thank you all. And let me open it up to our final set of questions. And we have our mics coming around, so just put your hand up. We've got one in the back.
Hi. I guess I'm looking for an example. Specifically, I'm Alif Brown, and I come from a cybersecurity perspective. Pretty new, about a year into that. I have experience in wearables before. But anyways, I'm just thinking more specifically about policy. So you just said, Kareem, right?
Yep.
It needs to be thought out and specific. And earlier today, someone was like, the tech always moves faster than the policy, and technologists have been asking for a long time for this. So do you have any insights on something specific, maybe in terms of security, like that could help policymakers or, yeah.
So maybe I can start and other folks can jump in. I'm not an expert on security, but maybe something tangible. So with AI, the use cases are very broad, and everything from education to health to all sorts of use cases. I think there have been calls for a single government agency here in the U.S. to regulate AI. I think Google's perspective is because there's so much sector-driven expertise, whether it's security or in any of these areas, that perhaps a hub and spoke model might be more optimal to deliver the right type of AI and the right type of policy making. I know that's a little bit higher level than the question you asked, but hopefully that can provide a little context.
I just didn't hear the word.
Hub and spoke?
Yeah, hub and spoke. Yeah, hub and spoke. Yeah.
I'd be happy to add an example on the educational front. Congresswoman Lisa Blunt Rochester has a bill out right now called Immersive Technology for the American Workforce, which would allow for federal funding to flow to community colleges and technical schools to promote education in using immersive technology software and building virtual worlds. And that's the perfect example of the kind of legislation that we need to see to promote technological literacy, not just kind of looking back in terms of general exposure to computer science, but exposure to immersive tech and ultimately to AI. So I think of that as a pretty clear example of what we need. What's that? The bill is called, I believe it's called Immersive Technology for the American Workforce Act.
I'd like to ask a question about, especially from the industry people who want good regulation, which always means nothing unless there's some teeth in it. Is there any industry suggestion that has any kind of consensus as to what an enforcement mechanism would look like in regulating any AI product?
Adam, do you want to start?
Well, I'll say this. There's a lot of enforcement mechanisms already on the books that we're ignoring. I mean, I always try to remind everybody, our federal government is pretty big. 2.2 million employees working in 434 different agencies, 15 cabinet agencies. There are a lot of agencies that are active in the AI space right now. We just don't think of it as such. I mean, the FDA has been regulating software and digital health for decades. The FAA has been regulating autonomous flying systems for a decade or more. Driverless cars at NHTSA, National Highway Traffic Safety Administration. The EEOC has been very active in looking at algorithmic bias in employment hiring with other agencies. The CFTC, the SEC, I could go on down the list. All of these agencies have enforcement power already. In fact, they have many of them have what I think is the very best type of regulation, which is product recall authority. It's good to allow innovation to go out and have some trial and error in the wild, but when things go wrong, we want to get it off the market quick. Well, the FDA, the Consumer Product Safety Commission, National Highway Traffic Safety Administration, they have the ability to pull something off the market like that. And oh, by the way, let's not forget about trial lawyers. I mean, we probably have a few too many of those in this country, but if you want to talk about enforcement, because Miriam mentioned liability earlier, I mean, there's a lot of discussion about opening the floodgates on AI developers with more liability. I think that's a potentially troubling thing before we've actually figured out, does the existing liability handle a lot of these cases and controversies? And I think it probably will if we just give it some time. But this could be dangerous in a country that doesn't have an English pays rule, where loser pays rule, where the English rule as it's called, because we have a lot of frivolous lawsuits filed. But the bottom line is that we have a more decentralized, iterative, flexible sort of approach to enforcement in America. And it frustrates people because like Europeans and other countries, they want like sort of that one-size-fits-all single silver bullet approach, like here is our AI Act in the EU, right? And that's that one-size-fits-all. Well, at the end of the day, I always ask my students and other people I lecture to, like, name me a leading digital technology innovator emanating out of Europe today. A lot of silence, right? That has a direct bearing, public policy has a direct bearing on that reality. We took a more flexible, iterative approach. We allowed our more decentralized regulatory system to work its magic and enforce against real harms as they develop. I think this is exactly what's going to happen with AR, VR, and AI, if we allow it. Now, we might take a very different approach if Senators Hawley and Blumenthal get their way, as they did yesterday, because they would open up the gates to more liability. They would eliminate Section 230 protections. They would have a new agency, more licensing, and then all the other regulations layer on top of it. So yeah, that's just one perspective on how we might do enforcement in a more decentralized way, agency by agency, issue by issue.
Well, I think this is just the tip of the iceberg for the conversation. Luckily, we're about to head off to a reception where we can continue these conversations. I'd like to first thank our excellent panel for their contributions today. And I'd like to invite Liz to come up and close us out.
So, because I know we're at the end of the day, the most dangerous position is mine between here and the bar. Look, lots of great conversations about how we're thinking about so many of the complicated issues that confront our technology, but I leave here with a lot of optimism that we've been talking about multi-stakeholder processes where we have to have shared responsibility across that multi-stakeholder spectrum to address and take on and think about how to amplify the good and address some of the challenges that we know are before us. And so I can't think of a better panel to have had at our last because it really encapsulates that conversation. So I want to thank all of you for joining us here today. And please go, enjoy, mingle, have some nibbles and a good drink. So thank you all, and we'll see you next year. Oh, one last thing. Sorry, I forgot. we will be sending a survey out because we want to make sure that this conference means something to all of you. And the only way we know that is if you fill out that survey and let us know. So please take a moment when you see that come into your inbox. And again, thank you very much. Enjoy the rest of the afternoon and evening.